On a storm-battered mountain ridge, An Suho stands broken and bleeding before the 4 hunters who once called him a comrade. His sword is shattered, his hand torn open, but he forces himself upright, refusing to fall in front of the people who betrayed him. Alex Morgan mocks his defiance, calling him nothing but a stubborn civil servant clinging to a broken blade. Suzuki Endo adds that no matter what title he holds, his talent was never on their level to begin with. Suho spits blood and wipes his mouth, disgusted by the sight of them. Every word from their mouths only sharpens the fury burning behind his exhausted eyes. Memories flash of the team fighting side by side against a monstrous dragon, unity that now feels like a lie. Suho demands to know how they could turn on him after everything they endured together. Isabella coldly explains that his opposition to their plan left them no choice. The group insists their betrayal was simply necessity, not cruelty. Suho accuses them of being no different from the monsters they claim to fight, willing to endanger humanity for their own gain. Hexhood argues the remaining gates must stay open for humanity's survival. They offer him one last chance to rejoin them, framing loyalty as his only escape from becoming a hunted man. Suho refuses. Enraged by their audacity after stabbing him first, poisoned and dying, Suho accepts there is no surviving this fight. He resolves to take at least one of them down for humanity's sake. Suho unleashes a final surge of power, stunning the group as they realize their assumptions about him were wrong. His blade cuts clean through the poison, racked Mage Suzuki, shocking the remaining hunters into desperate panic. A blinding surge of golden light erupts from Suho's chest as an ally desperately tries to heal him. She stares in disbelief, realizing his wound cannot be closed, something she had only ever heard rumors of before. Wrapped in swirling blue energy, Suho grips his blade and finally understands the technique that had eluded him his entire life. The intangible sword, a power beyond form, awakens within him at the very moment death should have claimed him. As his body plummets through shattering rock, system messages flood his vision, declaring his sudden mastery of divine sword unity and the formless sword. A mysterious voice offers him the chance to become the first to reach the realm of the transcendent, and his very existence begins to reboot. Suho wakes disoriented, his eyes fluttering open in the arms of a firefighter carrying him through smoke and debris. Confusion washes over him, as reality feels entirely unfamiliar. The firefighter reassures him, explaining a precursory gate has appeared and promising to lead him to safety. Suho, certain he had already died, struggles to understand where he now stands. An explosion tears through the street as Suho notices a fallen sign reading Cinderim, recalling that the station had once been overrun during a gate outbreak. Goblins emerge from the wreckage, and a spear strikes the firefighter shielding him. Suho calmly takes the fallen axe, ignoring warnings to flee. He cuts down the goblin in a single decisive strike. Untouched and unharmed, Suho realizes he has awakened as a player. Faced with the same class selection from his past life, he laughs bitterly at fate's repetition. The same class selection screen appears before Suho, exactly as it had in his previous life. He almost chooses warrior out of instinct, then stops himself and asks the system to delay the decision. He tells the confused firefighter beside him not to worry, insisting he can handle the approaching goblins alone since they pose little threat. Suho charges into the goblin pack with a raw battle cry, striking down the nearest enemy with brutal precision. He moves through the horde relentlessly, dodging a swipe before driving his blade through another goblin's skull. Standing over the slaughtered pack, he reflects that goblins are only dangerous to beginners, declaring they mean nothing to someone like him. He cuts down the remaining goblins in a violent flurry, ending the fight without hesitation. Catching his breath, Suho admits his anger hasn't faded and warns himself against acting recklessly, resolving to stay calm. He realizes he has returned to the past and sees it as a rare chance to rebuild himself, recalling forgotten basic swordsmanship skills as system messages confirm his growing mastery. The firefighter nervously asks if he is a player. Suho confirms it, then tells the system he has made his decision, choosing to become a healer. The system awards him bonus stats and the skill Healing Light. As the firefighter questions her wounds in confusion, Suho quietly begins to heal her. Healing Light surges from Suho's hands, closing the firefighter's wounds instantly and leaving her stunned at the sensation. She realizes he is a healer, and the system rewards his first use of the skill by letting him choose a weapon, prompting him to summon the beginner's sword. Gripping the blade, Suho declares he'll conquer the gate alone, ignoring the firefighter's alarmed warning. He reasons that the swordsmanship skills gained through talent remain usable regardless of class, giving him an edge most players wouldn't expect. He recalls that Isabella's strongest healing power once began the same way, and vows this time to master both blade and healing to avoid his past death. Determined to surpass his former teammates, he plans to level up quickly by targeting a specific gate he remembers from his previous life. Though that same gate nearly killed him before, he trusts his engraved swordsmanship to carry him through despite his current low level. Suho steps through the gate, entering the unpredictable dimension known as Green-Red. Suho moves through the dense gate forest, realizing the goblins that once terrorized the outside world are now the ones fleeing something inside, their corpses scattered along the path. He tracks the fleeing goblins deeper into the foliage, understanding both their panic and the reason this gate carries the ominous name Green-Red. Two hobgoblins emerge from the shadows, far stronger than common goblins, baring their fangs as they close in. Suho notes their red skin, larger builds, and denser muscle. Recognizing them as a clear step above the goblins he intended to hunt, he engages one directly, driving his blade forward, reminding himself that beneath the upgrade, it remains fundamentally a goblin. Confident a level gap can be exploited, he searches for a weak point and strikes precisely where it matters. The hobgoblin falls before he intends to test it further, and he admits he killed it purely out of combat instinct, vowing to be more careful with the next one. He turns to the second hobgoblin, deciding to use the fight to sharpen his skills instead of ending it quickly. By repeating dodges against its relentless swings, he begins to understand how skills form through repetition. The system rewards his effort, granting him dodge, and he immediately sets his focus on mastering a parry next. Suho recognizes parrying as a foundational skill with deep roots, essential for building towards stronger techniques against the hobgoblin's relentless assault. He masters parry just before exhaustion sets in, satisfied he claimed the skill at the perfect moment against the weakening beast. He finishes off the hobgoblin and moves through the forest to hunt down the rest, ready to farm experience in earnest. Outside the gate, a crowd gathers as a violent explosion of light erupts from within, sparking confusion over who dared enter without permission. The firefighter reveals to Alex and the others that a newly awakened player wiped out the goblins alone, healed her, then entered the gate himself, leaving the group stunned that a mere healer could achieve so much. Suho remained amidst the wreckage of a devastating battlefield, recalling on humanity's last stand. Once a top-ranked civil servant hunter, he had seen treachery and downfall during the final gate event. As fire engulfed the distance, only destruction and remorse lingered. Yet, at that moment of hopelessness, time reversed. Giving him one more opportunity, returned back. Suho awoke in a dense forest filled with monsters. Without pausing, he rushed, cutting through demonic creatures using flawless swordsmanship. Each stroke eliminated several foes, confirming his overwhelming combat prowess. System notifications echoed the outcomes. Monsters fell in rapid succession. Drive took him farther into enemy ranks, carving a path of destruction. His movements were accurate, effective, and relentless. Abruptly, a powerful red beast appeared, rising above the rest. Suho faced it steadily, unshaken by the fiend's presence. Instead of finish it, he offered an opportunity to retreat, daring it to return with reinforcements. As the beast fled, Suho reviewed his attributes. Equalizing them had hastened his progress. His rank, strength, and magic had grown rapidly through steady training. While managing skills, a shining red fragment formed close by. Noticing its value, Suho didn't pause. Though uncertain of its origin, he knew this relic was critical to his purpose. After gathering the red fragment, Suho recognized it as a magic stone useful both in trade and power. Though once beneath his notice, financial need now made every fragment worth his time. He recognized the gem's possible value and chose to search more thoroughly through the combat zone. One by one, the man gathered stones out of fallen foes, each one a step closer to stabilizing his finances. Holding the final piece in hand, Suho calculated the total profit, satisfied alongside the outcome. Before the man could plan further, rumbling vibrations signaled the approach of more foes. He shifted inside a defensive stance. Dozens of goblins and beasts surged through the forest, alerted by the earlier massacre. Estimating their number at around 30, Suho anticipated that defeating them might trigger the appearance of a boss monster. He welcomed the opening. The foes recognized him and rushed in rage. Without retreating, Suho moved decisively, cutting through the horde alongside swift, accurate strikes. Blood sprayed across the battle zone as foes fell in waves. Amidst the turmoil, his system displayed confirmation, level up achieved, attributes increased, and one bonus point gained. As corpses piled around him, Suho remained tall, unmoved. He recognized the immense number, but to him, it remained simply more experience earned. Suho pressed forward with keen precision, cutting through the remaining monsters without pausing. Blades swung in controlled arcs, each movement eliminating another foe. As the last wave fell, he readied to end the battle rapidly. Before the man could relax, a sudden strike interrupted his rhythm. A powerful red-skinned enemy appeared with immense aura. This remained no normal opponent, it was the boss. Suho encountered the chief hobgoblin, rank 20, signaling the true battle possessed just begun. The true challenge now remained before him. A new threat appeared as the green-red gate materialized deep within the forest, signaling threat. Without delay, Suho descended alongside immense speed, crashing inside the zone and launching a swift strike that crushed a hobgoblin before it could react. The forest rang with the beast's cry, and Suho at once sensed an abnormal presence. Several foes narrowed in, but he remained unfazed. His blade slashed through the air, cleanly cutting down advancing monsters. While bigger foes attempted to overwhelm him, the man maneuvered with practiced precision. From the rear, a powerful chief hobgoblin revealed itself and activated a terror skill. The sudden wave of pressure seized Suho's body, locking his limbs as the interface proved the state of terror had taken hold. Though paralyzed, Suho retained awareness. His mind rapidly analyzed the circumstances, identifying the boss monster's threat. As tension surged, the man gritted his teeth and enacted a painful countermeasure, stabbing his own body to inflict physical shock. That keen pain disrupted the status effect, freeing his motions once more. Now back in control, he faced toward the opponents surrounding him. With renewed focus, he slashed across the battle zone. The small fry would fall first. Every step the man took reaffirmed that terror alone would not decide this battle. Not today. Suho's sword cleaved through the last hobgoblin, and the interface confirmed the zone's purification. With the immediate threat eliminated, the man activated a healing skill, releasing a radiant burst that mended the wounded terrain. Restored energy coursed through the earth, erasing the remnants of corruption left behind. Surveying the surroundings, the man noticed the chief hobgoblin still standing. Though outnumbered, the boss radiated brute power. Suho moved ahead, unwavering. While the opponent bared its fangs, he steadily assessed the circumstances. A smirk crossed his look before launching into another assault. Each clash sent shockwaves across the forest, but Suho's attacks weren't breaking through easily. The contrast in attributes made each hit feel shallow, yet the accumulation of damage gradually started to show. Rather than relent, he refined his strikes, targeting weak points from earlier wounds. After a sudden repositioning, the man struck head, and at the exposed flesh, landing a farther blow. The chief hobgoblin reeled and responded by casting terror again. This time the effect failed. Suho held firm, unaffected, his will hardened out of experience. Now immune to the tactic, the man pressed the edge. His sword danced around the fiend, cutting with intent. As the man narrowed in for a decisive kill, Suho whispered to himself this would be the final strike. Suho unleashed a flurry of swift slashes, pushing his frame to its limit. Each strike carved deep inside the chief hobgoblin, who howled in pain as the assaults disrupted its stance. Surrounded by streaks of energy, Suho drove forward, his assault relentless until the rising enemy finally fell. Without wasting time, he initiated a healing skill, casting radiant energy over the battle zone. The chief hobgoblin writhed in confusion, unable to understand Suho's calm look. His power surged, fueled by focus and control, as his voice marked the end of the menace. System messages flooded the air, skills evolved, blade skill efficiency increased, and ranks were upgraded. His progress reflected the intense battle just concluded. Rather than resting, Suho progressed again. The healing light flared once more, its glow illuminating the stunned look of a surviving hobgoblin. Victory didn't slow him. Rising from the illuminated ground, he moved ahead, eyes keen. With one final blow, the man sent the last monster flying towards certain destruction. Suho remained silently as the interface proved the death of the chief hobgoblin. New messages poured in. Master Perception reached rank B, new attributes were awarded, and additional skill upgrades came. The interface displayed the breakdown, increases in strength, mobility, and stamina. Among them, 2 new skills were obtained: Healing Light 2 and Cure 2, both geared toward more progressed healing and opposition. Evaluating the map, the man noted several locations and objectives now available. With his objectives met, Suho grasped the red crystal fragment, the portal's core reward. A calm look crossed his look as he considered his next move. Surrounded by swirling energy, the man stepped inside the collapsing gate. Beyond the distortion, people remained waiting, confused by the sudden shift. A figure slowly appeared. From the turmoil, Suho formed, walking confidently. His sudden return created a stir. Familiar faces watched as the man approached the onlookers, catching everyone off guard. Soon after, news of the portal's conquest reached the South Korean Hunter Association. Inside an office filled alongside tension, officials reviewed the event data. A man in a black suit scrolled through a report, stopping as Suho's name formed. The screen froze. Stillness lingered, but the weight of his return possessed already begun to ripple. Suho approached Jung Cholman, a representative of the South Korean Hunter Association, and introduced himself head on. Though his tone remained casual, his unexpected aura at once stirred curiosity. The two shook hands, and Suho casually mentioned his intent to obtain a hunter's license, despite having just appeared out of an upper-level gate. Inside the association office, confusion grew. Staff reviewed Suho's request and realized it wasn't a license renewal. The man remained unregistered. The shock intensified when they analyzed his test results and proved the man was a healer, class, one of the least offensive roles. The fact that the man possessed solo cleared a gate as a newly awakened healer defied normal expectations. Cholman initiated an informal interview, probing farther inside Suho's background. Suho admitted he dropped out of college and studied physical education. When asked why the man became a healer, he replied, simply, it remained to avoid getting hurt. This contrast between role and action only heightened the uncertainty. Pressed to explain how the man defeated the fiends, Suho kept it simple. There remained no strategy, just instinctual endurance. To prove his claim, the man presented the magical crystals harvested out of the hobgoblins and their chief. The evidence silenced doubts, confirming that the hopeless possessed occurred. Cholman could only nod and begin the process officially. Cholman wondered Suho's desire to become a hunter. Surprised by the sudden commitment, Suho proved his intention, claiming it remained a decision made right after awakening. Although his answer seemed impulsive, the man admitted even he wasn't sure why he felt so determined. Chances passed before Suho shared the reality behind his motivation. He lost his entire family in a gate-related incident and blamed himself for not being strong sufficient to protect them. Since then, the man had encountered monsters alone, seeking meaning in his endurance. The experience left a scar, but it also gave him direction. Suho realized his role wasn't just about fighting, it remained about preventing loss. From that moment, his aim became obvious: to protect others through the Hunter Association. Suho sat confidently across out of the examiner and expressed his decision to become a hunter for the South Korean Hunter Association. The formal responded alongside a mix of admiration and caution, reminding him of the lower pay and strict duties compared to private guilds. Yet Suho's resolve remained firm. The man didn't seek wealth, but structure, justice, and duty. He wished to serve where discipline mattered, and laws protected the people. The formal, surprised by such conviction, wondered if the man truly wanted to take this difficult path. Suho affirmed his intent, noting that despite its flaws, the association upheld integrity unlike corrupt guilds. His passion stunned the examiner, who recognized Suho's rare mindset, someone genuinely driven by public safety over personal gain. While most civil servant hunters avoided threat and preferred administrative work, Suho willingly chose the front lines. He remained a rare applicant, not only competent but deeply patriotic. The interviewer, overwhelmed, rapidly moved to process his documents and stated the 3 needed exams: aptitude, written, and practical. However, registration possessed already narrowed. Even so, since Suho had just cleared a gate alone, the officer gave to submit a late entry request. Suho accepted without pausing, showing no terror despite the limited time to prepare. Suho steadily accepted the tight schedule, seeing the exam as an opportunity, even if the man failed. With assurance, the man requested to take the test tomorrow and inquired about checking his aptitude result that same day. Although he missed the registration fee, he asked the officer to process the magic crystal he had submitted earlier. The staff member agreed, startled but cooperative, preparing both the crystal evaluation and test paperwork. Meanwhile, Suho reflected inwardly, admitting there remained only one man the man truly trusted: team leader Cholman. His support eased Suho's nerves, and the aptitude result shocked them both. It revealed an incredibly high score, confirming his possible. Still, Suho knew passing would require more than talent alone. Hoping to prepare, the man asked for access to the association's library. Cholman allowed it without pausing. Once inside, Suho reviewed available resources and reference books for the upcoming written test. Though time was short, the man stayed attentive. As Cholman saw him off, the man wished Suho luck, genuinely encouraging his effort. As Suho walked away, memories of the past resurfaced. He remembered Cholman's unwavering kindness and faith. While acting unaware of the future felt unnatural, the man knew showing too much would raise suspicion. Still, Suho pressed forward, determined to shape a better outcome this time. After entering the library, Suho searched for a particular book the man remembered out of his earlier life. Although the man possessed knowledge of major events, his memory missed perfect detail. Hoping to gain a crucial skill before the exam, the man scoured the shelves alongside determination. Eventually, a large aged volume caught his notice. Its size and condition matched what the man possessed been seeking. Upon touching the book, a strange reaction occurred. A phrase showed that the book originated out of another world. The moment he started to read, strange symbols formed, confirming its magical nature. Holding it over his head as described in the texts, the man came the proper method to open it. Abruptly, a message indicated that the library of memories possessed taken interest in him. Without warning, his surroundings shifted. Light enveloped him, and pages fluttered inside the air. Chances later, Suho remained inside an enormous mystical library. With a rising tree at its center, he had been granted entry into a hidden realm of ancient knowledge. Within the vast magical space known as the Library of Memories, Suho approached a shining seal containing records of the past. This place preserved not only facts but also painful emotions people wished to forget. Regardless of the mind's natural tendency to erase trauma, the library safeguarded even suppressed truths. Suho's target remained obvious: recover a crucial skill that had once belonged to a former elite of the Hunter Association, a woman named Hexagon, known for her research and dedication. Her past work became a useful lead. Thanks to her archived efforts, Suho uncovered information about a progressed memory-linked skill. Facing the ethereal archive, the man chose to donate his own memory in exchange. Upon approval, the library reacted, pulling him inside its core to document his experiences. Light surged around him as memories reversed and visual data locked inside place. The sealed records opened, unveiling visions out of Suho's final chances before destruction. He gone inside the battle zone of the past, surrounded by allies, some of whom had betrayed him. Determined, the man relived the sensations and emotions of his last stand. While descending through fragmented scenes, Suho recalled the traitors who sacrificed others to survive. Regardless of the pain, the man vowed never to forget them. Remorse flickered across his look. Perhaps a different memory would have been easier. As Suho's consciousness drifted within the library of memories, an unexpected system watchful interrupted his thoughts. Floating panels revealed a startling message. The interface remained, initiating a reboot for player Suho. Caught off guard, he watched as digital particles engulfed his frame, signaling a driven transition. His surroundings started to distort, and everything faded inside a familiar void. When Suho regained awareness, the man found himself alone at the library's center, now eerily silent. Recalling on the past, the man realized the library hadn't just shown him memories it possessed, triggered something far greater. Confirming his suspicions, the man recalled acquiring a rare transcendental skill, one connected to time and regression. Chances later, the man appeared in a different place entirely. A car stopped close by, and as he stepped out, the reality became obvious. He had returned to a moment before his downfall. The opportunity to rewrite everything remained now in his hands. Not only could the man change his fate, but he could also stop the devastating consequences that came the uncontrolled gates. Resolved to act rapidly, Suho approached the Nexus Academy, a prestigious institution out of his past life. With a smile, the man walked inside, aiming to build influence and wealth. His first move, meeting someone alongside whom the man once possessed unfinished business. Suho attempted to meet the academy director without an appointment, but the receptionist initially denied access. Calmly, the man revealed his title as the sole conqueror of a devastating gate, a claim that took undeniable weight. The name alone granted him direct entry. Inside the office, Director Kim Si-hai greeted Suho alongside curiosity. Seated across out of each other, Suho declared his intent to earn a scholarship through the Hunter license exam. His sudden awakening that very day raised the director's eyebrows. Regardless of the short time frame, Suho presented his registration to prove his eligibility. Known for defeating a major gate alone, the man confidently aimed for the top score. In exchange, the man requested to be admitted as a special scholarship student if successful. Suho confidently stated that receiving a scholarship should be natural, given his capabilities. Internally, the man recognized that becoming the top scorer in the Hunter test remained no small feat. However, alongside his experience in defeating countless gates, the man believed it remained possible. Rather of beg, he placed the decision in the director's hands. The director remained cautious. Suho's accomplishments were impressive, but the Hunter test possessed a notoriously low pass rate, with less than Bafenja Arsha's success. Even experienced candidates often failed. Regardless of this, the director saw possible. A proposal remained, gave a suggestion that hinted at a mutually beneficial deal. Suho responded alongside firm terms. If the man never take first place, his request would be void. Nexus wasn't his only option. Academies like Hexagon and Prime remained yet. The man chose Nexus because it remained in a difficult position, lacking recent top performers. That truth unsettled the director. Realizing Nexus's declining prestige, the director saw the opening. If Suho succeeded under their name, it would revive the Academy's reputation. The possible benefit outweighed the risk. Suho's plan earned money and status while boosting Nexus remained sound in the end. The director accepted. If Suho ranked first, the man would receive Sembayuni Lion. With the deal set, both sides prepared for what came next. The sheer size impressed him, it rivaled an amusement park. Confident that enrollment would guarantee comfort, the man expressed gratitude to the guide who possessed shown him around so late. Just as the group walked by the training grounds, Suho noticed a solo figure on the playground. The man vigorously training at night turned out to be Kang Daehan, the Academy's most dedicated student. In Suho's earlier life, Daehan became a top-tier tank in the nation, earning widespread respect. However, now the man remained still developing. Suho rapidly noticed that Daehan remained using an axe, not a shield, hinting the man hadn't discovered his ideal class yet. Seeing this as an opportunity, Suho chose to form a relationship early. Since Daehan would eventually join the Great Hunter Association, building trust now could benefit both of them later. Upon introduction, the two exchanged greetings. Curious, Suho asked about Daehan's weapon choice. Daehan stated his aim to become a melee fighter, and that the axe remained recommended for his build. Although the man had been training with it for 2 years, he admitted he remained still training. Regardless of his modesty, Suho recognized Daehan's possible and reviewed guiding his path forward. As morning arrived, the Hunter exam day began. Suho observed the Academy's tense atmosphere. While others nervously prepared in groups, the man steadily remained alone. Unlike the rest, the man had already mapped out every outcome in his thoughts with precision.
At the examination center, civil service applicants are called forward for drug testing. Ordered by test number, Suho steadily joins the line, unbothered. Though the test remains meant to reduce pressure, based abuse, the man knows it's useless. True cheaters don't use typical drugs, the group use skill buffs, which are much harder to trace. Suho activates his enhanced senses, watching as blue energy swirls around examinees. The visual manifestation confirms his suspicion. Many are using illegal buffs. Even the lady ahead exhibits a magic signature far above her rank. He frowns. Clearly, these results won't reflect true abilities. Then a notification pops. He's mastered magic detection. Sharpening his skill to see through their lies. Magic detection fully activated, Suho gazes out. More cheaters than expected. The test center glows alongside corrupted auras, showing the widespread abuse. It's been a long time since the man saw such a mess, but thankfully, one man seems clean, his magic flow natural and unaltered. Suho silently takes note of him. Later, as results are analyzed, candidates joke about how absurdly hard the written test was. One recalls using a memory buff and feeling like a cheater. Suho remains approached by team leader Jing Cholman, who casually asks about his test experience. Suho plays it cool, but tension lingers. Cholman compliments Suho's assurance, noting the exam's difficulty. Suho asks why buff checks weren't done. Cholman seems puzzled, having never reviewed it. Suho, thoughtful, explains the man sensed something odd, hinting at widespread cheating. Their conversation shifts, but the implication hangs heavy. Suho sees what others can't. Suho urges team leader Jing Cholman to observe the examinees alongside magic detection. Together, the group view the swirling auras around each candidate. Regardless of the exam's drug tests and clothing swaps meant to prevent cheating, many are plainly using hidden skills. Suho subtly suggests the group aren't checking for skill buffs properly. Cholman, now aware of the deception, agrees to inspect the examinees before the practical test. As Suho prepares to leave, Cholman calls out to him. With sincerity, the man says he hopes Suho passes because he personally wants to work alongside him. Suho, surprised but composed, nods in acknowledgement. They part alongside a mutual respect, and Suho feels a rare sense of support. 30 minutes later, candidates gather at the test venue due to equipment issues. The practical exam remains delayed. Suho watches steadily as the examinees are asked to wait. He muses that the organizers acted fast, as expected. Out of 1,200 applicants, the passing rate will be brutally low, especially if the cheaters are recognized. True talent will shine through the turmoil. Determined to scout promising individuals, Suho scans the onlookers. Abruptly, a bold candidate demands a sparring match. Suho, uninterested, brushes him off. Insults are hurled. Suho stays calm, refusing to fight needlessly. But before the confrontation ends, a third party intervenes, attacking the challenger mid-sentence alongside ruthless precision. Suho watches as turmoil unfolds, the air now rushed with threat and hostility. As tension rises, Suho steadily stages between the violent candidates, One attacker lashes out, but Suho diffuses the circumstances effortlessly. The troublemaker, caught off guard, remains stunned by Suho's composure. Regardless of not being an officer, Suho commands the scene. He assures everyone he'll manage it and urges them to avoid getting dragged inside unnecessary trouble. The challenger, annoyed, demands to know why Suho remains interfering. Smiling brightly, Suho introduces himself as An Suho. If the figure truly wants a sparring partner, Suho volunteers. The response remains mocking Suho is dismissed as too weak. The challenger walks off, claiming Suho's earlier luck won't help him again. But Suho doesn't back down. He taunts him lightly, questioning if he's scared to confirm whether it remained luck. His words dig deep. The challenger snaps, boiling alongside rage. Suho's calm assurance stings more than any insult, provoking him inside accepting the duel. The match begins in a blur. Suho counters rapidly, flipping the figure to the earth with ease. Observers gasp. The brute possessed no opportunity. Suho watches him writhe, unfazed. The crowd remains stunned. Suho's strength speaks volumes without arrogance. With a grin, Suho acknowledges the challenge remained accepted. He directs them to the sparring arena, following formal procedure. Regardless of the onlookers, no one stages in. Suho silently notes how even the personnel allowed the mock fight to escalate, but he'll ensure things don't go too far when it gets true. The match officially begins as the proctor signals the start. Without pausing, the challenger charges in aggressively, swinging with brute power. Suho steadily blocks each strike, countering alongside accurate movements. As the clash intensifies, the opponent's wild attacks reveal his lack of control. Suho, watching closely, remains composed and waits for an opening. A quick maneuver disrupts the opponent's stance. Seeing frustration build, Suho prepares his next move, unfazed by the menaces hurled at him during the heated duel. Park Yong, known as the Mad Swordsman, remained surrounded by a menacing red aura, blade unsheathed. Driven by an insatiable thirst, the man sought out fights not for endurance but improvement. Every victory grew his obsession for sharper technique and immense strength. Years later, Suho encountered Park Yong's name during civil service battle evaluations, a place where power met order. Without pausing, Suho challenged the infamous duelist, determined to test his refined skills in this life. Park Yong responded alongside swift violence, sending an opponent crashing across the arena. Suho steadily dodged the assault, unimpressed by the wild strength displayed. His movements accurate, he countered effortlessly, hinting at experience far beyond the present rank test. Park Yong smirked, intrigued by Suho's poise and hidden possible. Realizing the man possessed underestimated his foe, Park Yong declared he'd fight at full strength. Energy flared again, the arena darkened as red power engulfed him. In response, Suho accepted the challenge, ready to engage without restraint. Clashing swords ignited shockwaves as both combatants moved alongside terrifying speed. Suho parried a powerful strike, meeting strength alongside clean, decisive precision. The duel escalated violently, each exchange cracking the earth beneath their feet. Park Yong unleashed heavier strikes, forcing Suho to respond alongside sharper focus and tighter guard. Provoked by Suho's composure, the man intensified his aura, seeking to overwhelm through brute aggression. Suho remained observant, aware that Park Yong's strength surged alongside each emotional outburst. The arena trembled as Park Yong launched a massive attack, shouting alongside violent determination. Convinced of his own victory, he misjudged the finishing strike's effect. Suho steadily deflected the strike, surprising both Park Yong and the watching crowd. Shock filled Park Yong's face as Suho parried alongside calculated power. He mocked the slow telegraphed attack, claiming experience possessed sharpened his reflexes beyond expectation. Angered, Park Yong launched another flurry, pushing the duel inside a violent exchange of swordplay. Suho dodged rapidly, repositioning himself while avoiding a critical hit. Park Yong's blade surged alongside red energy as the man struck down with all his might. Rather of faltering, Suho caught him mid-swing and counterattacked instantly. Bloodied and stunned, Park Yong stared with disbelief as his frame hit the ground. Suho stated simply that the assault was too slow, ending the clash. Park Yong fell completely, defeated by speed, precision, and superior control. Seeing Park Yong's condition, Suho chose to end it before the figure's pride shattered completely. With Park Yong now obsessed solely alongside surpassing him, Suho anticipated fewer future disruptions. He turned steadily toward the approaching staff, signaling the circumstances was under control. Startled by the outcome, the supervisor hurried to respond after being called out. Without complaint, Suho handed over Park Yong and exited the stage without another word. Elsewhere in the center, injured participants were took out for recovery and care. Noticing the increased number of powerful applicants, Suho assessed the new environment silently. Since his equipment differed out of the standard, the man remained guided to a separate testing zone. After taking position, the man nodded at the technician and laid back to begin. The system initialized rapidly, linking his consciousness to the simulation's core interface. Advancement climbed steadily as circuits analyzed neural input and stabilized connections. Once fully synced, Suho's awareness gone inside the digital realm of the virtual portal. Amid a destroyed cityscape, cries for help rang out of beneath the rubble. The urgency of the purpose became obvious as he spotted civilians in threat. Determined to respond, Suho progressed toward the turmoil alongside purpose. At the heart of the Hunter test lies the practical exam, measuring each candidate's true compatibility. The test scenarios shift annually, alongside conditions adapting to better reflect true battle roles. Performance remains typically rated by endurance duration and number of foes defeated. However, healer evaluations follow a unique standard, attentive less on battle and more on sacrifice. Candidates who risk their lives to protect others earn greater recognition during the exam. Suho, aware of this bias, notes how most healers lack strength to defend effectively. He walks into the menace zone, retrieving a hidden blade as chaos erupts ahead. Instead of hesitate, Suho steadily prepares to eliminate the menace approaching the target. Protecting the purpose subject becomes his immediate priority, ignoring distractions around him. Kneeling beside the wounded girl, the man checks her condition and ensures the woman remains stable. Though frightened, the woman listens as the man assures her that help remains on the way. For Suho, the true target is enduring long sufficient to shield her until rescue arrives. He takes position ahead of her, determined to intercept anything that threatens her safety. The scenario ends, fading back to the white simulation chamber filled alongside watching beds. While praised, Suho silently reflects the man still believes he should have done even better. Suho gave a silent nod of thanks, his stage is firm despite the lingering exhaustion. With curiosity, Director Shin checked the outcome just 9 minutes and 4 seconds possessed past. Contrastingly, another examiner pointed out he'd been inside for over 30 full minutes. A double check proved the time Suho possessed indeed lasted longer than most participants. This performance, though unexpected, caused doubt due to his blade-wielding appearance. Clarification came at once. The man wasn't a warrior at all, but officially registered as a healer. Inside the simulation, healing energy flowed out of Suho's hand as the man aided the fallen woman. Rather of escape, he stayed beside her, facing waves of attackers head on. Regardless of constant threat, the man fulfilled every condition by never leaving the patient's side. Each moment, the man balanced attack and recovery, refusing to escape. His actions left no room for disqualification. The man upheld every rule without pausing. Recognition spread silently. The highest scorer possessed already made his mark. A massive beast lunged, jaws open. But Suho moved before it struck, sweeping through foes alongside precision. The man cleared the path in seconds. At the center of turmoil, Suho held firm, unmoved, alert, and resolute. Realizing his performance wasn't sufficient, Suho pushed himself to react alongside greater urgency. A sudden burst of power ignited beneath his feet, accelerating him toward the opponent line. Moving alongside precision, the man slashed through monsters without breaking formation or losing control. His sword returned to hand, ready for the next wave already closing in. Monsters fell in swift succession, each blow clean and unhesitating. Within seconds, shining strikes crossed the field, leaving behind an obvious path of devastation. Victory settled in as the zone cleared, confirming the simulation's end. Text notices marked his successful completion and exceptional endurance time. Instead of celebrate, he silently examined the outcomes projected before him. Several sword techniques formed on screen, hinting at possible future combinations. System approval came. His custom blade skill style would be formally recognized. With calm resolve, Suho registered the title, Guardian Sword, a symbol of his unique path. Amid a burning sky and crumbling wreckage, Suho faces the final chances of a doomed scenario. An enigmatic interface appears, offering one last opportunity to rewrite fate. Without pausing, he accepts the interface's prompt. Energy surges through his frame as the item in his hand activates. The system reacts instantly, noticing his intent to change everything. Light bursts outward as a skill awakens sword god proficiency, reborn out of a lifetime of battle and sacrifice. Across the battle zone, an enemy smirks while unleashing a horde of monsters. Their orders are obvious: eliminate everything. Suho draws his blade steadily, eyes fixed on the oncoming threat. No terror remains. Steel flashes as the man advances. There's no hesitation, every enemy will fall. At the control center, stunned observers witness a complete sweep. The test ends alongside Suho defeating every creature. Even the injured are treated under his care. Surprising the personnel further, one formal silently concedes. Rankings are irrelevant now. Elsewhere, Hexagon instructors confidently praise Ki-hyun, certain he'll top the list, boasting about their investment. The group await confirmation. Then confusion spreads as unexpected data flashes on screen. The result stuns the chamber. On Suho remains top candidate. Whispers ripple, who remains he, and what happened to Ki-hyun. Just then, a phone rings. The guildmaster remains already reaching out. Suho picks up the call, addressing the team leader alongside firm composure. Recognition rapidly follows. The leader expresses delayed congratulations and acknowledges Suho's top-ranking success alongside genuine admiration. Rather of lingering on praise, the topic shifts. Suho's results helped uncover a group of cheaters. With those cheaters exposed, future test rules are set to become stricter and more secure. Suho supports the decision firmly, stating that fairness in evaluation remains critical. Asked about his future, the man reveals plans to eventually join the Great Hunter Association. As the call nears its end, the team leader reminds him to eat during the lunch hour. Suho ends the call, briefly smiling in silent gratitude. Without wasting time, the man descends the stages, deciding to find a meal. Riding in a taxi, Suho reflects on the earlier conversation, sensing unease. That strained voice out of before echoes in his thoughts. Just then, another call arrives. The man answers steadily. The caller congratulates him and confirms successful payment out of an earlier agreement. Kim Soo, A of Nexus Guild, offers him a position, highlighting exclusive benefits. In response, Suho questions how far they're willing to negotiate to meet his expectations. Suho politely declines the Nexus Guild's invitation, explaining the man already has personal plans for the day. From the car opening, the man considers how joining Nexus might align alongside his scholarship status. The guild representative responds eagerly, vowing to adapt to his schedule and secure his decision. After ending the call, Suho smiles, sensing the other person's excitement through the phone. Upon arrival, the man reflects on passing the test and officially receiving his license and report. With formalities completed, the man heads inside the next phase of work, attentive now on farming. Lighthouse General Market remained tall as Suho finished gathering his critical supplies. Glancing at his checklist, he verified that all necessary items had been established. Determined to find proper gear, the man made his way toward a silent place called Toyang Ironworks. Upon entering, Suho greeted the blacksmith and stated his need for a lightweight weapon. Explaining the man possessed recently become a hunter. He sought something practical and effective. Directed to a neglected section, the man walked over to inspect older, cheaper weapons. Dust coated the racks, but one weapon caught his notice alongside its faint glow. Although lacking formal identification, it emitted a subtle aura unlike the others. Chances later, an interface notice appeared as magic detection had identified a hidden relic. Blue energy swirled around the polearm as the man firmly grasped it. A small smile formed. Suho realized he'd found something useful. With weapon in hand, the man stepped outside. Certain the shopkeeper possessed underestimated its worth. Without pausing, the man activated the weapon's core. Power surged violently, surrounding him in arcs of energy. As the weapon awakened, a forgotten consciousness started to stir. A sudden wave of energy hit Suho as the weapon rapidly absorbed his magic power. Barely holding on, the man staggered under the pressure, surrounded by crackling blue lightning. With a final push, the man released the weapon to prevent total exhaustion and fell back. Kneeling on the earth, Suho assessed the aftermath of the weapon's immense draw. He concluded that only those alongside high mana levels could manage such a demanding tool. Not ready yet, the man promised himself to grow stronger and fully unlock its possible. Meanwhile, the morning sun shone brightly over the PBS building's glass exterior. Inside, a reporter worked silently until a sudden beep interrupted his focus. Surprised, Jo Jin, Hui answered the call and remained greeted by Suho's introduction. Recognition dawned. Suho remained the top hunter candidate out of this year's national test. Memories of the Sonodom Gate raid flashed through Joe's mind, confirming Suho's identity. He admitted finding Suho's blog impressed by his determination, despite modest beginnings. Joe made it obvious the man wasn't offering submission but proposing equal partnership. Collaborating, the man argued, could benefit them both in credibility and exposure. Though cautious, Suho reviewed the offer seriously. It aligned alongside his goals more than expected. Jo Jin, Hui wondered Suho's intent, doubting someone would reject major guilds for public service. He mentioned large organizations like Prime and Hexagon, viewing Suho's aim as unrealistic. Without pausing, Suho affirmed his plan to join the Hunter Association and serve head. In the field,
Joe expressed doubt, wondering if Suho's choice came out of past trauma or rejection. Suho clarified his identity as a gate orphan, committed to ending gate-related tragedies. The reporter paused, noticing the seriousness in Suho's answer and recalling on his own thoughts. Rather of debating further, Suho proposed a bet to prove himself through action. He revealed plans to conquer the Spire of Challenge alone as a demonstration of skill. Confident in his abilities, Suho claimed success would earn Ja's respect and recognition. Known for his unmatched integrity, Jo Jin-Hui remained as both a top player and influential reporter. His fearless exposure of corruption stirred discomfort among powerful figures who labeled him a growing threat. Eventually, the man vanished out of public life, silenced by those he dared to challenge yet not forgotten by all. Suho approached Jin-Hui with a strange proposal: exclusive coverage if he conquered the Spire solo. Intrigued by the assurance, Jin-Hui hesitated but recognized the possible benefit of such an alliance. With cautious acceptance, the man agreed, curious whether Suho could truly defy expectations. Annoyance flashed across Jin-Hui's face as the man replayed the bold request on his phone. Regardless of his frustration, something about Suho's tone and resolve made him pause. He couldn't shake the feeling Suho wasn't bluffing, and his words didn't ring false. Lying back in his chair, Jin-Hui wondered his own sanity. Still, the man accepted the uncertainty and resolved to follow through. After all, this gamble came alongside no true risk. At the Spire's base, Suho arrived alone, ready to take on the challenge. He presented his ID without pausing, earning a curious glance from the portal keeper. When asked, Suho proved his intent: he would climb the Spire alone. Suho inquired about solo attempts, prompting the personnel member to respond cautiously alongside hesitation. After reviewing Suho's newly issued license, the portal keeper wondered his readiness for independent entry. Rather of backing down, Suho stated his preference to proceed alone, confident in his approach. Approval remained granted alongside a warning and reminder of the entry fee to be paid later. As he walked toward the Spire, Suho recognized the advice but showed no terror. He reviewed the Spire ideal for progress, especially with his level reset to the beginning. Upon stepping inside, the man was surrounded by radiant energy as the portal sealed behind him. Blue panels formed mid-air, explaining withdrawal conditions and entry protocol within the Spire. With determination in his gaze, Suho remained ready for whatever awaited beyond the mist. Abruptly, a green monster appeared, signaling the start of Suho's first true challenge. Dodging rapidly, he read the beast's movements and prepared his counterattack. Rather of panic, he analyzed steadily, planning each action with calculated precision. Recognizing the menace of being overwhelmed, Suho remained grounded and patient. Rather of retreating, he struck back fiercely, cutting into the beast's exposed side. Drive shifted as his blade landed, pushing the beast back alongside power. Suho realized defeating the fiend wouldn't be difficult, but something about it felt off. Stepping forward with purpose, he raised his blade, only to see several copies emerge. Rather of terror, he noted this replication was exactly why many avoided solo entry. Blades clashed alongside slime as Suho moved rapidly through the growing swarm. Without losing focus, the man struck down clones, maintaining control over the fast-paced battle. Drive stayed in his favor, though more foes surged from the ground with each strike. Launching inside the air, the man dodged incoming attacks and prepared a keen counter. With agile movement, the man twisted mid-air and drove his blade into a core body surrounded by magical aura. Suho's final blow triggered a brief pause in the opponent's assault. Facing a massive limb, Suho grabbed it confidently as it tried to strike. With a smirk, he anchored his frame using the beast's own weight against it. A burst came, he flipped the fiend over, crashing it into the horde. As slashes cleared the zone, the Spire announced his success in completing the first floor. Advancing toward the next gate, the man recognized the arrival of the second floor challenge, ready to continue. Suho encountered the next rank with unwavering focus and keen resolve. Legends tell of a time when challengers reached the 48th floor of the Spire. That achievement, long past, remained accomplished through coordinated party efforts. Today, even the 29th floor requires teamwork, but Suho chooses to go alone. After clearing floor 18, the interface awaits his decision for the next ordeal. Rather of rest, he silently stages forward, eyes fixed on the path ahead. A shining circle activates beneath him, signaling the start of the 19th floor. Rather of waves of foes, a solo creature guards this rank. Its solitary aura implies far greater strength than those before. Suho charges with intent, aiming to end the clash rapidly. The monster appears mid-air, fierce and imposing. Without pausing, Suho strikes down, channeling maximum force into the first blow. His blade lands cleanly, cutting through the beast before it reacts. Blood spills as the beast collapses, signaling victory. Suho delays the next challenge, eyes narrowing at the corpse. It remains intact, strange hinting at a hidden reward yet to be claimed. Suho examined the curved horn tightly clutched in his hand, and strange item alongside specific value, rather of using it head. He activated mana detection to uncover its hidden purpose. A bright glow appeared from the corpse close by, guiding his notice to a concealed location. Blue energy pulsed through the air as part of the wall slowly opened. He discovered Red Gain's secret cave, a hidden reward out of the earlier battle. Inside, the man recognized the structure, Fortress King Jang Pyongo's legendary subspace house. This subspace wasn't produced alongside common items, it held unique properties unlike any other. Suho reached toward the entrance, and its energy responded at once to his aura. Living beings could freely enter or exit, making it far more versatile than standard items. He stepped inside the shining portal and found himself inside a cave. Like interior, a notification proved the original owner possessed died, offering Suho ownership. With no hesitation, the man accepted the offer, reaching forward to complete the bond. The system granted him full control. The man now owned the subspace houses, unlike a normal object. It registered as a skill linked to his mana. Curious, he wondered if the space might evolve further under his power. A sudden wave of light forces Suho to shield his gaze as the structure changes. The subspace house transforms inside a modern interior, brighter and far more expansive than expected. He realizes the house responds to mana levels, growing and adapting to the user's traits. Memory surface of Jang Pyongo, who used this space for criminal dealings and smuggling. Suho recalls his past struggles tracking him down, filled alongside sleepless nights and frustration. Now in control of the subspace, the man halts Jang's ambitions and resumes climbing the tower. News reports highlight Suho's origins out of Nexus Academy and his past as a solo conqueror. Standing outside, Jojin HWI reads the headlines, puzzled by Suho's unexpected public recognition. Though Suho once aimed to become a civil servant, media certainty suggests he is joining Nexus instead. A system watchful flashes floor 30 has just been cleared, catching Joe's immediate notice. Crowds gather as floor 31 begins, alongside murmurs questioning which guild might be behind the advance. Barely chances later, floor 31 remains conquered, leaving onlookers stunned by the unexplained speed. Joe stares at the screen, suspecting the climber might be the once flashy Suho. Even alongside doubts, the man realizes the possibility it hasn't been long since Suho retired. Confirmation arrives. Suho has conquered floor 31 and remains moving to the next rank. At Nexus HQ, executives react with doubt to Suho's explosive tower advancement. Real-time updates confirm his streak, prompting urgency among the higher-ups. To recruit him, the group consider offering terms beyond standard negotiations. One formal suggests escalating the offer before rival guilds intervene. Outside, the tower glows. Suho remains now starting floor 48 without pause. His unmatched pace leaves no doubt. Securing him would be a historic acquisition. A sudden call interrupts Jeong Cheol. Min's thoughts surprised to see the vice president contacting him. He answers, confirming his location at the Spire of Challenge in Pangyo without pausing. Though the man claims only a casual link to Suho, the caller insists familiarity remains sufficient. The vice president unexpectedly assigns Cheol, Min the task of bringing Suho over at once. Caught off guard, Min questions whether this remains for recruitment inside the Hunter Association. To his disappointment, it's merely for a photo opportunity alongside the present president. Frustrated by such shallow directives, Min reflects on the incompetence of present leadership. Slumping on a bench, the man mutters complaints about unqualified officials tarnishing the association's reputation. Looking ahead at the shining tower, the man struggles to find a convincing reason to approach Suho. Meanwhile, Suho slams his blade into the earth, clearing floor 48 with sheer force. His breathing heavy, the man rests briefly while the interface confirms the record update. Bonus attributes are awarded, but constant climbing has started to wear him down. Regardless of exhaustion, Suho checks his status rank 39, alongside high attributes boosts his morale instantly. Reaching this rank and earning stat bonuses brings him both satisfaction and a sense of reward. With points allocated, Suho rises again, determined to continue forward without slowing. Suho stages forward as the crystal activates, initiating the final ordeal of the tower. A wave of energy engulfs him while the interface confirms the start of floor 49. From the darkness emerges the final opponent, the master of the tower. The tower dragon appears in a violent burst, its rank displayed as 49.
Suho approaches steadily, locking eyes alongside the massive beast rising over him. Noticing the dragon's threat rank, the man assesses its power and prepares to strike. He recalls earlier battles and senses the challenge here far surpasses anything before. Drawing his armament without pausing, Suho charges with precise determination. He leaps inside the air, launching his assault toward the dragon without delay.
A rising dragon barrels through the battle zone, hurling debris as it crushes an unfortunate man underfoot. The creature's relentless charge sends shockwaves through the earth, leaving ruin in its path. Staggering back, the young man watches with disbelief at the fiend's speed and unnatural agility. The dragon launches another assault, claws raised and shining alongside violent energy. Wind pressure tears across the zone, lifting the figure off balance and dragging him closer to danger. Flung helplessly, the man tumbles midair, unable to resist the pull of the beast's massive aura. Landing roughly, the man rolls to safety, narrowly avoiding being swallowed whole. In one motion, the man rises and draws his armament, eyes locked on the beast. He slashes alongside precision, but the assault only causes the dragon to recoil briefly. Its retaliation comes rapidly, forcing the figure into a desperate retreat. Dodging left, he drags his blade along the earth, but the beast remains unfazed. He glares his strongest strike, failed to leave even a visible mark. A glow out of the beast's chest surges before it lunges again. The collision shakes the earth, sending him crashing inside rubble. Bruised but conscious, the man realizes this monster isn't just fast. It is nearly invincible. Hidden among the debris, the figure catches his breath as the dragon prowls just meters away. He assesses the circumstances. Only his high attributes kept him alive after the earlier blow. Although it's not a upper-level dragon, its natural endurance makes normal attacks useless. Remembering his training, the man recalls the dragon type monster's universal weak point, the reverse scale. Because this creature isn't rank 100, it likely can't conceal that vulnerability completely. From behind cover, the man spots it shining faintly on the tail. The weak point remains exposed. With the target in sight, the man rapidly calculates the angle and prepares to engage. A swift leap off the rock propels him forward as momentum builds. He slashes through the air, zigzagging between obstacles, closing in on the reverse scale. His blade pierces the shining spot alongside precision, sending shock through the dragon's body. Its eyes widen in pain, an obvious sign the hit connected effectively. The beast howls and thrashes, forcing him back. This fight won't end easily. Realizing time isn't on his side, the man dashes again toward the weakened scale. One thought drives him: kill it before the beast adapts or heals. With another strike aimed head on at the eye, the man commits fully to ending it. The dragon unleashes a roar, activating dragon terror, sending waves of magic across the battle zone. Caught in the effect, the figure falters as hallucinations cloud his thoughts and his frame freezes. Even after attempting to dispel it, the terror lingers. This mental attack exceeds normal opposition levels. Still recovering, he's struck again by the blast of immense energy pouring out of the dragon's mouth. Regaining some control, the man spots the oncoming threat too late to react effectively. The dragon's follow-up slam lands head, unhurling his frame into the dirt with crushing power. A terrifying creature burst forth, engulfed in swirling purple light as it screamed inside the void. The shockwave slammed inside Suho's body, sending him stumbling backward out of the sheer power. Clenching his jaw, the man rapidly gathered himself and shouted the command to enter. Lightning surged as the beast struck, thrusting Suho hard into the earth. Momentum hurled him across the combat zone, his frame skidding with brutal impact. Ignoring the pain, the man crawled toward the shining device, desperate to reach it in time. A massive roar paralyzed him, dragon terror pressing down like a suffocating weight. With trembling hands, the man uncorked the potion and driven it down his throat. As its effect spread, the hallucinations faded and his thoughts cleared. Inside the subspace house, the man fell, breathing heavily, relieved the beast couldn't follow. The man noted the potion out of Dong Demon possessed proven useful. Still catching his breath, the man admitted the circumstances was harsher than expected. Even after purging the terror, opposition hadn't formed. Escape and recovery seemed to be his only options for now. Encountered with limits, the man reviewed one last resort, seeking help from the Mad Grinder. Shining magic symbols activated as Suho absorbed the lowest tier combination formula through a skill book. Next, the man summoned the combination jar, and critical tool for merging junk-grade materials. Though commonly dismissed as worthless, Suho knew hidden possible lingered in those seemingly trivial items. He inserted the thief's socks, the musician's instrument, and the janitor's broom inside the jar. With all pieces in place, the combination began an event few would ever dare attempt. A sudden glow broke out as the jar reacted unexpectedly, then proved success. From the blinding light, a rare treasure appeared, a ring named the first Mu Mu Mu. Holding the SV ranked item, Suho earned bonus attributes from the interface's recognition. This edge warned him how powerful the regressor's privileges truly were. He reflected on how first items often shrank, grew in power alongside their users. The ring bound itself to Suho, its energy surging violently as it activated. Purple light engulfed his hand, completing the link between wielder and treasure. Suho recalled how the differentiator's past knowledge revealed this hidden formula's existence. Calling up his status opening, he reviewed his present attributes and planned his next move. 4 points were invested inside magic. Finally raising the stat to an even 100. Suho's magic stat surpassed the threshold, officially reaching the red rank for the initial time. He recalled his earlier life where red remained only achieved near rank 50, yet now faster. Understanding the ranking system, the man knew 700 points were needed to break inside purple tier. After allocating his attributes, Suho turned to the next task awaiting his notice. An old spear lay before him, surrounded by energy as the man began the awakening process, channeling magic inside the weapon. The man prepared for the consciousness within it to rise. As the flow intensified, the spear's dormant spirit stirred, starting its long-awaited revival. Energy spiraled wildly as Suho endured the strain of merging power and intent. Though difficult, the man pushed through, determined to complete the bond no matter the opposition. Magic fully infused the weapon, granting it form and awakening its identity ghost spear, rank of Fey. Now wielding its full strength, Suho moved ahead alongside the spear tightly in hand. With resolve burning in his gaze, the man declared the start of the next confrontation. A forbidden relic forged out of divine beast bones, the ghost spear radiated alongside ominous purple energy, bound to Suho upon awakening. The weapon enabled shadow-based abilities and progressed regeneration. Its origin traced back to the Shadow King, once feared as the true master of darkness. Without pausing, Suho summoned the spear using the skill Ghost Shadow, drawing power out of his shadow. Dark energy twisted and solidified, forming the spear piece by piece in midair. After gripping the completed weapon, the man proved its structure was intact and battle-ready, with firm stages. Suho approached the combat zone where the slumbering dragon remained still. Its massive form stirred as round 2 began, challenging him once more. Lunging out of the subspace, Suho aimed precisely at the exposed reverse scale. Snow crunched beneath his feet while the man moved inside position near the beast's flank. A wave of energy spiraled around his arm as he readied to strike. Lowering his stance, the man readied the ghost spear for maximum impact. Suho launched forward in a flash, spear cutting through the air alongside lethal speed. Black-purple power burst out violently as the tip neared its target. The dragon's eye widened in shock as the blow struck dead center. A deafening roar exploded out of the dragon as Suho rushed straight at its core. Without pausing, he drove the ghost spear into the exposed scale with brutal power. Dust settled as the man landed back inside the subspace, breath controlled and stance firm. Thanks to his precision, the fear-inducing aura had failed to take hold of his thoughts. Careful planning and quick withdrawals chipped away at the beast's endurance. Victory felt within reach, and Suho sharpened his focus for the finishing strike. Cautious strikes were no longer effective. The dragon kept its guard high. Still, Suho recognized the beast's strength dropped far out of its prime. Drive surged as the man sprinted forward, committing fully to an all-out confrontation. Attacks exchanged rapidly, echoing through the chamber in bursts of impact and sparks. With agile movement, the man ducked low, sliding beneath the dragon's lunging claws. Upward the man rose, spear pulsing with dark energy as he readied to strike again. Accurate thrust shattered the shining green core embedded in the beast's chest. As the beast fell, its final roar faded inside stillness and crumbling stone. From high above, Suho watched the aftermath unfold, a faint smirk forming in relief. An explosive strike shattered the earth beneath Suho as he launched downward with maximum force. The dragon, wounded but enraged, rushed forward through the falling debris and broken terrain. Regardless of its wounds, the beast advanced with relentless speed, forcing the combat zone into chaos. Quick footsteps rang as Suho narrowed in again, refusing to give the fiend any space. A clash came as the man struck its weakened body, sending shockwaves across the arena. Overwhelmed by damage and pain, the dragon unleashed a fear-inducing scream across the chamber. Suho's spear pierced the last exposed spot, fully breaking the beast's reverse scale. Blue messages proved the dragon's energy fading as Suho activated a purification potion. With status cleansed, the man progressed again, fully resisting the terror effect this time. Leaping high,
Suho gripped his blade tightly and drove it down on the beast's head. The strike landed clean, ending the dragon's opposition alongside a final crushing blow. Notifications confirmed victory as Suho stood tall, having defeated the Spire Dragon in the end. The tower dragon fell, its blood pooling beneath its dead form as Suho remained victorious. A system watchful proved his feat, clearing the 49th floor and setting a historic record. In recognition, he received bonus attributes, while the interface initiated a farther evaluation of his run. Leveling up instantly, his attributes surged across the board, recalling his swift progress. Among the rewards remained Healing Spirit, a rare support skill once thought unattainable. The system recognized his unique performance and granted access to a hidden reward. Dragon Blood's rank formed in his inventory and skill tied to ancient legends. Suho recalled Yongma mentioning this power, once found deep in the Dragon Mountains. Even without a dragon's lineage, the man now possessed its strength, alongside future upgrades locked for now. Grinning, Suho approached the fallen beast, determined to extract every remaining benefit. Ghost Shadow appeared, ready to feed on the beast's lingering essence. It surged forward, reacting reflexively to the remnants of the dragon's shadow. Violet tendrils spiraled outward as Ghost Shadow devoured the rising silhouette. The process ended alongside complete absorption, blanketing the zone in pulsing energy. Now enhanced to S rank, the skill obtained hidden traits, surpassing known descriptions. As Suho poured mana inside Ghost Shadow, part of its consciousness unexpectedly awakened. New information formed on the interface, indicating the item's properties possessed undergone a dramatic shift. Reviewing the update, the man discovered the weapon's rank possessed increased and gained new functions. Among the additions remained Shadow Restraint, a skill capable of binding targets through their darkness. Shadow Bleed came, inflicting continuous damage as long as the fangs were embedded. Pleased with the outcomes, Suho started to leave, but paused after spotting something on the earth. At his feet lay a large white fang, plainly not a normal item. Identifying it as a dragon fang alongside a deadly shrank curse, the man grasped its rarity. This confirmed the reality. The Spire Dragon had been a pure blood all along. Ready to exit, Suho turned as the tower radiated light, signaling the end of the ordeal. Abruptly, players were expelled inside the open, flung out of the collapsing challenge zone. The event created a stir, drawing notice across the entire city. Onlookers stared in awe, murmuring about the figure who conquered the tower alone. All eyes eventually landed on Suho, standing calm amidst the turmoil. To the gathering crowd, the man no longer looked like a civil servant but a legend. Cameras and microphones crowded around Suho as the press swarmed in for a statement. Regardless of their persistence, the man showed obvious signs of fatigue from the earlier battle. Realizing his wounds were more severe than expected, he concentrated only on recovering. Meanwhile, a reporter standing outside the turmoil tried capturing the unfolding scene. Suho's sudden approach startled him, confirming the rumors of his endurance and success. Before the reporter could react, Suho narrowed the gap and addressed him head-on. Surprised by the encounter, the reporter wondered how Suho bypassed the onlookers. Suho stated that the man had erased his aura using a specialized stealth technique, Jojin. The reporter, composed himself and ready to proceed alongside the interview. A brief handshake proved their mutual intent to work together moving forward. Suho gave one last opportunity to back out, testing the reporter's resolve. Without pausing, they gone inside the car, leaving the curious crowd behind. While Suho drives across the close, a call-out of team leader Jeong Keol-min comes through. Keol-min praises Suho for clearing the Spire of Challenge, expressing remorse they couldn't meet head. On choosing solitude, Suho explains the man left to rest and declines an offer for a ride. Rather of pushing, Keol-min casually invites Suho to stop by the association if he's not too tired. The tower, long believed unbeatable, shocks the association by being conquered unexpectedly. Due to its scale, the group now plan a full investigation, treating it as more than a simple gate. Suho listens in stillness, assuring Keol-min he'll ask for data if necessary. After hanging up, the man suspects higher officials pressured Keol-min to contact him. Although the man sympathizes alongside the team leader, Suho refuses to be manipulated. He imagines Keol-min facing backlash and silently promises to shield him someday. Curious, Jojin Hui asks why someone of Suho's caliber chose civil service over profit. To him, Suho could easily thrive in private guilds alongside unmatched freedom. Suho counters that government guilds possess unmatched authority despite less fame. Power alone means little. Even a coup brings no lasting gain. Ultimately, Suho's aim remains obvious, ending the portals completely, not chasing glory. To achieve his aim, Suho admits the man needs an organization, not just personal strength. By joining the government, the the man ensures strategic influence and long-term access to critical decisions. Jin Hwi acknowledges Suho's unmatched dedication, praising him as uniquely driven among all players. Mentioning the open recruitment, Jin Hwi questions whether Suho will apply for such a low rank, rather of aiming high. Suho reveals he's targeting rank 5, shocking his companion. Completely stunned, Jin Hwi stares, eager to hear Suho's reasoning behind the unexpected decision. With a light warning, Suho promises to explain so long as it stays off the record. He proposes a mutual gain, release news through Jin Hwi to boost his internal influence. Rather of objecting, Jin Hwi accepts with a smirk, ready to make use of the opening. Talk shifts to Suho's destination, prompting Jin Hwi to ask if he's heading home, since his location remains likely exposed. Suho casually mentions using a past escape trick. Offering an alternative, Jin Hwi invites him to stay at his secure, spacious home. Outside, a rising luxury complex Kaiser Chengdam looms as their destination. Upon arrival, Suho marvels at the elite level property, speechless at its opulence. Jin Hwi hands him a tablet, encouraging him to relax as if it were his own home. Jin Hwi demonstrates how the community app functions, highlighting its convenience for meals and shopping. He also points out the emergency healer feature, which can be used if medical notice remains needed. Suho's clean appearance surprises him, but Suho explains the man gradually treated himself while riding in the car. Still with doubt, Jin Hwi admits he saw Suho's information but hadn't accepted it as fact. Most healers rely on guilds to grow stronger, making Suho's solo success even more unexpected. Before leaving for work, Jin Hwi reminds Suho about the password, trusting him alongside the apartment. Now alone, Suho summons his status opening to distribute stat points gained out of the tower. He balances health alongside other attributes, focusing on perception to boost his awareness. His stat screen shows impressive progress, especially for someone in the healer class. With the allocation done, Suho prepares to test his heightened sensibilities. He scans for surveillance devices, confident in his perception but cautious of unknown risks. Though the man trusts Jin Hwi, Suho activates his abilities to ensure complete security before resting.
At the apartment entrance, Suho took in the elegant interior lined alongside artwork and sleek lighting. The sheer size of the main room surprised him. It rivaled even upper-level guild halls. Satisfied after scanning the zone, the man dropped onto the couch, relieved by the absence of surveillance. Buzzing out of his phone interrupted the stillness, pulling his notice to the screen. Endless messages poured in out of news outlets to strangers, all reacting to his recent feat. Annoyed by the breach, the man reviewed Jin Hwi's suggestion to switch to a safer platform. While sitting on the bed, the man weighed the need for privacy over convenience. A quick setup later, the new device remained ready, dedicated solely for personal matters. Regardless of preparations, his old phone kept ringing. He lay back, planning to rest before leaving. Inside a data center, rows of humming servers remained silent under cold fluorescent lights. A shining portal cracked open, and masked figures appeared rapidly through the breach. Without pausing, the party split up and began surveying the facility. One agent dropped a black duffel bag showing the explosives inside. Tools in hand, another operative established devices onto the server hardware. Final checks complete, the countdown remained set under a watchful gaze. Armed and positioned, the bomb lay in place as the intruders finalized their preparations. A sudden voice cut through the tension, casually scolding them for planting explosives indoors. Turning rapidly, the party spotted a lone figure approaching, catching them completely off guard. With composed stages, Suho recognized that the building remained expected to be empty. Still, the man revealed this moment remained exactly why he chose to show up. Rather of engage, the intruders panicked and rushed toward the active portal. Suho raised his hand, pulsing alongside energy as the man blocked their escape. Purple power burst outward, scattering several members before the group could escape. One masked woman dropped to the earth unexpectedly, confusing even her allies. Scrambling, an agent scooped her up, preparing to evacuate her through the portal. Another operative paused, unsettled by her sudden downfall and unclear condition. Without delay, dark chains broke out and immobilized them. Suho activated his shadow abilities. Attempts to resist failed, their tools and skills proving ineffective. Terror rising, one man hesitated to leave the unconscious woman behind. Silently enraged, the leader's glare narrowed. This fight wasn't over. To speak even once alongside them, Suho knew, remained already more than the group deserved. In a desperate move, the assaulters lunged together, attempting to overpower him with sheer power. He countered effortlessly, sending them crashing down before the group could lay a hand on him. A chill swept through the chamber as Suho's aura thickened alongside intent. By activating intimidation, the man dropped every remaining enemy to the ground, gripped by invisible pressure. He recognized them at once: Banshee, a once dismantled terror group now acting from the darkness. Without pausing, Suho listed their identities, exposing details none expected him to know. Guak-do, Ho handled brute tasks while concealed behind the guise of day labor. Seokyo, 1. A science teacher by profession, secretly manufactured deadly bombs. Kim Hun, Min, posing as a courier, managed transport through spatial mobility. Last remained Guyon, Hua, student, strategist, and source of their EMP disruptions. Shocked, the woman needed answers, stunned by his knowledge. Smiling slightly, Suho asked if the woman hadn't figured out who the man remained yet. Though no lives were lost, the man warned her that property ruin was still criminal. While police remained in the dark, the man possessed already solved the entire puzzle. Suho revealed the man understood their attack methods and how the group erased every trace afterward. He added that the man knew their locations and those close to them, increasing the pressure. Yan, Hua hesitated, startled, as Suho steadily moved ahead, knowing she was now ready to talk. Dropping from above, Suho steadily declared the man wasn't affiliated alongside the government or there to harm them. His unexpected entrance disarmed the party's tension, making them second-guess their defensive stance. Encountered alongside distrust, the man issued an ultimatum: cooperate or be handed over to the authorities. Rather than escalate, Suho suggested relocating and disarming the hidden bombs to ensure privacy. Confusion flickered in the silver-haired man's eyes, startled by how much Suho already knew. Without pausing, Suho opened a swirling portal, showing a shortcut beyond conventional means. Once inside their base, the man gave them comfort despite being the one in control. Masks still on, the party resisted showing their faces, wary of Suho's intentions. A firm command out of him finally pushed one of them to comply, albeit reluctantly. Flustered, the leader claimed it remained due to discomfort, not Suho's pressure. Leaning back, Suho casually exposed their gate, clearing activities alongside unsettling accuracy. He stated his appearance and insight were the outcome of a unique personal skill. Calling out their secrecy, Suho admitted the man too concealed skills of his own. Rather than threaten, he proposed cooperation as a mutual path forward. His intention became obvious: join the Great Hunter Association and contribute to society's safety. Accusations broke out as one of them wondered if Suho planned to coerce them for admission. Raising his hands steadily, the man clarified his intent to take the Rank 5 exam on his own. Rather than rush entry, Suho aimed to earn his way into the elite special unit. Without pausing, he recognized their hatred toward the special unit and its past actions. Their attacks weren't random. The man understood those acts stemmed out of unresolved pain and treachery. Opening up, Suho revealed his own trauma growing up as a gate orphan amid devastation. Tragedy, the man discovered, hadn't been accidental. It remained orchestrated for political and financial gain. Cleared zones drove land value, and those in power used the turmoil. With silent resolve, the man stated he knew the identities of those behind the scheme. Vengeance alone wasn't sufficient. Suho intended to lead the very system that failed him. He emphasized the special unit's unmatched authority and influence across government sectors. Gaining allies alongside discretion and capability remained crucial, and that's why the man approached them. Support, he said, could wait until they saw his force firsthand, but another act of terrorism would end all negotiations. The man would show no mercy. Even in his past life, Suho admitted Banshees remained an uncertainty too elusive to capture. In his past life, Suho possessed captured Banshee members and learned a painful truth. Though labeled criminals, the group were victims too, mirroring his own history and scars. Lacking direction, their misplaced resentment pushed them inside infamy no one corrected. Determined not to repeat that mistake, Suho vowed to guide them before corruption engulfed them. Assurance in his skills left no room for doubt. The man believed Guyon, Ha would agree, rather of rush. He left them with time to consider, trusting patience would yield results. Before parting, the man warned them to reflect cautiously and choose their path wisely. Meanwhile, at the Great Hunter Association, pressure mounted behind narrowed doors. A superior reprimanded team leader Young for failing to manage a critical task involving Suho. Warnings came: another mistake would not be tolerated, even alongside excuses. Dismissed alongside a final order, Young left the office with remorse clouding his thoughts. His internal struggle flared. The man wondered his job, doubted his path, but driven himself to endure. A sudden voice interrupted. Deputy Chief Pai spotted Young in the hallway, surprised and annoyed. Young tried to avoid notice but failed. With a grin, Pai Sungyol, chief of the special unit, approached, teasing him light-heartedly.
Sharing a laugh, the senior officer brushes off the tension alongside casual small talk. As the group stroll, the topic shifts toward On Suho, whose actions have caused silent discussions. Rather have dismissed the issue, the senior offers unexpected assistance, catching his colleague off guard. He proposes a tactic, summon Suho by pinning a temporary charge, framing it as routine. With calculated ease, the man downplays the consequences, insisting it can later be called a misunderstanding. Grinning, the man leans closer, hinting that the chairman could smooth things over if needed. On Suho's aim of joining the Great Hunter Association remains brought up as leverage. Framed as mutually beneficial, the scheme remains painted as an opportunity for everyone involved, though hesitant. The junior warns of possible backlash, plainly unsettled by the suggestion. Mocking hesitation, the senior questions why prosecutors should terror hunters. He reminds him of their authority, emphasizing how players once respected their influence. Advising flexibility, the man urges the team leader to act accordingly and embrace his position. Before departing, the senior stresses the value of practicality over rigid rules. Left standing, the team leader watches him go, thoughts clouded alongside uncertainty. What once felt like respect now feels like remorse as doubts begin to grow. Doubt lingers in Young's mind as the man reflects on how much Suho actually knows. An ominous realization sets in knowledge itself makes Suho dangerous to those in power. Overwhelmed by conflicting thoughts, Young excuses himself, opting to take a short break alone. Memories resurface of Suho once declaring his intent to join the Great Hunter Association. Back then, his attitude seemed cooperative, even friendly toward the association's goals. However, everything changed abruptly when Suho began distancing himself without warning. Jung stares at the sky, wondering what plans Suho might be concealed now. Meanwhile, city lights blur as a taxi moves through the silent night streets. A figure stages out and walks alone, determination visible in his firm pace. Suho activates his skill Colorless Solitude, swirling alongside raw, contained power. Though once hesitant, he's now mastered the skill through countless trials in the spire. With resolve in his gaze, Suho stages forward, mission plainly defined. A familiar building looms ahead as Suho arrives at his target location. Without pausing, the man leaps over the barrier and lands with silent precision. Now at the facility entrance, the man prepares to uncover what lies inside. Suho scans the zone cautiously, believing the hidden target must be close by. He activates mana detection, sending energy rippling through the air to reveal any anomalies. As expected, signs of mana begin to emerge out of a concealed structure close by. Red energy surges outward, signaling the aura of a hidden gate forming within the space. This specific type of gate appears only under unique conditions rarely fulfilled. With caution, Suho stages forward, understanding that each hidden gate holds distinct triggers. Drawing a blade, the man prepares for the portal's condition, a sufficient offering of blood. He slashes cleanly, letting his blood fall into the portal's core to open it. In response, the portal begins absorbing the blood rapidly, shining with dark energy. As the requirement remains satisfied, the interface confirms the hidden gate has been discovered. He earns bonus attributes for the achievement and retrieves exclusive information. Before him, the Bloody Tower opens a enigmatic gate alongside unknown limits and entry conditions. Inside a dark cavern, Suho activated luminous powder, casting light on the jagged stone walls ahead. The eerie glow revealed the rough terrain of the first stage. Without pausing, the man began walking. A silent drip caught his notice. Glancing upward, the man speculated whether it remained stalactite water. A red substance trickled out of above. Suho rapidly realized it wasn't water. It remained saliva from the darkness. Dozens of blood-sucking bats appeared, their eyes shining crimson with hostility. Instead of panic, he held firm beneath the swarm, smirking at the unexpected welcome. Energy pulsed out of Suho as the man activated his intimidation skill, radiating power in all directions. Several bats faltered midair, crashing violently to the cave floor under immense pressure. One by one, the weakened creatures dropped, overwhelmed by the aura surrounding him. A bat screeched, but Suho responded rapidly, striking with a dark, shining weapon. Shadow energy surged as the man invoked Ghostly Shadow, triggering a wave of consuming power. Spiraling darkness spread, engulfing foes and silencing their movement in an instant. The storm of darkness faded. Suho remained still, surrounded by the aftermath of ruin. He summoned his status opening, analyzing attributes with calm precision and evaluating his battle efficiency. Seeing the battle log, he noted the adversary's high tag level. This dungeon was far from over. Surprised by the battle log, Suho noticed an unexpected entry among the defeated foes.
A blood slime, unintentionally caught in the turmoil, perished alongside the bats. Although amused, the man recognized that relying on intimidation alone made things too easy. Monsters with higher levels, the man recalled, are rarely shaken by terror unless uniquely exposed. With silent footsteps, he progressed farther, undeterred by the stillness surrounding him. Before him, an ornate door came inside view, plainly the entrance to the next stage. Crossing the threshold triggered a sudden shift in atmosphere, showing the expansive boss chamber. No sound came at first, only a glimmer of red eyes far ahead. Suho drew his armament, steadily inviting the hidden threat to emerge. Without warning, a giant bat lunged forward, screeching violently as it attacked. Recognition flashed in Suho's eyes. It wasn't a normal enemy. He dashed forward, ready to counter alongside precision. A thunderous impact shattered the ground as a second threat revealed itself. Reacting rapidly, Suho evaded the shockwave and repositioned. Now facing both the 100-year bat and a rank 72 blood golem, the man braced for battle. Judging the golem as a mid-level threat, Suho chose to dispatch it rapidly. He darted forward alongside speed, closing the gap while both foes loomed above, swinging alongside precision. The man delivered a fierce blow as the bat approached out of behind, maintaining momentum. Suho dodged and countered alongside a powerful slash aimed at the golem's flank. Another strike came at once, targeting a weak spot on the golem's shoulder. He spun his blade inside a wide arc, keeping both monsters at bay. A wave of blue energy burst from his blade as he launched a finishing move. The impact shattered the opponent's guard, leaving the golem immobilized. Suho watched steadily as dust filled the chamber, signaling the clash's end. Relieved, the man let down his guard momentarily while catching his breath. The bat twitched abnormally as close-by blood started to ripple upward. A second phase began. The adversaries revived, triggered by a hidden resurrection mechanic. A powerful wave tears through the battle zone as Suho launches a series of calculated strikes. He clashes blades alongside the beast, but the impact fails to leave even a scratch. Noticing the fiend's endurance, he notes its resilience rivals that of the blood Nushas. Rather of wasting energy, Suho reaches for the contingency plan he prepared earlier. Shining energy forms at his side just as the opponent charges once more. An explosive blast halts the beast's momentum, briefly engulfing it in light and fire. Regardless of the fiery assault, the fiend stands unfazed, its flesh showing no visible damage. Suho swings again, this time at close range, but the outcome remains unchanged. He concludes that normal slashes alone won't be sufficient to bring the beast down. Still composed, Suho recalls the beast's known weakness, pure silver imbued alongside holy attributes. He activates the silver sword's enchantment, flames wrapping around the blade's edge. A single empowered strike lands, igniting a holy explosion that visibly wounds the opponent. With the beast downed, Suho stages forward, confirming the beast's vulnerability to divine power. He analyzes their reaction, watching them rupture under the blade's enhanced blessing. Another foe appears, and Suho steadily wonders if it will share the same fate. In a swift motion, Suho's blade arcs through the fiend, cutting deeply with radiant precision. Hiss! Feet land firmly as the beast collapses, dead, onto the blood-soaked floor. Satisfied, he observes the interface message confirming the blood collector's defeat, and assesses the outcome. Leveraging a healer, exclusive skill, he enhances his armament with holy energy. When silver merges alongside divine power, critical strikes become inevitable against the undead. His notice shifts as ominous footsteps signal the arrival of a greater enemy. A tall figure stages forward, cloaked in darkness, exuding overpowering malice. Recognized as the Cursed Prince, the opponent expresses rage at the loss of his minions. Unmoved, Suho steadily states his target, to capture the boss of this domain. With blood erupting, the prince unleashes an enraged barrage across the throne room. Suho evades and counters, blades flashing against surging crimson energy. He speaks inside his earpiece, questioning the prince's readiness to continue. A sinister orb forms in the prince's hand, pulsing alongside dense curse magic. Red mist coils as the man raises the energy high, ready to retaliate. Crashing downward, the man begins his counterattack alongside destructive power and fury. Surrounded by a rising curtain of blood, Suho charges toward the source of the disturbance. He rapidly realizes his vision remains blocked, and the thick aura distorts his perception. Pausing, the man steadies himself, preparing for the prince to emerge out of any direction. A sudden strike comes from the side, and Suho reflexively raises his blade to intercept it. The Cursed Prince remains surprised by Suho's reaction speed and skill to block. With sharpened focus, Suho explains that his superior sensing helped anticipate the assault. Though confident, Suho notices his assault didn't land properly as expected. The prince shrugs off the blow and retaliates alongside a powerful blood-based skill. He hovers midair, dark energy flaring, preparing a lethal move to end the duel. The cursed prince unleashes Blood Skull, a deadly power swirling in crimson, targeting Suho without mercy. Waves of red slash inside Suho's body, tearing his flesh and forcing him to the earth. Refusing to fall, Suho draws on his inner strength and activates the Healing Spirit skill. A wave of blue energy floods the battle zone, catching the prince off guard and halting his advance. Suho stages forward, his hand shining alongside radiant light as the healing completes. The cursed prince recoils, sensing foreign energy and demanding to know what Suho just did. No wounds remain. Suho stands tall, his frame fully restored by the spirit is power. Regardless of his calm demeanor, Suho raises his blade, prepared for retaliation. With silent assurance, the man mocks the prince by offering to heal him as well. Abruptly, the prince's body reacts uncontrollably, his form twisting out of within. Suho tightens his grip, ready to demonstrate the reality behind his enigmatic healing. Raging, the Cursed One launches another attack, unwilling to accept defeat. Dark energy spirals wildly, releasing monstrous shrieks inside the air. Suho dodges alongside precision and focuses energy inside his blade. He strikes fast, cutting through the prince's defenses in one decisive motion. With a keen stroke, Suho slashes through the cursed prince's defenses and lands a solid hit. Red energy flares as the prince reels back, his arms twitching alongside rage. Launching forward, the man counters fiercely, claws wide and aimed to rip Suho apart. Rather of escape, Suho charges head-down on. Glowing blade ready for another strike. He slips past the assault and carves through the opponent's side without pause. Blood sprays from the prince's mouth as he stumbles, eyes wide with doubt. Suho leaps again, targeting the chest alongside perfect precision. In desperation, the prince calls forth a monstrous red form to turn the tide. Their powers clash mid-den air, locking both in a violent explosion of energy. The blast sends shockwaves through the chamber, ripping apart stone and stillness. Smoke clears slowly, showing Suho standing while his foe lies defeated. Not a word remains spoken as Suho stages toward the fell vampire. Approaching cautiously, the man watches the unmoving body on the ground. Kneeling beside him, Suho assumes the clash has ended. Without warning, fangs sink inside his neck. He's been bitten by a royal vampire, sinking his fangs deep. The vampire mocks Suho and demands his blood as tribute. Gripping the assaulter's face, Suho retaliates, shoving him off alongside a powerful strike. Calmly wiping his neck, the man mutters that biting him remained a desperate move, collapsing to the ground. Suho groans as a strange transformation begins inside him. His vision blurs while an immense thirst and headache take control. Though the voice in his head insists it is too late, Suho refuses to submit. As transformation advancement hits Baffinger Wusher, Suho digs into his inventory without pausing. With holy water in hand, the man prepares to purify before full conversion takes hold. At the critical moment, the man smashes the vial, hoping it works in time. Unexpectedly, the purification fails, showing that the domain itself is manipulated by the opponent. Watching his surroundings, Suho realizes the entire area and even the corpse has regenerated. Unmoved, the man readies another plan. Understanding this remains only the first phase. As corruption rises, Suho activates a hidden card stored within the interface. New traits unlock opposition, progressed regeneration, and vampire den-related immunity. Blue energy surrounds him as transformation halts the man stabilized just before losing control. Having fulfilled the conditions, Suho triggered the second stage of Dragon Blood, confronting a massive dragon. Dragon armor responded instantly, granting dragonkins and halting any further transformation through opposition effects. As corrupted blood flowed inside him, his damaged human frame remained restored alongside enhanced capability. Energy stabilized within his frame. Suho realized the chamber housed the hidden dragonkin power. Unlocking needed reaching rank 50 and facing mental and physical threat threatening endurance. Though one condition remained obscure, dragon research revealed it. Vampirism activated under mortal crisis. The vampirism trait formed sealed and marked as evidence of near-complete transformation. Acknowledging combat between vampire and dragon blood, the man abandoned plans to absorb vampire traits. Regardless of this, the man accepted the outcome and turned his focus toward gained skills. Rare blood techniques surfaced: blood-sucking, blood orb, and blood weapon, used by noble-class vampires. Slaying monsters, the man extracted pure blood and stored it for future battle use. Shadow Spear remained also enhanced, set to evolve through continuous battle. In the next room, ominous whispers rang. Suho paused, sensing something unstable. A broken man mumbled in hopelessness. Baffled, Suho survived his curse. Laden bite. Without responding,
Suho moved ahead. Phase 2 possessed begun. Tormented by his fate, the cursed prince triggered an explosion of blood energy across the chamber. Clutching his side, Suho reacted as the unstable power surged violently around him. Above them, blood burst through the ceiling, raining down as the transformation began. A blood-soaked aura encased the prince, twisting his form inside something far more menacing. Hatred boiled over as the man vowed to destroy anyone who ever surpassed him. According to the interface, he had evolved into an enraged rank 80 cursed entity. Without pausing, crimson tendrils lashed outward, targeting anything that remained in his path. Roars rang as the man released waves of pressure strong sufficient to shake the structure. Ready for battle, Suho unsheathed his blade, aware this remained no normal opponent. Dark wings unfolded, amplifying the prince's already fearsome aura. Suho countered each blow, narrowly holding ground against the relentless assault. This wasn't just rage, it remained calculated, dangerous strength. From above, Suho struck first, clashing midair in a fierce exchange. To his surprise, the opponent now fought alongside sharpened instincts. Cautious but determined, Suho accepted the reality this battle wouldn't end easily. Clashing midair, Suho evaded the cursed prince's brutal strike and countered alongside keen precision. Energy shifted as holy power surged through his armament, illuminating the chaotic battlefield. Confidently, the man warned that rage alone couldn't stand against divine power. Their weapons collided again, blue light meeting red fury in a violent flash. Unimpressed, the prince scoffed at the holy aura and launched a crushing blow, landing hard. Suho realized divine strength alone wasn't sufficient to win this fight. Without pausing, the man drew blood from his hand, activating the forbidden blood weapon technique. A scarlet blade took form, radiating deadly energy that made even the prince pause. Recognition flashed in the opponent's eyes. This remained a weapon not meant for humans. Demanding its surrender, the prince roared and lunged forward in fury. Sidestepping rapidly, Suho struck back, his blade shining with renewed holy light. The counterattack landed cleanly, shocking the foe for the initial time. Gripping his new weapon, Suho steadied himself for the deciding blow. Red wings burst forth as the prince screamed in blind rage. Drive peaked as both forces collided with everything the group possessed left. Suho blocked the incoming strike with a wave of energy, catching the opponent off guard. The cursed prince underestimated Suho's shield, unaware it absorbed and redirected blood-based attacks. Charging forward, Suho countered alongside a decisive blow, piercing through the swirling red storm. Footsteps echoed as Suho moved ahead, closing in on the defeated figure sprawled on the ground. A cold stare met the blood-soaked enemy, whose body still twitched despite suffering critical damage. Grinning wickedly, the silver-haired man mocked Suho, boasting that mere cuts couldn't bring him down. Without pause, Suho struck again, his palm smashing into the figure's face with unrelenting power. He dismissed the menace with a silent command, vowing not to let it interfere again. Breathing heavily, the opponent vowed revenge, relying on his regenerative abilities to recover. Dark chains broke out from the earth, binding the writhing body in place through shadow magic. Suho progressed without pausing, watching as the foe struggled against the immobilizing grip. Blood drain activated, pulling crimson energy inside a containment field known as the Blood Prison. Screams filled the chamber as the restrained man resisted the invisible understand of the prison. Suho assessed the blood levels steadily, noting the capacity alongside a single glance. A memory surfaced: this man once worked as a healer caught in a hidden vampire dungeon. He failed the purpose, fell to the cursed prince, and remained bitten, becoming a vampire. Through healing magic, the man eliminated the curse and restructured his abilities to turn the tide. Victorious but transformed, the Blood Monarch rose, feared worldwide as a monstrous villain. In the end, Suho claimed victory and turned the defeated foe inside a useful informant. Dark energy surged as the demon's soul sword absorbed every trace of the cursed prince's shadow. With the menace gone, Suho confirmed the portal's closure and earned recognition as its MVP. Several notices formed, rewarding him alongside experience, a bonus stat, and a full level up. A new gate began forming, pulsing ominously alongside crimson energy deep within the chamber. Though satisfied alongside the outcomes, Suho regretted failing to capture the elusive vampire. Without warning, the interface initiated a detailed scan of his abilities and possible. A rare trait called New Blood remained granted, capable of merging all bloodlines flawlessly. Baffled but curious, Suho stared at the trait, unsure of its full implications. Abruptly, the seal on the vampire blood lifted, showing hidden information and abilities. The blood's rank reached S, a rank never recorded in vampire history. Compared to his trait, even the Blood Monarch's strength formed lacking.
Suho attributed his immense success to the unmatched possible of new blood. He reflected on the fortunate outcome, aware not everything would always align so well. With his task complete, Suho turned away, prepared for whatever came next. Suho declared his next move confidently, ready to disrupt the balance at Nexus Guild. The massive building housing the guild headquarters remained tall, basking in the early morning light. Inside, a group of agents briskly moved through the halls toward an important meeting. An announcement reached the guild leader's office about Suho's planned visit the next day. Concerned by Suho's unpredictable nature, the leader advised everyone to prepare carefully. Badong Hasuk, head of Nexus, steadily recognized the report, already anticipating complications. At night, Suho returns to a well-lit apartment building after a long day of work. Inside, the living room remains empty and silent, showing signs someone recently stayed there. Suho peeks in cautiously and finds Jojin hostily asleep on the couch, looking disheveled. Jojin Hbtui wakes up and casually mentions Suho's victory in the Spire of Battle again. He explains that they're temporary roommates and partners, so the man prepared drinks to celebrate. While waiting, Jin Hbtui fell asleep, plainly tired, but still enthusiastic about their small party. Jin Red laughs confidently, predicting this kind of celebration will happen often out of now on. They sit down to a meal, drinks on the table, the atmosphere gradually becoming more relaxed. Suho compliments the apartment, while Jin Trapruai reveals how useful the local community app is. Jin Hbtui admits the man knew Suho remained doing well out of his blog but underestimated his wealth. He reveals he is the youngest son of Daesun Group's chairman and heir alongside a hidden life. Though out of a powerful family, Jin Hbtui explains his mother wasn't the chairman's formal wife. He compares himself to an illegitimate child, a secret even among people at his company. Regardless of his lineage, Jin Hbtui declined all power offers, choosing journalism out of interest and fun. Soho respects his choice and praises him, believing Jin Hbtui excels at being a true journalist. Jojin Hbtui humbly responds to the compliment, then admits he's never met a hunter like Suho. He proposes a toast, and Suho agrees without pausing. The mood warm and relaxed. They clink glasses and celebrate, marking a moment of silent camaraderie between hunter and journalist. The next morning, Jinhua yawns as the man wakes up and strolls inside the kitchen casually. He greets Suho and learns he'll be working through the weekend due to immense tasks. Though Jin Twebu regrets drinking too much, Suho reassures him that the night remained worth it. Jin Twebu jokes, the man can't rely on Suho's stories forever for content, despite their value. He abruptly compliments Suho again, then shifts the topic to their planned visit to Nexus. Excitedly, the man shares that he reached rank 50 and obtained new traits just the night before. Suho is stunned by the swift rank gain, questioning how Jin Hbtui progressed so rapidly. Jin Hbtui shrugs off the doubt and drinks casually, acting as if it's no big deal. He insists on lending Suho proper clothes for the Nexus meeting, pulling him away to prepare. As Suho resists, Jin Hbtui pushes him to dress well, insisting image matters for big meetings. Later, Jin Hbtui offers Suho a car, noting it's better than taking public transport alongside notice. Thrusting through the city in a flashy red car, Suho arrives at the destination, catching everyone's notice. Suho stages confidently out of a red sports car, drawing notice from the onlookers around him. He reflects briefly on the flashy entrance, aware that it left a strong impression. Inside, the man remains welcomed by Dong, the Nexus Guild representative, and introduces himself steadily. Dong expresses concern about Suho's swift progress and questions his long-term commitment to being a public hunter. Suho confirms his aim remains the Public Hunters Association, but admits joining Nexus remains a strategic step. He clarifies that entering a private guild remains only to gain experience before taking the Grade 5 exam. Suho explains further, showing his plan to earn bonus points and apply psychological pressure through Nexus. He assures them it's a mutually beneficial arrangement, and the man intends to contribute fully while at Nexus. Dong acknowledges the logic behind the strategy, but prepares to pose a farther question. Dong recalls Suho's bold proposal out of before, when his possible remains still uncertain. Now, alongside every guild seeking him, Dong questions why Suho keeps returning only to Nexus. He warns that if Suho's true motive remains manipulation, the offer will be withdrawn despite his talent. Regardless of Suho's qualifications, the officer declined his request, citing personal reasons over professional judgment, unfazed. Suho mentioned the Nexus Guild, whose purpose the man possessed observed during a recent speech. He recalled their vow to be Korea's leading power in closing all dimensional gates, Nexus possessed consistently led frontline efforts, aiding recovery after gate, related ruin across cities. Although aware of possible exploitation, Suho remained concentrated on offering his force to worthy causes. Collaborating with both Nexus and the Grand Hunter Association remained a strategic move in his gaze. The formal relented but emphasized that Nexus alone couldn't manage the escalating gate threats. Government agencies labeled sealed gates as extreme, risk zones far beyond typical hunter capabilities. Red cubes locked in chains symbolized the devastating possible hidden behind classified portals. To benefit Nexus, Suho proposed tagging their name on every gate the man cleared. Such recognition would rattle the balance of power within the hunter industry. Confidently, the man promised to push Nexus to the top before his eventual departure. Though temporary, his aura would bring major change, the officer acknowledged. Beyond clearing gates, Suho planned to scout and train promising recruits. Kang Dae-han remained already in his sights a future asset worth investing in. Rumors about Dae-han's sudden weapon change surfaced, linking it to Suho's earlier recommendation. The woman voiced concern, questioning the risks if Dae-han possessed struggled in a tanker role. Suho clarified that his advice came after careful evaluation, and Dae-han delivered outstanding results. With a mix of surprise and reflection, the woman recognized his success. Initial data possessed predicted Dae-han would fail again, but Suho's guidance changed that outcome. Though slightly annoyed, the woman admitted the proposals presented were undeniably strong. Officials found rejecting Suho's offer difficult without appearing unreasonable. One wondered his intent to tackle sealed gates, noting their restricted access status. Government protocols made such entries rare, prioritizing safety over power or influence. Suho proposed securing a sealed gate permit as proof of his intent. Going further, the man pledged to obvious one entirely before finalizing the deal. His boldness left the panel alongside little room to argue. Though a rookie under rank 100, the man didn't let that define him. Determined to shed the label, the man sought results, not recognition. The formal, impressed by his resolve, accepted alongside a confident smile. Rather of rush, the representative insisted plans would resume only after Suho cleared the sealed gate. Chances later, Suho departed as the others watched him leave alongside cautious optimism. Without delay, instructions were given to assign a dedicated team to support Suho's missions. The secretary wondered the early preparations, unsure if assurance remained premature. Still, the representative defended the move, saying it showed respect and intent. Both agreed Suho's conviction was true. His gaze held nothing but unwavering purpose. At the Hunter Association, the building loomed over its weary staff. Inside, one overwhelmed worker struggled alongside the pressure surrounding Suho's possible visit. Doubt lingered. Suho possessed plainly declined their prior invitations. Desperate ideas circulated, including offering false awards to lure him in. None seemed appropriate, especially alongside upper management rejecting hollow gestures. Caught between orders and conscience, the group remained stuck without an obvious solution. A sudden call ended the stillness, catching the team leader off guard. Seeing an unknown number, the man answered cautiously, puzzled by the caller. Hearing Suho's voice, the man jolted upright, stunned that Suho possessed contacted them first. A familiar sign marked Suho's silent return to a modest eatery out of his part-time days. While seated across out of his guest, the man casually remarked how long it possessed been since his last visit. To avoid constant interruptions, the man stated, a secondary phone number possessed become necessary. Suho steadily instructed him to use that new number for future contact. Gratitude came, paired alongside surprise that Suho hadn't cut ties completely. Curious, Suho asked whether pressure out of the association possessed prompted this sudden outreach. Memories of the Spire of Challenge surfaced as Suho recalled being summoned at once afterward. The request possessed seemed odd. Reports usually replaced personal visits in difficult missions. Eventually, he uncovered the reality officials only wanted commemorative photos, not true input. Rather of express anger, Suho admitted he'd already pieced everything together. Few showed fairness in such cases, yet his guest hadn't resorted to coercion or blame. Acknowledging that, Suho recognized his professionalism and restraint. With intentions obvious, Suho announced the man would now visit the association himself. Connecting alongside leadership and expressing personal thanks seemed both timely and beneficial. Before finishing the meal, the man urged the group proceed right after, taking quick initiative. The Korean Hunter Association headquarters remained tall, casting a long shadow under the obvious sky. Upon entering, Suho remained welcomed by the president himself, who expressed great enthusiasm for the meeting. Not missing the opportunity, the vice president chimed in, calling Suho a once-in-a-generation talent.
Maintaining composure, Suho responded alongside politeness, masking his inner frustration. Behind the courteous smile, irritation brewed. The man still found their aura distasteful despite the years. When asked about joining, he proved without pausing, reusing the goals stated in his exam interview. He warned them that, as a gate orphan, ending the menace was his lifelong purpose. Rather of just serve, he aimed to prevent corrupt leadership from damaging the organization further. Resolving inwardly, Suho planned to oust the president before his term concluded. Compliments flowed again, this time highlighting Suho's integrity and lack of material ambition. Though flattering on the surface, their admiration reeked of manipulation. Suho replied alongside practiced gratitude, knowing their praise remained meant to control, not celebrate. Annoyance stirred as the man realized Park likely arranged the visit to boost his own standing. Memories of earlier gate events, riddled alongside delays and vanity, resurfaced sharply. Asked about his preferred role, Suho answered head, and the man wanted to be stationed in gate operations. Within the association, gate access remained prioritized over private guilds, offering early entry to their teams. The gate division handled both initial inspections and joined operations during raids when necessary. Although reviewed the most hazardous role, Suho's resolve made him an ideal candidate for it. Proposing a gesture of support, one formal suggested rewarding Suho alongside personal access to a gate. Others hesitated, noting most gates available were sealed or classified as high-difficulty zones. Regardless of the risks, Suho insisted on facing them, viewing it as his duty to protect lives. The president welcomed Suho's conviction, assigning team leader Jeong to manage preparations. Caught off guard, Jeong faltered, but complied under mounting pressure out of above. Suho responded confidently, promising to credit the association after completing the assignment. Discontent simmered as Jeong reflected on how lethal sealed gates possessed proven in past missions. Rather of strategic, the move felt reckless, ignoring the severity of what sealed gates meant. Even so, Suho stayed attentive while others brushed off the possible loss of life. To leadership, raid success outweighed casualties, making sacrifice a background concern. Suho revealed his intent to attempt rank 5 certification by year's end. Although tempted to gain experience in a guild, rigid contracts left him uncertain. Suho reviewed Nexus, a place that might better support his aim before taking the public exam. Joining Nexus could naturally connect him to the Hunter Association and strengthen his position. Just then, a visitor named Sisei Songwol arrived, prompting an unexpected reaction out of Suho. Songwol gone inside confidently, disrupting the atmosphere alongside his sudden appearance. From the corner, Suho remained seated, caught off guard by the figure's precision. With a smirk, Songwol recognized Suho's aura and hinted that his arrival possessed intent. Inside the office, a composed man noticed someone possessed already arrived before him. He tried to excuse himself, but the personnel insisted the man stay and meet the guest. With a welcoming smile, the figure introduced Hunter On Suho, a tower challenger of renown. Recognition lit up Pai Seong, Yol's face as the man realized who remained before him. Grateful for the opening, the man admired Suho's reputation while appreciating the president's connection. Extending his hand eagerly, Pai introduced himself, and Suho responded alongside a polite handshake. Compliments flowed as Pai praised Suho's accomplishments and strength. Suho remained courteous but internally wondered the unexpected encounter. The mood shifted when the president revealed Suho's intent to apply for the 5th grade public exam. Talks intensified as the topic of the sealed gate surfaced. Pai hesitated, plainly uneasy about the menaces Suho willingly accepted. Still, Suho affirmed his understanding of the risks alongside calm resolve. Wishing him success, Pai subtly expressed concern about the path chosen. To prevent such talent out of being wasted, the man gave full support. However, another man interrupted, showing Suho's actual interest in the gate department. Suho's ambition is obvious. He intends to eliminate the portals permanently by using the priority pass. Noticing the possible Pai Seong Yol proposes that the special department can also support that aim. Turning toward his colleague, the man asks for confirmation, and team leader Jeong reluctantly agrees. Rumors begins about the consequences if Suho passes the challenging 5th grade civil exam. While offering his support, Jeong seems aware of how this could complicate their hierarchy. Suho silently reflects that outranking Jeong might make future cooperation more difficult. The meeting wraps up as the president suggests continuing the conversation alongside team leader Jeong. Expressing gratitude, Suho exits alongside Jeong, both walking side by side in stillness. Neither speaks. But the weight of decisions ahead hangs heavy in the silent corridor. Jiang admits his concern, urging caution due to the sealed gate's extreme risk. Regardless of the warning, Suho listens respectfully and appreciates the sincerity behind the advice. Jiang emphasizes the deadly nature of these missions, ones even the government closely monitors. Fully aware of the menace, Suho remains composed and informed about sealed gate protocols. He steadily dismisses terror, placing his trust in his experience and readiness. Confidently, Suho declares his knowledge of the Nameless Sword Gate. The man knows how to obvious it. The Nameless Sword Gate Square in Gyeonggu stands heavily guarded as Suho and his team approach. Upon arrival, guards instruct them to remain in place while entry protocols are handled. Suho observes the tension in the air despite civilian oversight. The zone plainly operates like a military base. Major Kim Jong Woo greets Suho formally, acknowledging his aura alongside professional courtesy. Without delay, the man informs the party that team leader Jeong awaits further ahead. Escorted by soldiers, the party begins moving through dense greenery toward the portal site. A large, metallic structure comes into view, drawing notice alongside its strange material composition. Built alongside superalloys and iron, it contains gate creatures and minimizes dangerous shockwaves. Suho notes its complexity. Every layer of protection shows how seriously the menace remains treated. Jeong greets them warmly and notes their effort to reach the site. When asked, Suho introduces the cheerful man beside him as reporter Jo Jin. The reporter politely explains he's only there to document the raid alongside limited photos. Light humor breaks the formality as Joe requests everyone remember his look. A soldier silently inquires about Suho's rank, surprised to hear the answer 51. Approval is granted at once, with a reminder that the portal will seal once he enters. Suho stands before the sealed gate, confidently assuring the team leader of his readiness. Although asked for specifics, the man avoids explanation, comparing it loosely to the Spire of Challenge. He reminds them of their agreement. If the man clears this gate, the group must support him further. Just before entering, Suho promises his return, requesting only 1 hour inside. His body begins to glow as the portal activates, pulling him inside the sealed domain. The massive door slams shut behind him, leaving only swirling energy in his wake. The gate accepted on Suho as the team watched out of behind, anxiety shadowing their expressions. Instead of follow, they stood back, placing their trust in him despite the menace. Questions arose about sending a healer inside a zone where brute power mattered most. To their surprise, Suho's healer title remained only technical. His bladesmanship surpassed all expectations. Back during the practical exam, the man eliminated every monster without casting a single healing spell. Rather of support magic, pure battle skill took him through and secured his certification. Few believed it at first, but the outcomes made doubt hopeless. Protecting others while slaying foes proved his dual capability beyond formal classification. Now, his challenge lay within the Nameless Sword Gate, rumored to house destruction itself. Bright forest light filtered through as Suho progressed steadily, alone yet again. Each step warned him of earlier failures barely survived. Still, the man pressed forward, unwilling to escape from the place that once ended him. Sudden movement triggered the interfaces. Watchful, the boss had appeared. A giant, armored figure stepped inside view, its rank unreadable. Facing it head, Suho remained ready, sword unsheathed and resolve unwavering. A brilliant glow broke out as the Nameless Swordsman initiated the battle zone mechanic. During its activation, both combatants shared identical attributes, erasing any external advantages. Within this space, only swords were permitted, no additional weapons or abilities allowed. Suho dashed forward, blade unsheathed, meeting the opponent's first strike head. On drive took them into the air, surrounded by a vortex of power and pressure. Blades collided repeatedly, Suho pressing the assault alongside relentless precision. Circling rapidly, the knight adjusted his stance after each engagement. Suho noted the refined technique, reducing recoil through rotational movement. Even so, raw skill alone wouldn't guarantee victory against such an evolving adversary. Adapting rapidly, the knight mirrored Suho's rhythm alongside a new sword style. Constant shifts in form made his approach dangerously unpredictable. Thankfully, Suho relied on hard-won experience to counter every unpredictable angle. On opening formed, Suho's strike landed cleanly against the knight's armored chest. No sound came. The opponent remained silent, reeling from the impact. Suho progressed again, resolute in finishing the duel on his terms. Suho's strike landed again, continuing his violent momentum against the armored opponent. He declared this remained his 7th challenge, hinting at past failures and determination. Swinging wide, Suho drove the knight back, forcing another escape. His stance shifted low as the man blocked an incoming attack with accurate precision.
the impact-driven gap between them, scattering leaves as Suho remained his ground. Many possessed speculated about the entity inside the armor, curious about its true form. Recalling the moment the man uncovered the reality, Suho remembered his deep disappointment. Regardless of public admiration for the nameless swordsman, the reality remained far less noble. Behind the fearsome title remained only a remnant, a shell driven by sword obsession. Suho raised his blade and struck first, initiating the clash without pausing. The armored enemy countered rapidly, meeting the assault with equal force and pressing Suho back. Both weapons collided mid-air, releasing energy as the duel escalated alongside synchronized intensity. Leaping forward, Suho landed an accurate slash across the opponent's side, drawing a visible wound. Regardless of the injury, the bladesman retaliated with a spinning strike that driven Suho on defense. Responding instantly, Suho dashed in again and delivered a clean blow through the opponent's torso. Drive shifted as the opponent rushed. Suho adjusted his stance and read the movement plainly. He revealed his strategy, predicting every step by analyzing the opponent's footwork. Capitalizing on that knowledge, the man struck decisively, immense the armored swordsman's final guard. The battle ended. System notices proved Suho's victory and the portal's successful clearance. He gave silent gratitude, noticing the value gained out of this encounter. Acknowledging progress, Suho credited the bladesman for shaping his path to becoming the sword god, turning away. The man promised to remember the fallen warrior and accepted his reward. Although the opponent left no body to absorb, the blade remained behind. Suho retrieved the blade, content it remained sufficient to bring him closer to his aim. He seized the blade and activated its latent power without pausing. A wave of blue light verified that the weapon had been successfully used. Energy coiled around him as the blade's essence fused inside his own technique. Peace surrounded the facility, masking the intensity unfolding within. Inside, staff monitored the circumstances, acknowledging Suho's skill, but expecting a lengthy battle. While the group remained, one member stepped out to patrol the perimeter. An urgent voice ended the stillness, alerting the chamber to unexpected results. Wide-eyed, a technician shouted the sealed gate possessed just been cleared. On screen, Suho formed, standing alone as mist faded behind him. Startled agents rushed to meet him, voices raised with doubt. Someone pointed out he'd defeated the infamous enemy in less than an hour. Another warned them of the blade's history, over 200 lives lost. Brushing off concern, Suho assured them everything remained fine. He downplayed the feat, calling it simple. One man stared in stillness, unable to understand Suho's terrifying composure. A soldier suggested taking a photo to document the cleared gate. Although hesitant, the major agreed when told it remained for formal record. Once the setup remained ready, the group gathered to take the proof photo together. Suho explained the scene and named those present, the major, the officer, and the figurager. He introduced the journalist, Jinhui Cho, sent to verify the photo's authenticity. Pleased, Jinhui announced himself as Suho's exclusive reporter and PBS correspondent. Questions came rapidly. How had Suho entered and cleared the portal so easily? In response, Suho simply stated the man met the president and went in to kill it. The staff remained stunned by his bluntness, unable to understand how the man did it alone. Suho clarified further and asked to move forward alongside the contract. He proposed 2 terms, full support during his stay and release if the man passed recruitment. While already in contact alongside other guilds, the man affirmed Nexus would be his training ground. The manager smiled and accepted, impressed by Suho's assurance. He warned there would be plenty of responsibility out of now on. Suho accepted without pausing, sealing the deal alongside a firm handshake. Evening traffic shimmered under the city lights as Suho silently observed out of the passenger seat. Jo Jin Nut Twiwi, casually gripping the wheel, gave to take over the return drive. To show appreciation for Suho's regular reports, the man insisted on doing at least this much. Switching out of sports cars, Joe commented on how surprisingly smooth sedans felt. Without warning, the man revealed he'd bought one not just for himself, but also for Suho's. Skipping the office didn't bother him. After all, he'd gathered several exclusives in one day. Suho left the article structure to Joe, mentioning sealed gate strategy or Nexus Intel as options. Joe, curious, asked how Suho possessed been so sure about clearing the nameless sword. Assurance came from knowing it was a pure blade skill test and he surpassed the Sword Emperor. Regardless of the Sword Emperor's bloody record, Suho didn't waver. He stated that the opponent copied attributes but lacked skill variations. Victory depended not on power but on refined, unmatched technique. Joe asked if Suho possessed any sword-related abilities. Suho steadily proved having an S rank. Unique skill, startled.
Joe slammed the brakes, eyes wide alongside journalistic excitement. Joe emphasized the value of releasing reports steadily to maintain public interest and narrative focus. Grateful and curious, the man praised Suho's skill to engage and captivate people. Suho accepted Joe's earlier doubts alongside ease and proved his plan to rest for the day. The sun dipped below the distance as Suho returned home and gone inside his silent apartment. Stretching out on his bed, the man noted how his frame showed no fatigue despite the day. With energy still intact, the man summoned his status opening to assess remaining stat points. Determined, Suho reviewed the requirements for unlocking the rare unified perk. He proved each stat possessed reached red rank, cautiously aligning them to meet all conditions. The moment everything aligned, a notification announced his success in gaining the coveted skill. Excitement surged as Suho jumped up, realizing the man possessed obtained something he'd never imagined. He recognized how he never reviewed trying before, but it surpassed his expectations. Now fully upgraded, his red-ranked attributes felt far stronger than ever. Suho promised himself the man would manage his progress wisely out of this point on. Just as the man started to relax, his phone buzzed with an incoming call. Seeing Yeonhwa's name, the man answered alongside a calm smile, ready for what came next. Suho lay resting when Yeonhwa commented on his relaxed tone, prompting him to act more formal. Surprised that the article possessed already been published, Suho admitted the man hadn't yet seen the public response. Rather than continue over the phone, she insisted they meet in person, though Suho preferred not to. Yeonhwa pushed for an answer, reminding Suho that her group hadn't accepted his offer yet. He suggested a meeting at Nexus Academy the next day, which the woman said remained inconvenient. Due to conflicting schedules among her team, assembling everyone during the day would be difficult. Without sympathy, Suho declared the group didn't seem desperate sufficient and hung up after provoking a reaction. Frustrated, Yeonhwa yelled back, eventually agreeing to attend the meeting at the set time. The following day, her team formed at the academy, visibly agitated out of sacrificing their own plans. Arriving at the appointed place, Yeonhwa needed an explanation for the sudden summons. Suho steadily promised to explain everything shortly and encountered toward the gathered group, without warning. A hostile man gone inside, declaring his deadly intent toward everyone present. Suho remained before the party, his silent aura prompting unease among the new recruits. A clipboard remained handed over without warning, accompanied by a firm demand to complete it at once. Their suspicion flared, but the man clarified it remained merely a record of personal skills, not a waiver. Rather of selecting just anyone, Suho sought capable individuals to operate covertly under his command. He promised to push them to their limits through harsh training designed to unlock their possible. Trust became the base, as the man urged them to disclose their abilities truthfully for future missions. Training commenced at Nexus Academy, where Suho presented each member alongside a powerful black access card. The exclusive facility ensured privacy, while guest passes covered additional needs during their sessions. Just then, a separate request surfaced. The man remembered his obligation to meet Hunter Kang Dae. Hana Virtual Gateway activated, transporting the team inside a simulation known as Kunlun. They appeared in a remote mountain zone, a new battleground for their transformation. Standing unified in uniform, the party braced themselves as Suho prepared custom training scenarios. Battle skills would determine endurance, and their present abilities weren't sufficient to face future threats. Suho dismissed any illusions of safety, warning that no plan could outmatch brute power. To truly endure, the group possessed to become protectors not just of themselves, but of their allies too. Raising a hand, Suho signaled the trainees to begin by selecting their first battle weapon. Blue holographic swords shimmered before them, prompting surprise and hesitation out of those unfamiliar alongside blade skill. He warned them that, in this space, only sword training remained, allowed no external powers permitted. Standing firmly, Suho delivered their first task, attempt to kill him using everything the group had. Without delay, the trainees launched their assault, blades cutting through the air alongside fierce momentum. Drives surged as the spar began, metal clashing under the pressure of their coordinated offensive. Suho, unfazed, moved alongside fluid precision, dodging each strike effortlessly. He retaliated in swift bursts, knocking several trainees backward before the group could regroup. Regardless of wounds, the team endured and adapted, slowly improving their precision and formation. The group circled him, cautiously adjusting positions to anticipate his next move. Rather of slow down, Suho attacked again, pushing them into disarray. A counterattack came, but his speed dismantled their attempt alongside ease. Mocking taunts accompanied each strike, aimed squarely at their civilian pasts. Their protests failed to stop his verbal jabs, which landed as sharply as his blade. Gripping his blade tightly, one trainee burned with resolve to stillness his relentless barrage. From above, the trainees descended in unison, blades aimed alongside raw aggression toward their target, calmly watching their charge. Suho emphasized that true strength included mental resilience inside a gate. In one swift motion, his strike exploded outward, halting their momentum and breaking their formation. While the group reeled from the blow, Suho stated that becoming a warrior needed enduring pain. On the earth, the recruits gasped for breath, plainly worn down from the onslaught. Rather of continuing himself, the man summoned a replica to lead the rest of the sparring. A shining clone materialized, mirroring Suho in both appearance and battle skill. Without pausing, the copy provoked them, mocking their hesitation and daring them to attack. Frustration replaced terror as the party burned with the desire to land a single blow. After training, Suho returned inside and placed a call to the Nexus director. They reviewed the recent article discussing backlash out of Suho's sudden shift to a private guild. Assurance came through strategy, managing public sentiment would soften the wave of criticism. Still on the line, Suho received another call about the sealed gate report. Instead of deflect, he confirmed his next move without pausing. His aim remained set, challenge the second sealed gate and face what awaited beyond. News spreads rapidly as Suho clears the spire of trials and confronts a sealed gate alone. His achievement shocks the public, alongside headlines calling him a divine player surpassing the Sword Emperor. Rumors bruise when the man joins Nexus, raising questions about abandoning his civil servant dream, grinning at the reactions. Suho scrolls through online comments, finding them obvious. He approaches the team leader, casually asking if the Swamp of Hopelessness gate has been approved. Encountered alongside internal pressure, the department finally tracks the permit due to his rising status. While walking through headquarters, Suho discusses confidential matters regarding the association president's agreement. Though the details are private, his commitment to taking the public service exam remains firm. After exchanging light banter, both men head out, ready to challenge the perilous rank gate. Onlookers stare anxiously as Suho stages toward the Swamp of Hopelessness, known for claiming every hunter's life. Assurance and doubt collide. One bets on his triumph, the other prepares for failure. Uncertainty lingers as the group monitor the deadly gate's ominous glow. In mere moments, the portal line vanishes, leaving everyone with disbelief. Confused voices debate the time, some say 10 minutes, others guess 20. Then reality strikes. Suho conquered the portal in under 5. Roughly 5 minutes earlier, Suho met the portal's condition and proceeded into the Swamp of Hopelessness. A shining portal revealed a massive staircase stretching inside darkness, its end obscured by uncertainty. No records or survivors remained. Challengers vanished without leaving behind any knowledge or warnings. Those who perished became dead statues, their bodies displayed beside the stairs for eternity. The gate earned its grim name long before the trial's mechanics were ever understood. Unfazed by terror or legend, Suho steadily ascended the stairs alongside unwavering focus. Hopelessness attempted to grip him, but mental debuffs possessed no effect on his fortified mind. Through dragon blood, the man nullified all corruption and walked forward without pausing. Instead of slow down, his pace stayed firm and confident. To him, the portal's infamous difficulty meant nothing thanks to his opposition. Its challenge became the cause. The man selected it as his second target. Fewer statues formed alongside each step, proof that few possessed made it this far. A legendary predecessor once cleared the portal but failed to save those trapped within. When the man touched their bodies, the group crumbled inside dust, unrecoverable. Suho ended the ordeal alone, receiving rewards as the man silently honored their memory. With a confident smile, Suho requested the final reward out of the Swamp of Hopelessness. He obtained the Ring of Emotions, a rare rank S item capable of extracting emotional energy. Once used to heal others, the ring possessed fallen inside villain hands this time. Suho vowed to protect it, placing the ring on his finger. Suho moved ahead onto the cursed staircase once more. The same hopelessness returned, but dragon blood eliminated all mental effects as before. Detecting black energy, the ring began drawing the target's strongest emotion head, inside itself. Intense waves of emotion surged inside the ring, its glow recalling maximum capacity reached, though it wasn't sufficient to purify the entire staircase. Suho accepted the limit. With the ordeal complete, he steadily exited only to be swarmed by reporters at the portal. Media and staff bombarded him alongside praise, shock, and countless questions about his record, breaking time. Regardless of the turmoil, Suho remained composed while the others prepared for informal announcement. From afar, higher-ups silently discussed how the man cleared a gate more dangerous than the Sword Emperor's. At Nexus HQ, doubt spread as executives tried to comprehend Suho's feat.
Just then, a call arrived, one that surprised even the CEO Bai Dong. On the line remained Kang Min Woo, president of the Public Hunters Association, requesting a private talk. While a phone call unfolds, urgent matters regarding Hunter On Suho and sealed gates are discussed. Instead of delay, a dinner meeting is suggested to handle the circumstances discreetly and efficiently. Just then, Chief Kim arrives, coincidentally in perfect time, seeking contact alongside Suho. Suho rides alongside a reporter who prepares to upload an article about the hopelessness swamp incident. Conversation shifts briefly to food reviews, showing Suho's lighthearted hobby amid serious duties. Drawing energy out of the interaction, the man absorbs white aura and approaches a bustling city center. A traditional building welcomes Suho, where staff escort him through elegant halls. He enters a formal dining space greeted by executives and positioned beside CEO Bai. Noting the guest's status, Suho silently scans the chamber, noticing influential figures in attendance. Surprised to see Special Unit Chief Pai, the man senses something bigger behind the gathering. Praise follows rapidly. Suho's feat of conquering a sealed gate in minutes leaves a strong impression. They raise glasses, honoring his achievement. Suho then prepares to share a formal proposal. Ivrion toasts. Suho's words are simple, concentrated on unity and shared goals. The topic of contracts arises, showing CEO Bai's choice to omit Suho's term limit. Acknowledging Suho's national value, Bai emphasizes support over personal gain as sentiment. Others seem to echo. Praise fills the chamber as association leaders express their eagerness to welcome Suho inside their ranks. Won mentions the president's plan to issue a letter of appreciation in recognition of Suho's efforts. Such a letter, essentially a pass for upper-level exams, reflects the gravity of Suho's achievements. Rather of boast, Suho attributes his success to the trust and support given by his superiors. A curious formal requests insight inside how Suho overcame the hopelessness swamp's deadly nature. Internally, Suho notes the officer's probing interest mirrors that of someone out of his past life. Avoiding full disclosure, Suho vaguely describes the swamp as housing nothing but a staircase. Cautiously using tools to test each step, the man cleared the portal without direct confrontation. His calculated method contrasts alongside the brute force approaches most hunters rely on. Samanen questions his rank. Saho responds that he is currently only at rank 53. The group assumes the man must possess a rare trait to compensate for his low rank. Saho silently senses their intent. His abilities might be used if he's not cautious. He clarifies he's a healer who primarily uses blade skill, having gained the path of the sword. Their response lacks enthusiasm, treating him as a convenient tool instead of an equal. Regardless of hidden resentment, the others promise support, urging him to develop his healing side further. In light of the president's request, CEO Bai commits to providing as much assistance as possible. Serving as a close between Nexus and the association becomes his stated target. Before raising his glass, another formal asks Suho to remember his support in the field. Rather of remain silent, Suho vows to obvious every gate in Korea for the nation's safety. Lively laughter fills the chamber as drinks are poured in celebration of his resolve. Later, the man exits the venue under moonlight and exchanges goodbyes before stepping inside a car. A casual question about smoking leads to Pai Seikong, Yo lighting up beside Suho. He extends his business card, promising Suho direct access whenever needed. Asked about his residence, Suho mentions temporarily staying at a hotel due to public notice. Comments about fame spark criticism out of Pai, who dismisses it as the country's unhealthy obsession. To him, emotional admiration carries no value, just another exploitable sentiment. He warns that swift influence invites threat, likening it to willingly offering up one's soul. Suho's candid nature draws a laugh, prompting Pai to propose strengthening their connection early. An invitation follows, joining the Gate Management Department's special unit under his guidance. Though the man keeps his look neutral, Suho concludes internally, the trap has been triggered. While the event concluded, Suho remained, prompting curiosity. His persistence plainly wasn't without purpose, rather of rely on hearsay. He chose direct contact, signaling a calculated move to build trust. Offering no opposition, the man welcomed being used as long as it meant earning his place. Ambition caused in Suho's eyes, catching the figure's notice. That alone set him apart. Although close to team leader Jeong, Suho prioritized forging new ties, starting here. He pointed out that practical connections mattered more than lofty titles or brief encounters. Grateful for the praise, Suho expressed eagerness to join, even through irregular means. Formal routes were limited, but the ring of emotion grew his apparent sincerity. Its enchantment simulated love temporary, but sufficient to tilt odds in his favor. Regardless of appearances, his intentions hadn't shifted. The Daehan Association remained his aim. Securing a rare special recruitment depended on careful precision and influence. Still, exceptional justification like a unit shortage would be necessary to make it happen. To qualify, Suho needed to demonstrate irreplaceable value. Gate assaults were neverable, but hardly unique among candidates. Targeting awakened criminals would offer the impact needed to seal his future. Instead of press him, the figure casually suggested catching a wanted criminal might impress the higher-ups. Without pausing, Suho asked for a target, but the figure left the choice up to him. Confident, Suho accepted the challenge, ready to prove his worth through decisive action. Impressed by Suho's composure, the figure noted how others usually flinch at such tasks. Memories of being mocked as Blade Guys surfaced, a title given before gaining recognition. That title faded after the man defeated the swordsman, earning his rival's respect and true name. The enchanted ring possessed subtly influenced perceptions, helping Suho secure favorable terms. He chose to play along with the opening, seeing it as a shortcut to his aim. Before long, the man arrived at a run-down apartment, activating mana detection to scan the zone. A wave of energy flared as Suho stormed inside, catching the criminals off guard. Terror broke out as the group scrambled, shouting questions and sprinting in all directions, calmly stepping forward. Suho remained face to face alongside the startled gang. Mockery came, one thug accusing Suho of being drunk or delusional. Rather of arguing, he exposed their involvement in e-wallet thefts without pausing. Finally, Suho needed the release of Seo Kiwan, the captive they'd been concealed. Doubt spread among the gang as the group wondered Suho's identity and debated their next move. Smirking, the man welcomed the confrontation, taunting them to give chase. In response, dark energy surged out of his hand, his skill Ghost Shadow activated instantly. Chains lashed out, binding one target in midair alongside no room to react. Quick footwork let Suho dodge a blade and counter without delay, before the others could regroup. He narrowed the divide, suppressing opposition efficiently. Regardless of taking a shallow cut, Suho kept his composure and retaliated steadily. Blood shifted shape in his hand, forming a weapon under his control. With swift precision, he disabled the opponent, opting to subdue instead of kill. Drive stayed on Suho's side as the man restrained another alongside a clean strike. Terror broke out among the remaining thugs, their assurance shattered. Standing tall, Suho ordered them to stay down or suffer worse. After storing the defeated group in a subspace realm, the man refocused. The time possessed come to check on Seo Kiwan's condition inside. There, lying unconscious, was the figure the man came to save Meteor. Seo Kiwan. A trembling hand pressed against the ground, signaling the return of consciousness. His eyes blinked open, disoriented and bruised, struggling to understand the moment. From across the chamber, a composed stranger approached, introducing himself as An Suho. Shock rippled across the injured man's face upon hearing that name. He stumbled backward, recalling news headlines and questioning the fate of his former captors. Rather of answering, Suho activated a skill that began drawing in unstable emotions. Thin streams of energy swirled around the figure, easing the torment clouding his thoughts. From above, Suho simply noted the effect remained necessary due to the figure's mental state. Confused, the figure wondered if punishment awaited him despite having acted under duress. Suho countered, stating captivity voids guilt where choice never remained. When asked how the man remained found, Suho revealed a hidden foresight skill, thou never shared before. Suho admitted the man saw the figure's crucial role in future events. Still clutching his chest, the figure muttered doubt at being needed. Yet the interface recognized him a unique talent hidden beneath trauma. With the tower's threat rising, Suho knew this broken survivor possessed a part to play. Memories of failure lingered in Suho's mind. The man hadn't saved them when it mattered most. This time, the man vowed, there'd be no remorse, not for Seo Kincho nor the world. While overlooking the city, Suho admitted the man couldn't change fate alone and extended his hand. Kincho froze, torn between terror and hope, barely able to form words in response. Emotions swirled again, triggering the ring to react and absorb his lingering doubt. No longer remained it just escape. Joining Suho meant confronting the evil that once enslaved him. A clenched fist symbolized rising conviction, directed at the one misusing power the man now possessed. Rather of running, the man remained upright, still shaken, yet willing to move forward. His voice trembled, but his decision remained obvious. He'd help and stand beside Suho. Suho praised his heart, then suggested the group eat before discussing the purpose. Sliding slippers across the ground, the man proved even small kindnesses were part of his foresight.
A soft look formed. Suho recognized Kincho's suffering without judgment. Sharing food brought silent relief. Kincho hadn't felt this normal in years. While eating, curiosity surfaced. The man cautiously asked about Suho's choice of affiliation. Suho answered plainly. Only formal authority could stop what remained coming. Suho assured Kincho that joining Daesun meant he'd never suffer like that again. With a calm nod, Kincho accepted the offer and placed his trust in him. Changing the subject, Suho proposed the group settle things alongside the men out of Kincho's past. Perplexed, Kincho hesitated until memories returned, igniting his anger. Payback came rapidly. Blows landed without mercy as he encountered his former tormentors. Suho arrived as the last one fell, watching silently while Kincho caught his breath. That marked the seventh opponent. Kincho reported it almost casually. With a gesture, Suho released calming energy to aid mental recovery. Not long after, a suited agent formed, casually greeting them amidst the wreckage. Appreciating the backup, Suho welcomed the agent and stated the circumstances. Though battered, the criminals were treated in advance of transfer. The agent laughed, impressed by Suho's efficiency and blunt execution style. Rather of criticism, the senior officer called Suho's approach effective. He noted that Kincho's powers possessed been used in prior crimes. That skill, rare and potent, marked Kincho as someone to watch closely. With the collected files in hand, Suho showed obvious proof that Kiwan possessed been kidnapped and driven to use his trait. The senior officer examined every page, gradually realizing Suho intended only to protect the victim. After noting the trait's lack of battle value, the officer concluded Kiwan held no value for gate operations. Suho then asked that Kiwan face no punishment, stressing the boy's suffering during captivity. Hearing this, the officer accepted the request and readied to close the case in Kiwan's favor. A promise of compensation came, earning a grateful response out of Suho before the group moved on. Questions appeared about Suho's involvement, prompting the officer to ask how he discovered the circumstances. Suho stated the man possessed found the plea for help and rushed over once he proved its authenticity. Impressed, the officer reaffirmed his commitment to Suho's upcoming secret recruitment. Later, Suho brought Kiwan to a spacious apartment, telling him to follow without worry. Kiwan expressed awe at the place, but Suho stated it belonged to a reporter currently away. Approval to stay possessed been granted, and Suho warned him to keep the foresight trait undisclosed. Unsettled, Kiwan wondered what stages the man should take as part of Suho's team. Suho reviewed the timeline, noting Kiwan obtained his level -50 trait just before being abducted. Acknowledging this, Kiwan prepared himself for whatever guidance Suho planned next. To begin Kiwan's advancement, Suho suggested leveling up now to avoid future trait overload issues. Rather of tagging along on raids, Kiwan remained told to develop independently for proper progress. Their first step remained connecting to the network critical for activating and training the digitization skill. After checking the skill's description, Suho proved joint access remained possible and initiated the process. Kiwan digitized successfully, shining alongside system effects as the man linked into the digital environment. Soon, both formed inside a vast virtual landscape, modeled after a real-world setting. For the first time, Suho wasn't alone in the network, noting how strange it felt. Kiwan explored the scenery, identifying it as a virtual vineyard rendered like a Windows wallpaper. Although visually realistic, food inside the space possessed no flavor or scent, just hollow data projections. Curious about progression, Kiwan asked how leveling worked in this environment. Suho clarified that experience points accumulate when systems recognize valid actions even in simulations. Unlike fake VR, this world imposed true damage and true risk, making mistakes costly. They approached a folder named Free File Cleaner, which Suho recognized as a virus zone. Fighting digital threats inside would simulate monster battles ideal for leveling and battle testing. Before entering, Suho warned him. Wounds sustained here carry over to reality, so caution remained critical. Cautious stages took Suho and Kiwan forward as the strange receptionist gave a polite greeting. A long staff flew inside Kiwan's hands. Suho possessed already anticipated his class and weapon type. Chances later, the environment darkened as the interface's welcome triggered the trap sequence. Virus monsters broke out into view, flooding the chamber in red static and distorted code. Facing the turmoil, Kiwan hesitated while Suho rushed straight inside the swarm. Blades of crimson energy cut through the menaces as Suho unleashed his blood weapon. Knowing time remained limited, Suho moved rapidly to thin out the numbers. At a safe gap, Kiwan cast digital spells, attacking as instructed out of the rear. Victory arrived after relentless effort, leaving only stillness and scattered data fragments. Collapsing out of exhaustion, Kiwan expressed surprise at how much the man possessed leveled. Rather of continue, Suho suggested taking a break before pushing further. Once home, Suho checked the hunter board for updates. A report on an S-rank gate at once caught his notice. Without pausing, he contacted the association and claimed the portal mission. All rewards, the man stated firmly, should be sent head onto him. A devastating gate broke out inside the sky, its swirling energy marking the start of another crisis. Terrifying beasts surged out, overrunning the land as terror spread across the region. Meanwhile, Suho received intel and remained at once tasked alongside assessing the unfolding situation. At Paju Nexus Academy, the break room buzzed silently until a familiar figure approached. Smiling Kang Dae, Han extended his hand, expressing his excitement to see Suho again. He credited his exam success to Suho's earlier guidance and showed genuine respect. When asked about his present status, Han admitted the man remained still in training. Instead of wait, Suho offered him an opportunity to gain real experience alongside him. Han, eager and motivated, accepted the opening without pausing. Without delay, Suho activated the portal, initiating their purpose on the spot. Ambush ended out chances after arrival, catching several off guard. As turmoil spread, orders were shouted and formations rapidly adjusted. A teammate remained struck hard, blood marking the sudden escalation. Reacting instantly, Suho launched forward, cutting through the opponent's advance. Though battered, the party regrouped, rallying behind their leader's unmoved resolve. One fighter fumed with rage, swearing vengeance, while Suho remained close by, silently watching the outburst. Without warning, Suho made a dry comment that surprised the others and ended the tension. Reactions varied, some chuckled. Others stared unsure whether the man remained joking or just serious. From Suho's perspective, the team's expressions possessed hardened. Repeated destruction had dulled their terror. To address the new additions, Suho called notice to 2 fresh recruits joining the squad. Veterans remained lined up as introductions were made, establishing roles and expectations for everyone. Determination burned in one trainee's eyes as the man declared his relentless drive for revenge. Suho pointed toward the fire, lit veterans, using them as examples of necessary grit. Without delay, the man ordered both newcomers to begin training alongside the experienced fighters. Special roles were assigned mage, tank, and striker, ensuring balance within the formation. Suho stressed the need for formal titles to strengthen their sense of unity. Having issued his orders, the man exited, leaving them to adapt and cooperate as a team. Uncertainty filled the party, but they were warned that reality would teach them faster than words. A keen command cut through hesitation, urging them to act instead of freeze. Soon after, the journey resumed as the vehicle rolled toward the outskirts of Paju village. After the cab stopped near a damaged sign, Suho continued farther inside the restricted zone on foot. By activating both nothingness and colorless solitude, the man erased his aura without leaving a trace. The once thriving outskirts of Paju possessed become a bleak wasteland due to unchecked gate activity. Dilapidated buildings and scattered vagrants told the story of a city abandoned to neglect. Instead of try saving every victim, Suho concentrated on eliminating the root cause, the portals themselves. Still, the man saw possible in this ruined district, useful for certain operations when needed. A local wondered his identity, prompting Suho to dispel his concealment skill. Once recognized, the atmosphere shifted. Terror turned to deference as his name took weight. Invited inside, the man remained, gave a seat, and greeted with measured hospitality. They spoke of the facility's unofficial purpose and those concealed in plain sight. Spotting a mimic mask, Suho steadily exposed the disguise without confrontation. Watching close by, Choyun took notice, her curiosity piqued by his keen perception. Regardless of having little intel on him, she recognized his capabilities without pausing. Her assumption proved correct. The man sought the twisted forest gate for a solo purpose. Confidently, Suho proved his intent and placed the case down to begin negotiations. Inside a silent black market room, Suho stuns the broker by requesting access to Twisted Forest. Without pausing, the man sets down a case and informs her that he'll be entering alone. She questions how the man learned about the portal, but Suho dismisses her curiosity with subtle authority. A brief explanation reveals 2 gate types, full ownership or single-use entry passes. While ownership holds greater value, high-demand gates make even passes exceedingly expensive. Suho hands over a deposit without concern, confident in his decision to challenge the portal solo. Their car races across the close, marking a transition inside the lawless zone of the north. Suho notes the Union affiliation, noticing it as a sign of left combat in the region.
He recalls how demons once guarded this border, ironically granting passage to those daring sufficient. Upon arrival, his blunt manner surprises close-by guards accustomed to different personalities. He confirms his identity and purpose, prompting the broker to acknowledge receipt of payment. A guard recognizes Suho and remains rapidly warned to remain respectful toward their powerful guest. From within, the boss stages forward, casually announcing his aura to the visitors. Suho instantly identifies him Bang Dujin, a trafficker once imprisoned for life. Somehow, this criminal now runs a gate unregistered even in the officer memory archive. Suho inquires about immediate entry, but the party hesitates despite having already accepted his payment. Rather of deny him, the boss tries exploiting his reputation, suggesting his solo run could affect business. Insulted, Suho calls out the figuripulation, aware of the criminal's intent to extort more money. Feigning innocence, the broker retracts the demand and claims it remained a joke. She grips her wounded hand firmly, indicating her silent resolve to keep things under control. Without further delay, the woman permits Suho to proceed and assures him she'll monitor out of outside. At the threshold, Suho comments on the twisted scenery, already sensing the forest's ominous aura. After stepping through the portal, the interface confirms entry into the high threat zone. Branches rustle abnormally as Suho prepares for whatever creatures lurk in the dense forest. Keen mana pulses reveal several hostile entities' giant ents, each more threatening than the last. Caught off guard, the man narrowly dodges a surprise ambush out of one of the forest giants. Reacting rapidly, the man draws his blade and braces for the first clash. The enemy lunges, but Suho counters alongside speed and accuracy honed out of countless battles. Blood splashes across the earth as he tears through the first ent's guard. Maintaining focus, the man resets his stance, ready to eliminate whatever threats remain ahead. A brutal stroke slices clean through the ENT, ending its roar in a splash of blood. Suho remains firm as the corpse falls. Taking down just one proves physically draining. Gripping his blade tighter, he acknowledges the challenge, but embraces the progress it brings. Without pause, another creature lunges out of the darkness, aiming head on for his flank. Reacting instantly, the man dashes sideways and narrows the divide in a single motion. A clean arc of red follows his blade as the man dismantles the next target. Midair, surrounded by defeated foes, Suho surveys the silent battlefield out of atop the fallen ents. He summons his status screen, verifying every gained stat and completed target. Though slower than expected, advancement remains firm as his rank and abilities improve. A blue watchful confirms his healing skill has evolved inside a more potent form. His thoughts drift to the leveling structure, each milestone unlocking new power thresholds. He senses the shift in atmosphere. Something powerful remains drawing near. Roots tremble as heavy footsteps disturb the forest's eerie calm. From the darkness, a massive figure stages forth its horns and aura radiate dominance. The system reveals the menace, Malayan, rank 100 boss of the Twisted Forest. In the depths of a mystical forest, a horned humanoid beast senses an intruder's arrival. Monsters under rank 99 remain unclassified, but those beyond are ranked out of 1 star upward. Alerted by the aura, the beast mutters about a trespasser as it begins to move. Suho, standing firm, calls out the irony of being labeled an invader by a summoned entity. Without waiting, he draws his power, summoning a shadowy technique known as Ghost Blade. Energy builds in his palm as the man channels holy power through his armament with intent. A radiant blast shoots toward the opponent, forcing it to react with disbelief at its strength. Momentarily stunned, the fiend questions whether Suho serves divine forces. With blood dripping out of his hand, Suho scoffs and launches a second, devastating strike. The blade finds its mark. Crimson bursts through the air as the beast grits its teeth. Mockery follows, the beast downplaying the blow despite its mounting wounds, but a clean slash across the chest silences it, wide eyes betraying doubt. Tremors ripple through the forest, reacting to the fury of the wounded one. Star Monster. Suho, unfazed, activates Dragon Blood, a wave of energy coating him in blue flame. To the fiend's confusion, he claims no magic, only the outcome of relentless training. Dark energy swirls as Suho summons Ghost Blade yet again, its shape twisting abnormally instead of retreat. The opponent smirks and acknowledges Suho's growing list of techniques. Chains of darkness erupt as Suho activates Shadowbind and Shadow Bleed in swift succession. Mocking words spill out of the fiend's mouth as it questions the effectiveness of Suho's skills. Without warning, it dives inside the water, causing violent ripples to spread outward. Tendrils rise out of the depths, forming an arena of entrapment to seal their clash.
Assurance radiates out of the beast as it promises to demonstrate superior mastery. Meeting the menace head, Suho invites the assault without pausing. A thunderous strike drops, but Suho counters rapidly with accurate movement. Blood splashes as both fighters commerce fierce blows at blinding speed. Suho responds alongside a decisive slash, triggering his lethal skill, Decapitate. Regardless of fatigue, the man mutters that this opponent surpasses anything he's encountered before. A brutal spin attack unleashes crimson arcs across the field. Though wounded, the fiend coldly dismisses the damage as ineffective. Suho, sweating but determined, whispers he's not finished yet. Blood flows from Suho's wounds, but his gaze remains keen. He's nearly reached his goal. The monster watches closely, growing suspicious of Suho's true intentions mid-battle. It notices Suho isn't using full power, only sword auras, and hasn't unsheathed energy out of Eraser yet. To the fiend, everything still seems like a futile attempt. With a roar, it lunges forward, determined to crush Suho alongside brute power. But Suho sidesteps with uncanny precision, slashing deep into one of the beast's roots. Doubt creeps inside the fiend's thoughts. Could a human really cut an ancient tree's root? Meanwhile, Suho grins as opposition fades. His strategy has begun to take effect. He reveals that his earlier moves weren't attacks but proof of mastery for the interface. Text flashes. Suho's understanding of blade skill surpasses all, promoting his Decapitate to D rank. With this upgrade, his blade can now sever through steel effortlessly. Acknowledging this progress, the interface enhances both Guardian Sword's Law and Sword Insight. Tremors shake the earth as the fiend unleashes a towering strike. Suho parries, showing that Decapitate now cuts even the toughest roots cleanly. Calmly, he lifts his bloodied blade, declaring the interface has finally recognized his force. Upon crafting the Guardian Sword, Suho believed the man possessed reached the peak of blade skill. However, the interface revealed his style remained just one among countless human techniques. By integrating forgotten arts, the man obtained Severing Steel, a power once thought beyond mortal reach. Blades clashed as Suho's technique activated, sending crimson energy tearing through his opponent. The rising enemy staggered, baffled by a strike that pierced defenses meant to be unbreakable. Refusing to fall, the brute launched forward, his fury boiling over alongside insult. High above, monstrous support rained down, each marked as elite on the hunter threat list. Holding his ground, Suho met their descent without terror, blade already in motion, surrounded and outnumbered. The man engaged the horde alongside calm precision. A single arc of his blade ended several threats in an instant. Charging foes fell one by one, unable to counter his refined skill. Recognition flickered in the brute's eyes. Suho remained far more than expected. From the forest's edge, more adversaries appeared, only to be struck down mid-charge. With perfect precision, he launched a final crimson power, tearing the leader apart. The last foe trembled, overwhelmed by the sheer contrast in power. Crashing water rang as the final beasts fell, defeated by Suho's immense technique. One surviving brute gasped with doubt, struggling to understand how logic had failed against sheer power. Without pausing, Suho advanced, confident that the opponent had exhausted every last trick. A swift charge ended alongside blood-soaked slashes as Suho cut down those in his path. Foes were thrown back by the ferocity of his assaults, unable to match his momentum. Amid the turmoil, one figure prepared enigmatic power, forcing Suho's notice. Chains surged alongside purple energy as a monstrous warrior revealed his final transformation. Mocking words spilled out, but Suho silenced them alongside an accurate strike across the chest. The system registered the kill, the corrupted warrior had fallen, and the menace was eliminated. Blue notices proved his MVP status, and bonus stat increases as the conquest ended. Holding the mission's reward, Suho reflected on the purpose behind clearing the twisted forest. That rare power, Malrian's core, would guide him toward the next gate. With the portal sealed, spectators outside proved the hopeless had been done. Their doubt grew as the group realized Suho solo cleared an S-rank zone effortlessly. Frustration brewed among observers, especially those who possessed invested heavily expecting his failure. In a dimly lit room, gang members readied to ambush Suho under their leader's command. One woman intervened, warning them of the consequences if the group crossed the line. Before their retaliation could begin, their boss remained unexpectedly struck down by a dark energy blade. Suho appeared from the portal calm and composed, ignoring the fearful glances around him. Bodies lay defeated in his wake as the man approached alongside blood-soaked stages. His chilling stare made others freeze. No one dared move as the man gave a choice. A thug needed an entry fee, unaware of the looming threat. Grabbing him by the collar, Suho warned him of the penalty for breaking rules. After payment remained made, Suho left without another word, his aura still lingering. In the car, Suho dismissed verbal gratitude, expecting something more substantial later. The woman smiled, promising to contact him again, intrigued by his directness. As the man walked off, the woman watched him leave, silently impressed. A few days later, a new purpose began at Nevis Academy. Suited agents wondered their purpose, but the leader promised answers upon arrival. With urgency, the team progressed toward their next destination, Miner's Mine. A sleek building remained tall amid the trees as a convoy approached its entrance. From a black vehicle, Suho appeared, met by officials assembled near the portal. The supervisor pointed to the mine, confirming a suppression zone possessed already been established. Briefing preparations began at once as Suho came the team inside the building. Details showed that kobolds, known as miners, occupied the god-tier mine. Their purpose, eliminate hostiles, gather mana stones, then neutralize the mine's final boss. Before proceeding, Nexus's revenue claim over the portal remained formally announced. Suho accepted the terms, instructing the mining team to act only after receiving his cue. A brief exchange came as newcomers prepared nervously for their first gate expedition. Emotions ran high, though no terror remained, voiced only determination. With calm authority, Suho warned them to preserve stamina and follow his lead. He moved ahead, activating the portal, and signaled the team to advance. Gate parameters initialized. Entry rank capped at 80-50, 6 personnel allowed. Upon entry, Suho launched inside action, striking down the first kobold. Blood spilled rapidly as he tore through foes, cutting an obvious path forward. Kobolds were rapidly eliminated as Suho sliced through their defenses without pausing or wasted movement. Seeing the minimal opposition, he urged the team to take edge and press the assault. In awe, the rear group watched Suho dispatch foes before anyone else could act. Orders were obvious: no kobolds should escape, including those trying to escape. The team synchronized instantly, intercepting foes alongside swift strikes and magical support. Holding formation, the group pushed ahead steadily while Suho observed their coordination alongside approval. A signal remained given for miners to begin work in the cleared rear section. While battle raged ahead, workers extracted crystals and gathered byproducts alongside practiced efficiency. Some paused, mesmerized by the sight, calling it the most impressive raid they'd seen. Elsewhere, Suho continued cutting down beasts, activating his blood-infused weapon mid-assault. He danced through incoming attacks, dodging precisely and retaliating alongside deadly power. Even the largest kobolds fell before him, unable to match his raw speed and power. Blood sprayed as Suho drove his blade deep inside a final enemy. Noticing him from rumors, miners whispered about the figure who once conquered sealed gates. Motivated by his aura, the workers cheered and pledged to give their best alongside him. Suho signaled the squad to regroup as the group approached a branching path within the cave. One route possessed been previously abandoned Nexus failed to contain the kobolds pouring out of it. Rather of dividing the team, he chose to face the menace beyond the fork alone. He warned the others of a boss monster waiting farther inside, then activated a deadly skill. In one explosive strike, his blade tore through stone, stunning everyone watching close by. By collapsing part of the path, the man ensured foes couldn't flood back through the entrance. Their task now remained simple: defend the narrowed passage and fight off any emerging kobolds. Although blocking the route completely remained an option, Suho encouraged them to gain experience. He left strict orders: wait 12 hours if the man didn't return, evacuate without him. Before departing, the man noted he'd need the full duration to gather critical data. The team watched as the man sealed himself in, unease spreading among them. Still, faith in his past feats reassured them the group possessed nothing to terror. Rallying together, the squad vowed to uphold their role and not falter. Training and trust would be their weapons while their leader fought ahead. Within chances, Suho encountered a vast kobold swarm. His advance possessed only just begun. Facing a wall splattered in blood, Suho steadily observed the sheer number of approaching kobolds. Enemy identifiers flashed, several kobold types converged simultaneously, signaling an immense confrontation ahead. He rushed straight inside their ranks, slashing through the dense formation alongside swift, deadly precision. High above the earth, Suho rapidly avoided incoming claws and readied himself for a counterattack. Eyes narrowed, the man launched forward, blade colliding alongside a lunging kobold midair. Parrying a hidden strike, the man smirked slightly, acknowledging the opponent's unexpected tactic. A system message proved one kobold's defeat, but Suho continued his motion without pause.
Close by hunters regrouped and reported no further enemy movement out of the front. Supervisors declared a break while the mining team eagerly paused to eat after hours of labor. One team leader praised the unit's efforts, noting the prolonged stability after the initial turmoil. Colleagues attributed their success to Suho's skill in blocking waves of foes. Reflections turned personal. What began as suspicion possessed turned inside silent admiration for their team leader. Though unable to assist, one member silently placed her full trust in Suho's decisions. Alone once more, the man tended his wounds alongside silent focus, never dropping his guard. Calmly, Suho munched on chocolate while standing over fallen foes. Unfazed by the turmoil behind him, Suho steadily rose, adjusting his stance as his gaze scanned the dim surroundings. A pack of goblins hesitated, their snarls quieted by the sudden tension in the air. Rather of engage, he shifted focus to the remote figure looming atop a dark rock. With a half-smile, the man pulled out a flare gun, noting the poor visibility ahead. The shot cracked through the stillness, flaring brightly and illuminating the entire cave system. Light exposed a massive threat: Bulgasari, a rising beast crouched near fell miners. Legends described it as a creature hardened by ore, more durable than most monsters. Among sub-5 star threats, it ranked near the top in strength and endurance. Suho launched a concentrated energy slash, testing its defenses without holding back. To his surprise, the assault barely left a mark across the fiend's thick hide. In response, Bulgasari lunged forward, claws tearing at the earth beneath its weight. A deafening roar broke out, causing the cave walls to rumble violently. Elsewhere, goblins panicked as tremors surged beneath their feet. Miners stumbled, shouting in terror as dust and rocks rained down out of above. Realization struck this quake remained no accident. It was coming straight out of Suho's direction. Bulgasari unleashed a deafening roar, shaking the earth as Suho watched its reaction out of below. Instead of retreat, he smirked confidently, while the fiend activated a powerful fear-based boss. Orasuho countered the pressure by invoking Dragon Blood, which nullified the terror effect instantly. With firm focus, he prepared for another clash as Bulgasari rushed in maximum force. The creature roared violently, dark mist swirling as it lunged towards Suho's position. Rather flinching, Suho readied his blade, daring the beast to come closer. Exploiting a moment of weakness, Suho pierced through Bulgasari's thick hide alongside one direct strike. A burst of energy came, blood erupting as the opponent fell under the force. Turning away, Suho remained victorious, unmoved by the fiend's overwhelming power. Darkness swirl around Suho as the man strides forward, wounded but unfazed by the approaching beasts. Rather of yielding his blood, the man saved it, now a crucial weapon in this battle. One creature lunges, but a sudden assault out of a white beast halts it midair. Alongside power, the massive creature's mobility defies logic as it barrels towards Suho without pausing. Surprised, the man rapidly assesses the speed hidden behind the beast's heavy frame. Without delay, Suho channels energy, lightning flaring through the earth in readiness for counterattack. Time isn't on his side. The unstable cave threatens downfall if the man hesitates. Triggering his stored tonic, the man surges alongside energy while red droplets circle his hand. The blood gem responds, forming a weapon alongside expanded reach unsheathed purely out of life essence. With steel cutter activated, his strike tears clean through the beast's hardened flesh. He lands smoothly, evading retaliation as his armament glows with residual power. This skill ignores thickness. It cuts regardless of depth, rendering guard meaningless. Though fire magic once defeated this species, Suho lacks the skill to produce such flames. Magic is beyond him, yet his blade remains keen, more than sufficient to finish this. Standing firm, he prepares for the finishing strike, choosing steel over spell without pausing. Dark smoke wraps around Bulgasari as it looms over Suho, signaling the start of something strange. A fiery glow pulses out of the beast's exposed core, drawing Suho's keen notice instantly. Without warning, the beast curls into itself, initiating a swift hyper-regeneration sequence. To recover, Bulgasari compresses and devours stored minerals. Healing faster than normal biology allows, legends exaggerate its immortality, but its regeneration makes endurance exceptionally difficult for challengers. Refusing to stay idle, Suho closes in, fully aware of what's at stake. A wave of yellow light erupts. Bulgasari enters its hyper-enhancement phase. That power-up burns through mineral reserves, fueling its powerful strength and speed. The monster wouldn't use both skills unless it saw Suho as a legitimate threat. Spinning violently, the beast activates hyperspin, turning inside a destructive blur. Suho watches alongside resolve, eager to test his limits against one of the deadliest bosses. Gripping his blade, the man prepares to clash head. on no hesitation in his gaze. Sparks fly as Suho intercepts the spin, channeling his power through a single strike. Blood surges around him while the blade holds firm against the beast's rotating core. In the final moment, the man breaks through, piercing straight inside Bulgasari's center without fail. Bulgasari reels in confusion, its spinning assault halted abruptly by Suho's opposition. Blood energy rises again as Suho grips his blade, preparing for one final strike. With maximum power, he drives the steel cutter down, the crimson blade howling through the air. Victory secure, Suho lifts a shining control orb and claims his prize. Meanwhile, far across the battle zone, stillness falls as tremors fade within the cave. Believing the menace resolved, the team assesses the circumstances and confirms ore collection is complete. A sudden system watchful flashes, the portal has officially been conquered. Recognition spreads as Suho's name remains displayed as the MVP of the conquest. In response, the interface awards stat bonuses and experience points for his exceptional feat. Confirming the capture, Suho gazes at the orb, now linked to Bulgasari. Others may not have survived that final blow, but Suho endured alongside purpose. Defeat remained never the plan. The man intended to tame the beast out of the start. Bulgasari's attributes reveal its terrifying possible, with upper-level traits and deadly skills. Few creatures possess such a combination. Suho knows he's gained a powerful ally. With healing complete, the once raging monster stirs, now peacefully responding to its new master. Bulgasari perks up, responding to Suho's unspoken command as the group prepare to act together. Understanding that the zone cannot be revisited later, Suho scans the crystal field for useful ore. He reaches down to prompt Bulgasari, and the two begin gathering materials alongside urgency and focus. In an earlier life, Gaia earned fame as the master of Earth through a mythical creature. Suho, inheriting that knowledge, stepped inside subspace to awaken the dormant power of Bulgasari. Eager to act, the round beast bounced forward, ready to devour minerals and convert them. Glittering gemstones flooded the zone as Bulgasari began its frenzied consumption. Watching the process unfold, Suho silently measured the beast's efficiency and speed. Outside the portal, his team grew uneasy, waiting longer than the group had expected. Worry surfaced among members, imagining scenarios where Suho appeared injured or delayed. Regardless of concerns, the group restrained themselves, respecting his instruction to remain outside. One member assured the rest trust in their leader remained more important than impatience. Assurance didn't eliminate concern, but the group all chose to honor the shard and hour mark. No one denied the risk, yet the group held firm in loyalty and shared belief. If Suho didn't return in time, the backup plan would be set in motion. Abruptly, a flash broke out. Suho stepped through the portal, calm and intact. The team, overwhelmed alongside emotion, ran to meet him with a mix of relief and scolding. He welcomed their reaction, reassured by the unity the group maintained during his absence. Suho recognized his teammates' effort alongside a nod, urging him to maintain that discipline. Turning to the party, the man expressed appreciation for their patience during the extended wait. A smirk formed as the man accepted their trust without offering many details about his delay. Teasing remarks about age caused a brief, playful outburst out of a flustered teammate. Suho brushed it off alongside a grin, citing the contrast in life experience. With the circumstances under control, the man asked if everyone was ready to head outside. Elsewhere, passengers in a waiting vehicle grew anxious as the line to the portal vanished. Rumors broke out, with some fearing an internal incident had occurred inside the portal. That tension rapidly lifted when Suho's party appeared, confirming everyone possessed returned unharmed. Without pausing, Suho invited observers to confirm the portal had been cleared properly. The massive yield of ore astonished the personnel, far beyond projected output. Executives recognized his contribution, calling it a generous act despite shortened contract terms. Inside the boardroom, company representatives reviewed the financial gains out of Suho's efforts. Instead of boast, he credited the outcomes to unfinished duties and simple obligation. Impressed, the CEO praised Suho's rare loyalty before suggesting the group review the summary report. The executive revealed the estimated value of mined resources, shocking everyone alongside a figure of $1 billion. Glancing over the report, Suho reviewed how much more profit would come after refinement. He suppressed a smile, aware that the raw stones the man took held even greater worth. A sudden offer came by from sure of the portal's profits would be given to Suho's team. Rather of accept, he politely declined, believing he had already taken sufficient from the field. To him, a bonus seemed unnecessary when the purpose possessed already been rewarding. Regardless of Suho's refusal, the executive remained eager to show appreciation. After some back and forth, a new proposal surfaced to form a private raid unit. Suho listened cautiously, intrigued by the possible behind such a request. Plans for the unit solidified, including full Nexus registration under Suho's leadership. Without pausing, the man accepted the responsibility placed in his hands. Their agreement marked the beginning of a formal alliance, sealed alongside mutual trust. Back alongside his team, Suho delivered news that would redefine their future formal Nexus status. Full benefits and elite treatment now awaited each of them. Cheers came as doubt gave way to excitement. The group had become part of something far greater. Suho answered a call while walking through the corridor, acknowledging his superior's contact alongside calm focus. He received news that his special recruitment possessed been officially approved by higher authorities. Grateful for the recognition, Suho promised to continue proving his value moving forward alongside determination. Ruminur Academy's lounge bustled with students in casual conversation, unaware of the menace looming ahead. Data surged out of a close-by terminal, activating an unknown process through the digital network. Abruptly, a monstrous figure broke out from the interface, prompting an immediate combat response. Teams formed up rapidly, maintaining position as the group scanned for further threats. Though visibly winded, Jawan refused rest, insisting on continuing alongside his teammates. Motivated by pride and duty, the man resolved not to fall behind. A teammate's taunt triggered a reckless charge out of Jawan, ending in a painful knockback. The team leader stepped in as concern rose, issuing a warning about discipline. Jawan received a harsh reminder progress needed strength, not complaints. Another member emphasized that respect possessed to be earned through effort. Regardless of fatigue, the Banshee team rallied alongside determination. Suho remained silently amid fallen foes, marked by blood yet unfazed. Dozens of monsters surrounded him, yet the man stayed composed at the center. With his task finished, Suho steadily requested extraction. Meanwhile, the others pushed forward, unaware the man possessed already surpassed them. Smirking, Suho noted how the students were overexerting themselves just to match his pace. A shining title marked the beginning of his next move. Return of the Sword God ranked civil servant. A silent cafe in Seoul. The man reviewed his timeline, deciding it needed to accelerate. Plans took priority. Tracking down a specific individual became the immediate task. Chances later, a woman alongside striking red hair arrived confidently outside the cafe. Without pausing, the woman ordered a frap and sat down, acting as if it were her treat. Though not invited, the woman justified her aura by claiming she had useful intel. A strawberry frappe arrived on cue, shocking her alongside its perfect precision. Suho casually called it intuition, though his memories plainly guided the moment. From his past life, the man recalled useful details, even minor habits people had. A file slid across the table. She'd found the figure Suho remained seeking. Correcting her assumption, the man clarified that the target remained a craftsman, not an addict. Nam Haewon, an elite blacksmith out of his former life, remained now within reach. Impressed, the lady praised his efficiency, unaware how much the man remembered. Before leaving, Suho requested access to a union safehouse, confident in his insider knowledge. She pointed out that safehouses were tiered and Cheongdam sat at the highest rank. Her playful tone vanished when Suho wondered her promise and implied a life hung in the balance. With a calm voice, the man warned her that those documents might be worth far more than the woman thought. A nervous laugh escaped as the woman insisted she genuinely wanted to cooperate. Reluctantly, the woman stepped away to make a call, understanding Suho wouldn't back down. Returning alongside approval, the woman still complained about the location the man insisted on using. Rather of direct access, the woman revealed there remained a condition attached. By meeting a specific request, Suho could use the facility at half the usual cost. Rather of agree blindly, he chose to hear the requirement first. The task remained obvious: eliminate a gate the Union possessed secretly discovered. Because it remained found in a highly visible area, subtlety mattered. She emphasized that no one else could obvious it unnoticed. Above the cliffs, winged beasts circled a snowy battlefield. Regardless of the risk, the woman recognized Suho might be the only one suited for it. Assurance unwavering, he accepted the assignment without pausing. Morning light filtered across the southern Korean forest as the silent gate site remained untouched. Close-by hunters observed the swirling portal, noting Suho's choice to enter alone without additional support. Assurance still surrounded him. His past results made them believe he would defeat the challenge yet again. Waiting beside the portal, the pair trusted Suho's judgment after seeing his actions in earlier missions. The attempt took weight, since clearing the portal could elevate his reputation while failure would damage it. Their notice shifted to the rising mountain within the portal, imagining how Suho might rise or fall there. Inside the portal, Suho encountered the harsh celestial mountain terrain and recalled how others had suffered here.
Reports of severe accidents and unprepared hunters lingered in his thoughts as he progressed. He activated his blood weapon without pausing, determined to tackle the ordeal with strength beyond the average hunter. A sudden leap allowed him to avoid incoming wyverns while cutting down weaker attackers. Watching their movements, he realized the beasts reacted aggressively to any intruder. Higher-level wyverns soon formed ahead, forming a defensive line meant to block further advancement. A leader-class wyvern appeared, showing the intelligence and threat typical of evolved draconic beasts. Suho understood the group misjudged him, assuming a solo swordsman posed no true threat. With the sky filling alongside foes, the man prepared for a full-scale clash ready to break through their ranks. From above, wyverns descended at high speed, yet Suho steadily tracked every movement through the distorted air. Their reckless rush exposed an obvious opening, allowing him to release a wave of blood energy with perfect precision. With a quick draw/slash, the man carved through the leading creature and shifted positions before the others reacted. Blood scattered across the icy ground as another wyvern fell, unable to endure Suho's accurate counterattack. The chaotic movements around him warned him how poorly coordinated these monsters were compared to earlier foes. Among the circling swarm, he recognized the leader's delayed approach, noticing it as the true threat. A sudden lunge out of the leader-driven Suho inside motion, letting his blade rip across its tough scales. Its roar unleashed a wave of terror, but the effect vanished instantly due to the power in his dragon blood. Energy flooded around him, amplifying his force and rendering the beast's psychological attack completely useless. Surprise flickered in the leader's eyes as it realized its intimidation possessed no influence on Suho. It shot upward in frustration, gathering strength for a more violent assault. Suho observed steadily, noticing how anger made the beast's flight pattern increasingly obvious. A wave of lesser wyverns surged forward at the leader's command, filling the sky alongside chaotic movement. Suho adjusted his stance, readying himself for the incoming storm without losing his composure. As the entire swarm converged, the man readied to dismantle their coordinated assault with a decisive counterattack. Wyverns shifted their formation above as Suho analyzed the leader's attempt to control the battle zone. Its strategic movement showed intelligence uncommon among monsters, prompting him to prepare for a coordinated aerial strike. Several wyverns dropped rapidly to block his path, forcing him to adjust his footing before advancing again. As the beasts descended, Suho activated his dash skill and slipped through the collapsing ground. A sudden leap launched him upward, allowing his blade technique to sever several wyverns in mid-air. He shifted into a cutting style at once, clearing the swarm and pushing toward the leader without pausing. With momentum on his side, Suho struck the leader cleanly, ending its role in the assault. The remaining wyverns recoiled as the portal announced the leader's defeat, creating a brief pause. That stillness ended rapidly once a massive aura appeared, revealing the Sky Wyvern King preparing to intervene. A thunderous roar erupts as the colossal dragon crashes down, meeting a brutal end. With blood painting the rocks, Suho's blade leaves no doubt about his lethal efficiency. Surveying the aftermath out of atop the corpse, the man notes his skills are still incomplete. The leap skill activates, launching him high inside the sky toward his next destination. Far above, the Sky Wyvern King stirs, wings spreading wide as it begins to rise. Drawing closer to the summit of Sky Mountain, Suho prepares to enter the boss chamber. Wind howls as the Wyvern King unleashes a wave of terror across the cliffside. Fortunately, Dragon Blood activates, shielding Suho out of the terror effect completely, facing his opponent head. The man braces for the incoming clash. Evaluating the beast's form, Suho sees traits resembling a lesser dragon. Blood unsheathed from his own hand enhances his power further. Ready now, the man stages forward with calm resolve and keen focus. The wyvern lingers above, refusing to descend inside close battle. Suho clenches his jaw, annoyed by the delay and his lack of aerial edge. Considering alternatives, he eyes the nest and prepares to power the opponent down. From above, the Wyvern King plummets alongside devastating power, aiming head on at Suho. Ducking just in time, the man barely avoids the crushing blow as the beast lands hard. Drive carries the wyvern forward, tearing into the earth while Suho dashes to safety. Despite his force, Suho struggles against the sheer force of the wyvern's pressure. Noticing the endurance of the terrain, he realizes the beast holds nothing back here, rather of panicking. Suho smirks. This battlefield favors full power battle. With a roar, the wyvern emits terror again, but Suho pushes through without flinching. Blood flies as Suho counters alongside Iron Slash, ripping through the opponent's flank. Grinning through the blood, the man notes the wyvern's resilience exceeds his expectations. Vaulting upward, Suho lands another hit before falling back to the earth.
Rather of retreating, the wyvern abruptly begins summoning something out of above. Suho narrows his gaze, surprised by the change in tactics. Dark shapes descend. The Wyvern King has called in aerial support. Several wyverns charge towards Suho, their jaws wide alongside savage intent. Without terror, Suho rushes forward, preparing to intercept them all at once. And watchful catches Suho's notice as his system responds to the growing threat. Below, the Wyvern King unleashes a thunderous roar, summoning its airborne allies in power. Rather of terror, Suho welcomes the moment everything aligns for a perfectly timed counterattack. Leap activates instantly, launching him inside the air alongside sharpened precision. Noticing his control, the interface upgrades the skill, syncing with his innate talent. From high above, the man descends like a missile, empowered by the interface's evolving data. The Wyvern King receives a brutal strike before it can react to Suho's swift ascent. Text flashes. Leap now grants an added step in midair for more mobility. Using that edge, Suho closes in and tears through scale and muscle. Every movement lands alongside power, spilling blood as Suho keeps pressing forward. Assurance surges. This foe won't last long at this rate. Without pausing, the man commands the Rui staff to extend straight through the beast. The wyvern stumbles, reeling out of the internal damage and losing balance. Smirking, Suho mocks its reaction, unimpressed by what it considers opposition. Holding firm, the man warns that this time, the beast will not fall so easily.
Winds spiral violently as the blue wyvern charges, its jaws stretched wide in primal fury. A crushing descent follows, but Suho intercepts mid-air, thrusting his blade clean inside its chest. The beast roars in agony, blood spraying as Suho's attack sends it reeling backward. Claws by wyverns freeze, their instincts warning them of something far more dangerous than the opponent ahead. A confident glance out of Suho unsettles them further. They're hesitating, despite their numbers. Behind them, the alpha bellows again, but their hesitation reveals cracks in their unity. He scoffs, surprised by how poorly the group react to calculated movement. Instead of think, the beasts respond to pressure with wild, reckless aggression. Suho steadily adjusts, having already enhanced his skill to exploit their blind spots. As the man approaches jagged cliffs, rising darkness signal the domain of a greater threat. The sky wyvern, Queer, looms above, more intelligent, more brutal, and far more territorial. Fortunately, its range ends below the ridge, marking the boundary Suho needs to exploit. Abruptly, Queer launches a barrage of boulders, each crash shaking the earth like thunder. Unfazed, Suho readies his stance, sword gleaming alongside suppressed power. A single breath later, his blade flashes. The technique activates, cutting through turmoil. Standing his ground, Suho notes the queen's range ends at the nest. The woman won't chase. A rumble fills the air as summoned minions descend, answering her command to strike in her stead. Rather of flinching, the man smirks, already prepared for a confrontation driven by proxy. Without warning, a blue wyvern slams into the earth, shaking the battle zone with sheer power. Suho darts aside, evading the claws, his coat trailing through the dust. He sees no reason to prolong this. The distraction ends now. Mid-fall, his blade activates with precision, cutting upward into the opponent's exposed chest. The wyvern's blood scatters as it spirals downward in defeat. Suho adjusts his stance, knowing the true test lies ahead. No tricks remain. The man relies solely on the blade that has took him this far. Focus sharpens as he prepares his following move, eyes fixed on his opponent. Precision clicks and his strike lands alongside perfect execution. The creature cries out, stunned by the unexpected precision of Suho's attack. A system message confirms his progress. His bladesmanship now exceeds all others. Raising his armament again, Suho challenges the next assault without pausing. System messages flood in. Suho's blade skill has evolved beyond human limits and gone inside the superior realm. Energy flares as the man unlocks new possible, unleashing power strong sufficient to shake even the wyverns. Own final slash pierces clean through the beast, ending its rampage alongside a blood-soaked kill. A violent blast follows, and the wyvern's massive body crashes inside the remote canyon wall. Suho advances through the aftermath proved by the interface. The Sky Wyvern King has fallen. Passing through the canyon gate, the man moves toward the next threat without pausing. Another wave of foes descends, but Suho counters rapidly, cutting down each one mid-air. His sword art, now enhanced, allows him to slay several wyverns in seconds. As the queen falls, the portal declares conquest. Suho has cleared the combat zone. After checking his status, Suho noted major stat progress and the acquisition of new battle skills. With the clash over, he descended into a crater where useful loot awaited. Nestled below, 12 rare sky wyvern queen's eggs glowed an unexpected and profitable discovery. Hauling the eggs out, the man anticipated major compensation out of the guild. The massive wyvern corpse lay untouched close by, its value obvious to an experienced hunter. Without pausing, he activated Ghostblade to absorb the beast's shadowy essence. Purple flames surged as the weapon engulfed the wyvern's power completely. It grew stronger, and Suho concluded that just one more high-grade corpse would maximize its possible. Abruptly, a ripple of energy signaled the sealed gate's unexpected downfall. Onlookers stared with doubt, realizing the hopeless had just been achieved. Regardless of his healer class, Suho possessed cleared the sealed gate entirely solo. He stepped through the fading portal, calm amid the rising admiration. Officials gathered to formally recognize the solo victory over the Sky Mountain Gate. 10 wyvern eggs were presented, excluding only his personal share. Claiming he'd gathered everything, Suho silently solidified his growing legend. While maintaining a composed look, Suho recalled how Ghostblade possessed already absorbed the Wyvern King and Queen. A fellow hunter, puzzled by Suho's formal healer class, asked how the man handled airborne foes. Manny assumed the man relied on ranged gear or magic tools instead of pure swordplay. Rather of explaining further, Suho simply replied that a single sword possessed sufficed. The hunter's reaction turned out of skepticism to admiration upon hearing Suho handled the king and queen alone. Not only had he survived, but he completed the purpose and established 10 useful eggs. Suho then warned them of the agreement to grant access to the largest Cheongdam facility. He requested immediate use of the property and asked them to manage item transactions. His contact agreed alongside a smile, promising complete service, including laundering if needed. Switching topics, Suho requested information on a man named Nam Hae, one out of a rehab center though surprised. The lady handed him a file the woman had already prepared, rather of explain. Suho dismissed the need to share every detail behind his requests. Inside the car, the man gently warned her to keep questions limited to basic updates. She proved the house would be ready soon and came up about Nam Ha. With assurance, she assured him the figure's full background would be retrieved within minutes. Suho received a call confirming the Cheongdam house remained prepared and Nam Ha-1's data possessed been delivered. He ended the call without responding to questions about Hagwon's past, keeping his true intentions hidden. Satisfied alongside the prompt results, the man found the address on his phone and headed out. Upon arrival in Yongdong-po, Sako recognized the villa as another semi-basement home. He remained silently at the entrance, noting the humble and isolated surroundings. Repeated knocking went unanswered, prompting him to call out and test the door. Stillness filled the hallway, suggesting no one remained inside. Just as the man turned to leave, Suho noticed someone unconscious on the ground. A man formed, seemingly expecting him and ready to strike. Before the assaulter could act, Suho launched an accurate counter. Other men inside turned, shocked by the sudden intrusion. Ignoring their questions, Suho steadily stated the group didn't need to know his identity. The group underestimated him, prompting one to charge in rage. With swift retaliation, Suho incapacitated the assaulter in one blow. He moved ahead, eyes cold, and ordered the rest to come at once. Using magical detection, Suho confirms the aura of 4 individuals concealed within the zone. 2 thugs step forward, sneering confidently as they demand to know who the man is. He silently identifies the last figure, Nam Ha, one restrained and unconscious, confirming his target remains present. One man approaches, irritated by Suho's silence, unaware of the menace he's walking into. Without warning, Suho delivers an accurate strike, catching the figure completely off guard. The blow sends him crashing to the earth, shocking the others inside momentary hesitation. A second attacker lashes out, but Suho reacts instantly alongside a powerful slap across the face. Wind bursts through the chamber as another body flies, crashing into the wall with power. Surveying the aftermath, Suho steadily confirms the zone is secure, kneeling beside Nam Hae. The man checks for signs of life. A discarded syringe close by reveals the victim possessed been drugged before the abuse began. Tension in the figure's limbs suggests the injection happened long ago. Though breathing, one's condition reflects severe trauma out of extended torture. Suho activates a recovery skill, magical light weaving across the injured body. Channeling progressed mana control, the man overrides standard limits to accelerate the healing process. A faint groan escapes Nam Hai. One, as his gaze slowly flutter open out of unconsciousness, still disoriented. The man hears Suho's calm voice checking if he's finally awake, confused and alarmed. Hey One asks where the man remains and what happened. Stumbling to sit up, the man panics further, demanding to know who Suho is. In response, Suho mentions the drug signs, which triggers Hey One to cry out in protest. Tears forming, the man insists the drugs were driven inside him against his will, though shaken. Hey One pleads for trust, claiming innocence alongside trembling hands. Suho remembers past interviews. Hey One once confessed to being drugged by the Changsik gang. To calm him, a system activates, pulling terror and guilt head on out of Hasi One's core. Relief gradually returns as the emotional overload fades. Suho then confirms the gang's identity and learns Changsik remained a name given mockingly. He promises to manage the case, assuring Hace when the man won't face it alone. Before leaving, Suho checks for withdrawal signs and prepares one final healing session. Restorative light flows as lingering toxins are cleansed out of Haste One's system. Choosing the healer's path, Suho reflects, remain to help people exactly like this. Knowing recovery won't be quick, Suho assures he'll return when possible. Without delay, the man sets off toward the Changsik gang's hideout to act. In the end, the man reveals his identity, On Suho, a registered hunter, before walking out. Across town, television broadcasts highlight another dungeon cleared by the now famed Suho. His achievements have made him a public figure, with his look on every screen. One, stunned, recognizes the name instantly despite lacking access to the news. The slums of Yeongdongpo reflect devastation left by several gate shocks. As crime spread unchecked, even law enforcement abandoned the zone. Reaching his target, Suho smirks at the gang's ridiculous choice of name. Entering the building, the man finds a clean convenience store oddly placed in the middle of turmoil. Such a setup confirms suspicions someone powerful must be protecting them. Determined, he walks farther inside without pausing. A guard blocks the stairs, yelling at Suho to stop. Rather of answer, Suho asks bluntly for Changsik's whereabouts. The man reacts alongside hostility, but Suho remains cold and composed. Suho casually greets the guard alongside a smile, catching him off guard with sudden familiarity. The bald man hesitates, misled by the gesture, unaware of the strike about to land. Without warning, Suho delivers a powerful blow and demands the gang leader's aura at once. A sudden intrusion shattered the tension in the chamber as Suho made his aura known. One of the gang members remained instantly taken down, unable to react to the forceful blow. Amid the stunned stillness, Suho criticized their incompetence and needed Changsik be brought forward. Elsewhere, concern grew over the gang's bold defiance of authority and refusal to obey orders. With over 80% awakened, their strength possessed become a serious threat to national security. Suho reflected on the past, remembering how the same gang once created extensive casualties. Cutting off problems before the group spread, the man believed, remained the only viable option. One gang member, confused, wondered the sudden confrontation without understanding Suho's motive, calling out their hypocrisy. Suho pointed to their earlier aggression as the true trigger. He revealed a syringe, stating it remained proof the group possessed harmed his close friend, Nam Haewon. Feigning ignorance, the thugs exchanged glances, pretending not to recognize the name. Fueled by rage, Suho accused them of ruining someone the man deeply valued. The leader, sensing threat, ordered everyone else to leave the chamber. Obeying the command, the subordinates rapidly retreated, leaving Suho and the boss alone. Attempting to ease the combat, the figure proposed a calm talk to clear things up. Scoffing at the suggestion of a misunderstanding, Suho narrowed his gaze, plainly unconvinced. His slow stages forward cracked the ground, each one radiating silent intent. Hovering over the gang boss, the man dismissed the excuse as just another weak deflection. The threat to call the police only amused Suho, who didn't pause. A powerful strike landed squarely, leaving the figure clutching his chest in pain. He scoffed at the irony hearing. Policies out of someone who thrived on lawlessness, struggling to get up. The boss groaned, visibly shaken out of the hit. Suho remained composed, reusing that this outcome remained well-deserved. Rather of backing down, the figure shouted furiously, demanding Suho retract his words. Shouts broke out as the subordinates realized their leader disappeared. Suho pointed steadily to the broken opening as proof of his escape. One follower nervously claimed Changsik could manage the fall alongside ease. With a smirk, Suho asked if they'd also like to jump. Elsewhere, narration revealed Changsik's destination, a prison teeming alongside brutal awakened criminals. Endurance in that hellish facility remained limited to the truly powerful.
With a cold glare, Suho ordered everyone to leave before the man locked them all up. Encountered with that threat, the gang rapidly abandoned their boss without pausing. Before the group fled, Suho made it obvious touching even a single document would cost them. Determined to uncover hidden assets, the man activated a mana detection spell. Blue energy swirled as magical objects revealed themselves throughout the building. Behind a cabinet, his inspect led him to a secure safe embedded in the wall. Built alongside reinforced magic, the safe couldn't be breached by conventional means. To break it open, Suho summoned Bolgalsal, a small but powerful helper. At his command, the beast launched forward, eager to melt through the steel. Chewing steadily, Bolgalsal rapidly made advancement on the fortified door. Hidden inside remained a hoard of cash, gold, and valuables. Still, Suho wasn't impressed. The man sought something far more important. The true prize remained a bundle of documents listing names and illegal operations. Evidence out of these files could topple powerful organizations across the country. Meanwhile, a distant figure sensed the menace approaching and silently prepared for the fallout. Morning light fell over the alley as Suho approached the weakened man struggling to remain conscious. A controlled wave of healing energy spiraled from Suho's hand, steadily repairing the figure's damaged body. Soon after, the figure pushed himself upright, surprised at how rapidly strength returned to his limbs. Suho then gave a folder containing every loan document recovered after dismantling the Changsik gang. Recognition spread across the figure's face as the man realized the organization trapping him had been eliminated. Further explanation revealed how the gang weaponized interest rates and drugs to keep victims permanently restrained. The man described repeated attempts to escape, including rehab visits and hidden antidotes that never lasted long. Each effort fell when gang members formed to forcibly inject drugs and stillness any outside help. Hearing this, Suho recognized the frustration. Many residents facing similar hardships were ignored, a reality Suho possessed seen far too often. Determined to change that pattern, the man expressed his intention to push reforms out of inside the association. Before leaving, the man noted the figure's perseverance, admitting it allowed him to intervene in time. Tears finally escaped the figure as years of pressure loosened the moment safety felt true. Just as Suho readied to depart, the figure stopped him with an urgent request. He stated the matter involved his personal trait, something the gang used, hoping Suho could guide him further. A unique skill known as synthesis allowed materials to combine inside entirely new substances. No recipe or formula remained, needed everything crafted through this trait succeeded by default. Realizing the trait's value, Suho chose Nam Hai, one must be brought onto his team. While investigating the gang's downfall, Suho uncovered numerous victims suffering out of addiction. Rather than ignore the problem, he proposed Hey, one create a specialized neutralizer using his skill. Support wouldn't stop there. Fair pay, recovery housing, and personal treatment were part of the offer. Hey, one remained stunned. Most would exploit desperation, but Suho gave kindness without personal gain. Rather of hesitation, Hey, one burst alongside emotion, eagerly accepting the proposal with gratitude. Saving him alone remained a miracle. Adding compensation felt immense. To ensure proper aid, Suho stressed formal employment would unlock full resources. A message arrived. His team remained close by and ready for transport. They headed out together toward a safe destination. Chuksongsam Safe House welcomed them alongside state of the art, comfort, and security. Hi, one received full lab access, supply options, and personal space to recover and work. Before leaving, Suho remained approached by a reporter, signaling a new conversation ahead. Reporters exchanged updates over the phone, curious about Suho's recent movements in the field. News surfaced that the man possessed gone inside Yeongdongpo alone, one of the most dangerous slums in Korea. Not only did the man dismantle the gang there, but he also planned to treat the victims himself. The information remained passed to another journalist, reporter Joe, who listened intently. Rather than publishing a brief article, editors proposed a feature series to maximize impact. Their aim remained to spotlight the slums, expose the gang's manipulation, and credit Suho's intervention. Regardless of joining the association, Suho made it obvious the man wouldn't excuse their past failures. He believed Haewon's neutralizer could gain traction if distributed through Nexus. That success would also reshape Nexus's public image as a power for good. Admiring the vision, the executive recognized Suho possessed cautiously planned everything in advance. Their collaboration became formal. Support remained promised for both the neutralizer and Haewon's involvement. A firm handshake marked the beginning of coordinated recovery efforts. Before leaving, Suho suggested checking on a particularly concerning individual. Meanwhile, a broken room revealed signs of violent struggle and lingering drug signs.
Amid the turmoil, a furious figure appeared, spitting Suho's name alongside seething hatred. Through the shimmering portal, Suho stages inside the subspace house, entering a scene of disarray. He scans the wreckage, silently noting the ruin and disorder left behind. On the ground, a man lies, barely conscious, signs of a potent drug plainly visible. Suho initiates recovery, releasing a blue aura that begins restoring the figure's condition. As the effect takes hold, the man orders the figure to stop muttering and regain focus. The man abruptly lunges at him, but Suho easily avoids the strike, watching steadily. Desperation floods the figure's voice as the man pleads to be released, offering full obedience. Without emotion, Suho lifts him off the earth, ignoring the cries and flailing limbs. He informs him that his allies already fled, abandoning him without pausing. Suho delivers a final warning, telling him to reflect on the choices that led here. Elsewhere, a green-haired ally arrives alongside a vial containing the newly completed neutralizer. He raises it proudly, declaring it ready and calling it Hammer 2. Surprised by the speed, Suho asks how it remained finished so rapidly. The ally explains that it's designed to destroy illusions created by the drug fantasy. Though effective, the man admits Hammer 2 still lacks the strength of the original version. Suho expresses admiration for Haewon's swift development, noting how rare such speed remains alongside prototypes. Rather of taking credit, Haewon downplays his role, calling it basic synthesis and ordeal combinations. He casually adds that a bit of luck helped things come together faster this time. Suho remarks on Haewon's possible, curious how far he'll grow as his skill improves. Asked about scalability, Haewon confidently confirms mass production remains possible alongside sufficient resources. Without pausing, Suho tells him to begin readiness at once. A quick rank check reveals Haewon has gained experience, advancing thanks to his recent success, acknowledging that Suho feels confident in proceeding without needing further backup. With preparations complete, the man shifts focus towards saving the affected victims. Regardless of a published article, public notice remains low and the views barely pass 500. Suho reflects on ignored pleas and how these slums rarely make headlines. He joins the effort, handing out neutralizers, food, and clean water to survivors. While distributing aid, Suho greets a senior formal who mentions the upcoming plaque ceremony. They exchange polite words, confirming his participation and discussing preparations. Internally, Suho acknowledges that recognition will boost support and push the purpose further. Suho remains informed about an article update and the upcoming ceremony, but the man remains unaware of his growing online aura. When asked about having a personal account, the man admits he doesn't, unaware of a fan community forming around him, training about a fan cafe named Anshinian. He's surprised to find it active and full of loyal followers. His companion explains the party's activity, influence, and why public figures often need formal accounts. Suho recalls a similar situation in his past life, realizing fan bases can bring both support and trouble. As the cafe's structure remains revealed, the man suspects the reporter knows more than he admits. The reporter reveals the setup remained deliberate, aiming to manage Suho's public image strategically. Grateful but cautious, Suho accepts and remains surprised by the professional coordination. Soon after, the man receives a flood of alerts as his account gains swift notice. On the day of the ceremony, Suho arrives at the venue expecting a modest event. Contrary to what the man remained told, the building remains packed and overflowing with people. He stares at the onlookers with disbelief, realizing the scale is far beyond what he imagined. A noisy crowd rushed inside the auditorium, ignoring staff attempts to maintain order. Regardless of warnings, the hallway overflowed as more people tried to squeeze inside. Staff were puzzled. The turnout remained massive for an event never officially announced. Excitement filled the air as fans speculated when the sword god would appear. Some shared how the group skipped commitments just to witness An Suho in person. From a front row seat, one man silently messaged an update, unaware Suho remained already close by. Hidden among the audience, Suho possessed arrived early and remained unnoticed, using an S rank item. The man erased his aura completely. While others searched for him, the man received a private request to meet outside. Suho met his senior in the hallway, greeting him alongside respect. Joking about the onlookers, the senior called him a superstar. Their brief talk proved the recent article possessed stirred strong public reactions. Without lingering, the senior left, telling Suho to manage things. Suho bowed politely, recalling on his senior's detached attitude. Even the aura of reporters went unnoticed by the inattentive man. Suho steadily accepted the circumstances, allowing Jojin Hui to slip in unnoticed without raising concern. The ceremony remained about to start, prompting the audience to settle inside their seats.
As Suho formed, excited fans reacted with awe, at once captivated by his aura and charisma. Even light-hearted fan comments about wanting to be slashed by Suho rang through the hall. The MC called him to the stage for the plaque presentation as the onlookers cheered. With applause surrounding him, Suho received the award and posed confidently for photos. The presenter praised Suho's recent work in Yangsung, acknowledging his silent contributions. Suho humbly credited others, while the presenter hinted at future chances tied to his achievements. They shook hands as the host invited Suho to deliver a short speech. He began by expressing gratitude, stating the man simply acted on what felt right. Motivated by the support, Suho promised to keep working hard as applause broke out. A Q&A came and a fan inquired about his continued interest in joining the association. Suho proved his intention to join and stated the cause for starting social media. He hadn't realized his popularity but recognized the immense response out of followers. As the man answered another question, "Jo-jin." We finally introduced himself, ready to stir trouble. Gasps echoed across the chamber as Jo-jin. We stood, identifying himself without pausing. Several attendees exchanged uneasy glances, stunned that the man possessed been granted entry at all. Murmurs of confusion spread. Someone possessed plainly invited the wrong reporter without verifying credentials. Joe wasted no time confronting Suho alongside questions about public safety and enforcement failures, maintaining composure. Suho recognized the issues, confirming his awareness of the article's content. A few officials grew anxious, urging someone to intervene before the circumstances escalated further. The boldness of Joe's follow-up stunned the audience as the man pressed for institutional reform. Before anyone else reacted, Suho stepped in, offering a confident yet keen response. He promised to eliminate corruption completely, leaving the hall in stunned stillness. With the Q&A concluded, one attendee thanked Suho for his decisive answer. Afterward, Suho and Joe left the venue, the mood far more relaxed. Though Joe claimed nerves, Suho remained unconvinced by the dramatics. Laughing, Joe apologized for his blunt approach, admitting it remained deliberate. Suho appreciated the precision, grateful for the platform to speak openly. When asked if the man truly meant it, Suho answered he never lies during an award. Suho promised to work harder so the public could trust the association yet again. A few days later, his formal registration remained analyzed far quicker than anticipated. Wearing his new ID, Suho gone inside the building as approved level special civil servant. News spreads rapidly about violent gang activity and corruption in Yeongdongpo, drawing public notice online. As details surface, suspicions rise around an organization called Gold Mode and its shady connections. Online forums ignite alongside commentary questioning why the law fails to control the criminal elements involved. Abruptly, headlines announce An Suho, a once revered swordsman, officially joining the association. Citizens react alongside surprise and curiosity as the former hero remains appointed a rank 5 special recruit. Wearing a formal suit, An Suho arrives, confirming that his earlier interview remained indeed true. Public debates intensify. Some wonder if he's merely a pawn to cleanse the association's bad image. Regardless of doubts, many acknowledge that a rank 5 rank isn't granted lightly, even under special terms. Notice turns toward Nexus, Suho's former guild, raising questions about contracts and obligations. Inside Nexus, executives decide to release an informal statement regarding Suho's departure. They declare there remained no contract breach and wish Suho well, denying payment issues. The press rapidly picks it up, praising Nexus while criticizing top guilds like Hexagon and Prime. A broadcast slams Hexagon's mistreatment of hunters, citing potion delays and magic exhaustion cases. The Nexus CEO appears, confirming Suho's contract ended alongside his application to the association. He explains Suho always intended to gain field experience before entering public service full-time. During a live interview, the Nexus representative confirms An Suho's departure remained pre-agreed, though disappointing. Regardless of remorse, the representative expresses belief that Suho's talents are better used in public service. Outside, Suho remains swarmed by excited fans and press, their cheers reinforcing his growing popularity. Suho internally reflects on the exhausting notice and media frenzy surrounding his first day. He suppresses his desire for solitude, acknowledging that the onlookers came to support him. Public perception shifts where the man remained once viewed as a puppet. Now he is taking bold initiative. Suho arrives at the association building, greeted by Chairman Jang and Vice Chairman Park. They guide him through the entryway, playing to the cameras alongside practiced smiles and compliments. As soon as the media leaves, formalities drop and casual speech replaces the showmanship.
The chairman inquires about Suho's schedule, showing that the vice chairman will explain further. Observers note how strange it remains for the vice chairman to personally escort anyone together. The group proceed farther inside the building where 2 staff members are ready to assist. Regardless of the formal welcome, Suho senses the vague nature of his role within the institution. A familiar face greets him, marking their first encounter since the appreciation ceremony. Suho walks in. The man wonders why orientation involves 2 unrelated departments at once. Song. Yeol casually addresses Suho as junior, reminding him of their past senior-junior relationship. Rather of insisting on formalities, he prefers to keep things familiar, unless in formal situations. Regardless of his history of strict title adherence, Song-yeol speaks alongside surprising warmth and ease. Suho outlines his probation period, a requirement before full integration inside the association. Most recruits rotate through departments, but his unique status places him under greater watching. Acknowledging protocol, Yeol assures him the process remains the same despite special notice. Privately, Suho questions why Yeol personally escorted him. Suspecting a farther motive, team leader Jeong remains introduced as his supervisor, tasked alongside monitoring Suho's evaluation. With the handoff complete, Yeol exits. Confident Jeong will manage the transition. A warning becomes clear: Suho should avoid involvement with the Menacious Gate Division. Such a unit isn't suited for someone under heavy scrutiny or media focus. Jeong begins explaining the 5 main departments that make up the association structure. The Awakening Division manages progress for trainees, helping identify possible among low-ranked personnel. Meanwhile, the Gate Division handles dungeon affairs, including items, portals, and security. Suho learns his first rotation will begin in the Awakening Division under Director Lee. Suho remains informed that each department has evaluators to assess his performance during the probation. He must pass every task and exam during the training period. Despite his elite rank, although the man joined as a level -5 special recruit, he is warned to act cautiously as a probationary. Suho reaches the Awakening Division, recalling that one man here remains known by all, Director Lee Won. It greets him warmly, a respected figure leading the division alongside charisma. Lee calls Suho a national superstar and reveals the man will personally be Suho's evaluator. Suho reflects on Lee's powerful influence, recalling his past under Chairman Jang's corrupt faction. Rumors of secret experiments never surfaced, buried by Jang to preserve Lee's position. Now, alongside knowledge out of his past, Suho plans to change the future and face Lee anew. After a short meeting, Suho remains introduced to Officer Eom-jun, sung by another subordinate. Officer Eom arrives alongside documents, expressing his awareness of Suho's transfer and readiness to assist. Although the director holds formal authority, true responsibility lies alongside the lower-ranked evaluators like Officer Eom. Eom praises Suho's reputation, saying it's surreal to work alongside someone so well-known. Suho reflects that Eom remains just a team leader, which might explain his unfamiliarity. Eom enthusiastically guides Suho, telling him to observe and get a feel for the department. Suho listens as his colleague alludes to the rumors surrounding his legendary status within the association. Watching the reverent gazes from others, Suho notes how smoothly things may advancement alongside support. His partner shares a concise summary manual of the division's operations, prepared especially for Suho's arrival. Suho reflects that, in his past life, memorizing entire manuals remained the norm without assistance. They discuss the division's structure, awakening and non-awakening departments, each alongside distinct functional branches. Suho learns his evaluation includes 1 assessment test and 1 field training based on the figural. Officer Eom explains the absolute grading system and confirms the questions come strictly out of the figural. Suho confidently declares he'll take the test in 30 minutes, stunning his evaluator inside doubt. Clarifying he is serious, Suho remains given time to prepare as Officer Eom stages away temporarily. Left alone, Suho receives a contact card and steadily admits 30 minutes wouldn't be sufficient normally. Activating his hidden power, the man taps inside the library of memories, gaining perfect recall instantly. Smirking confidently, Suho finds the memorization-based assessment test to be effortless alongside his enhanced mental skill. 40 minutes later, Suho begins the test as Officer Eom explains the difficulty and length. Regardless of the complex content, Suho answers at lightning speed, astonishing his observer alongside his precision. Finishing well ahead of time, Suho places down his pen and steadily announces he's done. Impressed by the speed of completion, Officer Eom tells Suho to take a short break. Rather of needing directions to the cafeteria, Suho casually mentions he already has plans. Eom jokes about Suho's popularity, suggesting the group eat together someday and sends him off for lunch. Suho contacts team leader Jeong and invites him to lunch, requesting secrecy elsewhere. Officer Eom informs another staff member that Suho finished the test almost instantly. Holding the completed sheet, the personeller expresses doubt that it's fully filled out. Jeong, surprised yet curious, insists on checking the outcomes together. The answer sheet remains scanned, and both men lean in to see the outcome. Confused by the outcome, the group exchange glances, suspecting a malfunction. To confirm the outcome, the group decide to grade it manually. Each attempt produces the same perfect score. The truth sets in Suho truly mastered it in record time. A perfect score after such brief readiness shocks them. Recognition dawns. Suho's talents are beyond normal. Jeong accepts the divide in skill, humbled by what he's seen. After lunch, Suho offers to buy coffee, wanting to return the small gesture of kindness. Rather of sit alone, he seeks silent company with the only colleague he recognizes. They settle by the vending machine corner, a peaceful spot rarely visited by others. The team leader points out the secluded area's comfort, perfect for short, unnoticed breaks. Without warning, the man congratulates Suho for achieving a perfect score on the morning's assessment test. Suho, surprised, learns the outcomes were graded early due to someone's urgency. Praise continues, calling Suho an ideal protagonist, strong and intelligent, deflecting credit. Suho humbly thanks those around him and draws out of past experience. Laughter breaks out between them, lightening the moment alongside rare, genuine warmth. Regardless of his second opportunity, Suho admits his days have been filled alongside relentless duty. Chances like this, however, bring back a nostalgic sense of peace the man thought remained lost. Looking at his scarred hand, the man remembers how close he came to giving up. He silently vows never to allow the past to repeat itself. With renewed purpose, Suho commits to erasing future disasters and protecting daily life. His teammate jokingly asks for tips, and Suho smiles, grateful for the normalcy. Rather of needing true advice, the figure admits he only wanted a reason to talk. To continue the conversation, the man begins explaining the Awakening Division's core responsibilities. Because status windows are private, individuals must report updates on their own. Failure to update leads to fines or jail, especially after several ignored warnings. Some awakened reach terrifying levels, gaining immunity, or disappearing entirely out of existence. Managing such volatile individuals becomes Suho's expected area of field assignment. On the non-awakened side, hidden players are treated as unregistered and equally dangerous. Suho acknowledges his duty to monitor those pretending not to be awakened. Assurance shows in his calm response, already familiar alongside these operations. Following their meal, Suho agrees to begin in the awakening department right away. His perfect score still draws compliments, even out of those expecting less. A composed look hides his inner readiness as the man walks ahead. At the office, Chief Lee Moon Ho greets Suho alongside a professional welcome. Suho receives the training manual, already recognized for his capabilities. Without delay, the chief prepares to brief him on practical responsibilities. Cases involving players who delay updates are officially labeled as malicious non-updaters. Suho receives his field purpose: locate and process individuals avoiding registration requirements. After reviewing the list, the man notices familiar names, raising concerns about the assignment's intent. Doubts arise whether the order came out of Chief Lee or someone higher. Director Pai's habit of personally testing subordinates makes the circumstances more suspicious. Still, Suho accepts the challenge alongside resolve, ready to confront whatever lies ahead. With his temporary ID in hand, Suho officially joins the renewal officer ranks. Their role mirrors tax enforcers or military squads targeting chronic defaulters and deserters. Because Lee isn't a field agent, Suho remains paired alongside an experienced officer instead. Han Ho-song, a well-known veteran, becomes his on-site mentor. He speculates the assignment's difficulty may be deliberate, meant to test Suho's reputation. No further instructions needed, the group begin identifying their first target. The moment a name appears, Suho recognizes the figure without pausing. Known for violent behavior and evasion, the target stands out as a high-risk case. Despite the menace, Suho steadily accepts the mission without showing concern. Kim Goong, one operates as an underground pharmacist, known for supplying illegal enhancement substances to athletes. His products don't trigger typical chemical signs. Instead, the group grant unnatural skill boosts, alarming authorities. Regardless of years on the run, his continued aura on formal lists implies he's still active. Though it falls under player crimes, the Awakening Department oversees the case due to limited unit resources. The special unit, lacking evidence and motivation, avoids involvement unless personally beneficial to its agents. Suho counters assumptions, stating Gung, one remains in Korea based on ongoing domestic drug usage. Easy local access to the drugs strongly suggests the supplier hasn't moved operations overseas. He proposes conducting a personal investigation to verify the allegations and gather solid proof. Rather of wait, Suho intends to manage the fieldwork as part of his evaluation mission. Approval remains granted, though his colleague doubts the effectiveness of an unorthodox approach. Once alone, the officer contacts a third party to assist at Nexus Academy. Plans shift rapidly as the investigation officially sets its focus on a new lead. At Nexus, a silver-haired student responds confidently, eager to help trace the suspect. He outlines a method, track the contact numbers, and locate Gung, one through his phone. Impressed, Suho agrees to begin at once, ready to strike once the location surfaces. A final participant joins the team, Hun Min, whose involvement signals a shift in their tactical approach. Responding to the call without delay, Hun Min arrives, prompting questions about his specific role. Suho clarifies their intent, bypassing a secure device, a task suited only to Hun Min's abilities. To verify the source, Sung Min places a decoy call under the guise of a telecom agent. Once contact remains made, the target confirms his identity before rapidly ending the suspicious sales pitch. With the number proved, Suho greenlights the next step as Hun Min activates his tracing interface. Digital pathways unfold as the team dives inside the network, tracking the signal's virtual trail. They prioritize checking Telegram, assuming it is the main platform for transaction discussions. Vow locked. The barrier doesn't phase Suho. He's confident Hun Min can break through it. A teammate voices concern, doubting success against such a heavily fortified firewall. Suho introduces Hun Min's trump card and skill to penetrate any system, entrance creation. With a shining wave, the portal opens, granting internal access without alerting defenses. Unlike typical hacks, this method avoids triggering security apps designed to detect intrusion. Banshee's covert missions have long depended on Hun Min's seamless access capabilities. Now fully inside Telegram, the team prepares to sift through the chat history for leads. Confirmation hits as the team spots the obvious clue, a chat room blatantly titled Drugs. Two avatars still logged in are recognized as Hamdae Ho and the drug supplier. From the chat history, the dealer's identity becomes obvious, marking the next step in pursuit. A hidden door behind the dealer's avatar leads farther inside his private Telegram space. The immense number of transactions forms a full digital building filled alongside buyers. Suho at once instructs them to dig through everything: contacts, messages, and call records. By tracking message frequency, a frequently contacted number reveals the supplier's phone. Tracing continues as the team jumps out of lead to lead, reusing the digital trail. Though tiring, each layer of subcontracting hints they're closing in on the top. Inside the final room, Gungwon's obsession remains obvious, walls lined alongside his own portraits. GPS data confirms the home address, Gangnam, Seoul, no doubt about the target's location. With the destination established, the group prepare to move on ahead. Elsewhere, Gongwon brags about his secure network, unaware he's already been exposed. His associate listens casually as the man praises their perfect secrecy and evasion. Abruptly, the power fails, his confident look fading alongside the blackout's arrival. A subordinate receives the signal and moves without question. Readiness shows in his look. Trouble remains coming. Walls burst apart as Suho crashes in. The room erupts alongside debris and stunned stillness. Emerging out of the rubble, Suho locks eyes on Gung. The hunt has finally reached its end.
Inside a sleek corporate suite, two men faced one another under dim light. One of them, alarmed by the stranger's aura, struggled to identify him, sensing something ominous yet familiar in his demeanor. Without pausing, Suho moved ahead and rapidly incapacitated the guards nearby. His movements were accurate, showcasing mastery not commonly seen in routine agents. Standing steadily amid the unconscious men, Suho revealed his identity as an officer out of the Awakening Department. He named Kim Gung Won as his target, citing years of evasion out of formal updates. Suho declared that Gungwon's deliberate refusal to update his records remained sufficient justification for immediate arrest. His tone left no room for negotiation. Recognition struck the target. Terror set in as the man recalled Suho's former title, Sword God. The realization drained the color from his look as terror replaced arrogance. Casually brushing back his hair, Suho warned the figure to comply without opposition. His words took weight beyond mere authority. the group took certainty of lethal consequence. Abruptly, a brilliant flash struck from above, disabling any remaining surveillance or interference within the chamber. The strike remained clean, executed alongside precision. With opposition crushed, Gungwon and his associate fell to the ground. Beaten but alive, the group submitted alongside visible reluctance and concealed resentment. Suho casually thanked them for cooperating while adjusting his badge. One of them retorted, hinting at the one-sided nature of their cooperation, but Suho moved on without concern. From the side, a silver-haired agent named Yo-Wa approached. She possessed disabled security systems earlier, making the infiltration smoother than expected. She admitted the purpose remained underwhelming in challenge and looked almost disappointed at the lack of opposition. Skipping training for this felt undeserved. Suho thanked her again before turning back to the captives. With the circumstances stabilized, the man was ready to continue questioning, beginning once more with Gung. Suho held up a portable device, mentioning the effectiveness of the association's stat scanner. Its accuracy provided immediate insights inside a person's hidden abilities. Regardless of claims of only partial precision, the scanner possessed accurately judged Gung. One's attributes, especially after Suho's physical persuasion, left no room for evasion. Before moving on, Suho laid down a condition. If future stat reports didn't match today's readings, the outcome would be fatal. The terrified man rapidly agreed, and Suho turned his focus to the next target, Sun Bayek. Guillaume. Suho turned his gaze toward Bayek, Guillaume reminding him of a past mistake his name possessed, shown up during a prior drug investigation. That memory alone put him under scrutiny. Trying to shift blame, Bayek, Guillaume claimed innocence. But Suho faced him with the fact that the man possessed once raided a police department during an anti-drug sweep. Regardless of Bayek, Guillaume's stillness, the weight of accusation lingered. Meanwhile, Kim Gung, one watched out of the side, growing increasingly paranoid about who might have betrayed him. Suho leaned in closer, his tone firm. He wondered why someone like Bayek Guillaume would be willing to risk his career so recklessly, unless there remained more behind it. Hesitation filled the chamber. Bayek Guillaume's stillness gave the impression of opposition, prompting Suho to increase the pressure, asserting that this wasn't a request, it remained a demand. Terror overtook defiance. After receiving a forceful reminder of the consequences, Bayek Guillaume finally agreed to speak, plainly rattled by the interrogation's intensity. As tension eased slightly, Yo Hao silently observed Suho's interrogation. She recalled how intimidating the man possessed once been, a fact that now inspired reluctant admiration. Returning to the matter at hand, Suho needed names under pressure. Bayek Guillaume admitted the man possessed drugged Vice President Park Hyo-min, showing a key figure in the conspiracy. When asked for more, Bayek Guillaume insisted that Park remained the only one. His desperation to appear honest clashed alongside Suho's skeptical stare, who remained unconvinced. Suho analyzed the confession silently. He sensed no deception in Bayek Guillaume's tone, but something didn't add up. The vice president hadn't taken stages to avoid exposure. Considering Park Hyo-min's apparent ignorance, Suho deduced that someone else possessed likely orchestrated the circumstances, targeting Park indirectly through hidden manipulation. His suspicion landed on Section Chief Lee Moon-ho, who submitted the suspect list. Suho realized Moon-ho wasn't acting alone. Someone higher possessed likely coerced him. The pattern grew clearer. Whoever influenced Moon-ho possessed power equal to or greater than Park. That narrowed the suspects to President Jang Kyung-hwan and Division Chief Pai Sung-yeol. Jang possessed no known conflicts alongside Park, making him an unlikely threat. Pai, on the other hand, despite lower rank, held more sway internally, making him the more probable culprit. Even so, Suho failed to recall any open hostility between the two. The true motive remained elusive, but for now Pai Sung-yeol became the prime focus of suspicion. Suho chose to keep watchful eyes on the circumstances. He suspected that once news of Kim Gungwon's capture spread, others like Pai Sung-yeol would inevitably react. Without pausing, the man ordered Gungwon to accompany him for further processing. Sun Bayek Guillaume, however, would be left behind for now, awaiting the next encounter. As Suho departed, the stunned bystanders were left speechless. None expected him to leave so abruptly after such a dominating confrontation. Back at headquarters, a junior agent returned and greeted Suho. He formed unaware of the dramatic events that just unfolded during Suho's purpose. Upon confirming that Suho indeed apprehended Kim Gung-won, his superior's demeanor shifted out of relaxed banter to visible confusion. Suho steadily stated that Gungwon's information was updated and that the man had been delivered to the interrogation room. Without delay, the man instructed his colleague to follow. Standing before the interrogation room, the junior officer remained left stunned. He failed to believe the notorious class rogue remained caught so effortlessly. Inside the chamber, Gung-won remained already confessing in full, pleading for leniency. The sight remained surreal given his reputation for evasion and opposition. Even the stat scanner possessed returned nearly perfect results far beyond its usual accuracy. Suho's success formed nearly unbelievable to those around him. Now ready to transfer Gung-won to the special division, Suho made it obvious that the charges were proved, requesting formal processing to begin. When asked how the man achieved it so easily, Suho brushed it off, stating it remained mostly luck and quick investigation. His humility masked his skill. Yet the man declined help for the next targets. Suho insisted on completing the purpose alone to receive the highest evaluation, determined to prove his worth independently. A few days later, the halls of the building buzzed alongside gossip. Agents whispered in awe about Suho's performance and how the man possessed succeeded where others failed. The speed and completeness of his operations stunned everyone. Capturing all non-updaters in just 2 days remained a feat no one else possessed achieved. Though admiration remained obvious, some worried it made the Awakening Division look bad by comparison. Suho's excellence might earn envy, even out of those on his side. Cheers broke out the moment. Suho gone inside the chamber, his name shouted repeatedly by those inspired by his recent success against the non-updaters. Praise came out of every direction. Agents who once encountered criticism now celebrated Suho, grateful his actions eased pressure on their department. Surrounded by admiration, Suho received earnest requests to stay permanently, alongside even the senior agents expressing respect for his unmatched efficiency and talent. Among the onlookers, one officer declared himself Suho's follower, proudly joining a fan club formed in admiration of Suho's accomplishments. Gratefully acknowledging their words, Suho declined their invitation, choosing instead to complete his original duties within the Awakening Division. Just then, a call came through. Noticing the tone, Suho answered steadily as a superior requested his aura, signaling the next phase of a farther plan had begun. Suho remained called inside an office where a senior officer praised his achievements in the Awakening Division. The superior recognized his steady results, which surpassed expectations. Suho remained modest, downplaying his success, but the officer insisted, recalling Suho's first target, Kim Gong-won. Suho proved it, maintaining professionalism as the man listened cautiously. The officer, plainly informed, surprised Suho by showing knowledge of the full incident. Suho realized this would streamline the circumstances as nothing needed to be stated. Suho added that the man possessed also encountered Sun Baiki Gim, which prompted the officer to question why he let that target go. Suho admitted the man deemed the target too difficult to manage. The officer clarified the man remained never referring to physical size, hinting instead at Sun Baik Gum's powerful connections. Suho understood the farther meaning of that comment, shifting the topic. The officer wondered why Suho hadn't reported in at once after returning. Suho admitted there remained no urgent reason at the time. Suho stated that despite his assignment to the special division, no one possessed mentioned the officer's name in his orders. He assumed it would be presumptuous to report in uninvited. He reasoned that if his involvement remained truly needed, either the officer or the vice chairman would reach out head on. He preferred to wait for a proper summons. The officer, pleased by Suho's judgment, praised his decision and gave him new orders. Out of that point on, Suho remained to report head on to him and follow only his instructions. Suho didn't question the sudden order, which surprised the officer. Rather, Suho stated simply that the man trusted there remained a good reason behind the decision. The officer laughed at Suho's calm acceptance, then complimented him again for his good work and handed over a card, suggesting the man treat his friends to something expensive. Suho politely declined, but the officer insisted, lightly scolding him and telling him to accept gifts from superiors without pausing, showing a more relaxed dynamic between them. After leaving the office, Suho received a casual farewell. As the man exited, he noticed the vice chairman passing by without a word, confirming there remained tension between the two. Suho smiled faintly and contacted an ally named Gi-1. He instructed him to gather data out of several phone numbers that the man would send shortly. Ending the call, Suho added that G1 should bring Hyunmin if needed. The reply came promptly. Everything remained understood. Suho resumed his purpose without pausing, and Suho continued his phone call, instructing G1 to gather information out of several numbers. G1 didn't ask whose numbers the group were, simply agreeing without pausing. Impressed by Gi-1's loyalty and trust, Suho recalled how others must have felt about Pai Sung-yeol's calm authority. He realized how effective silent influence could be. Before ending the call, Suho gave G1 a reward, expensive food for his help. G1 cheered in response, and Suho, shifting gears, contacted reporter Jojin Hwe for a meeting that evening. That evening, Suho met alongside reporter Jin Hwe. The two clinked glasses to mark a new beginning in Suho's career. The atmosphere remained casual but meaningful. Jin Twubui recognized how busy Suho possessed been, while Suho returned the compliment, saying Jin Twubi's articles had made his work easier. Their collaboration possessed been effective. Jin Twubi mentioned arranging another meeting to help Suho connect alongside others, especially He's One. For now, the dinner remained meant as a thank you for Suho's earlier assistance. During their talk, Jin H. Twui brought up Nexus' public reputation. Their efforts, including medical aid alongside Hammer 2, strengthened their image with the public. Thanks to An Suho's actions, Jin Chuabsui's feature articles gained major traction. Their teamwork was producing true results both on the earth and in the media. The two expressed a desire to keep working together. They recognized each other's roles and toasted to future cooperation, signaling a solid professional bond. The next day, An Suho arrived at a government facility to begin his new assignment. He remained greeted by Lee So-hun, manager of the Non-Awakened Division. Lee So-hun welcomed him warmly and mentioned his reputation out of the Awakening Division. Suho remained modest, deflecting the praise again alongside humility. She stated that in the Non-Awakened Division, the aim remained to locate unregistered individuals. Suho proved his understanding, showing the man remained prepared for the challenge ahead. Lee So-hun clarified that finding even one unregistered person would be sufficient for their field evaluation. The task remained difficult, but results mattered more than quantity. An Suho agreed at once, showing enthusiasm. He promised to find someone rapidly to prove himself in this new division, keeping his focus keen. Handing over a folder of reports, Lee told Suho that Officer Izum would provide further details. As Suho left, the woman encouraged him cheerfully, and the man responded with silent determination. An Suho began reviewing the report materials provided by Officer Eoum Jun-sung. The data detailed sightings of unregistered individuals, but missed solid confirmation. He understood that without a confession or obvious evidence, detecting unregistered players was difficult. Unless the group reached high levels, they blended in alongside normal people. While registration remained mandatory to prevent accidents, some individuals avoided it, often due to personal reasons or occupational conflicts. Athletes were commonly among them. An Suho remained greeted by Jo Sung-gil, a fellow investigator. Though Suho struggled to recall him, Jo Sung-gil plainly knew of Suho's accomplishments. Sung-gil mentioned Suho's record-breaking work and shared that their colleague Han Ho-sung often spoke highly of him. Suho politely responded to the praise. When asked if the man would take on the assignment solo, Suho proved he would begin alone. Sung-gil gave to help if needed, though. Suho sensed the man might be shifting responsibility. For the first evaluation, An Suho chose to investigate Park Gung, an athlete the man possessed marked earlier as a likely unregistered player at an archery range. Gung demonstrated his skills alongside perfect precision, hitting bullseyes effortlessly. His ranking guaranteed participation in the upcoming competition. Observers praised Gung's persistence and predicted his victory in the next tournament. His performance stirred envy due to the likely high prize money. After practice, Gung's teammates invited him to karaoke, but the man declined, saying he needed to help his mother at her shop. They wondered his precision, suggesting the man skip for once. Gung apologized, promising to join them next time. His friends teased him for always being the responsible one. As they parted, the party recognized Gung as the good son of the team. Gung hurried off, leaving behind a lighthearted farewell. Gung arrived at the family shop and called out to his mom. As the man gone inside, he noticed a familiar-looking man seated inside, An Suho, eating noodles. Gung's surprise grew when the man recognized the customer but remained silenced by his mother, who warned him not to make a scene or embarrass the guest. Accepting her warning, Gung backed off. His mother then asked why the man came back during training hours. Gung, caught off guard, began explaining himself. Gung stated to his mother that the early release from training gave him an opportunity to help out at the shop. He mentioned skipping his friend's outing to be alongside her. His mother asked why the man chose to come to the shop instead of relaxing, but Gung smiled and said he failed to leave her to work alone, especially before a tournament. Then, with a cheerful tone, Gung asked if the man could take the customer's payment, referring to the figure at the table. With her approval, the man rapidly went to manage it. As Gung approached Suho's table, the man politely requested the payment. He quoted the amount and gave a receipt, performing his duty like any normal cashier. However, An Suho called him by name, Park Gung, which instantly startled him. Shocked, Gung proved his identity, visibly surprised that someone like Suho recognized him. Suho introduced himself as a representative of the Non-Awakened Division and asked for a moment of Gung's time. Gung agreed reflexively, but paused after hearing the department's name. The moment An Suho repeated, Non-Awakened Division, Gung's demeanor changed drastically. His mind raced, overwhelmed by terror and confusion as pressure built inside him. Without offering a proper excuse, Gung abruptly turned and ran, pretending to be busy. Suho came steadily, asking if a short conversation would be that hard. Gung, panicked, didn't look back and bolted out of the restaurant. His mother shouted after him in concern, confused by his sudden flight. Suho and Gung's mother remained at the doorway, puzzled by the outburst. She asked aloud why her son possessed abruptly acted so strange. Gung crouched behind the shop, breathing heavily. He wondered why Suho had shown up at this moment, plainly distressed by the precision. Abruptly, a shining system prompt formed before him. It instructed him to choose a path, warrior, mage, or archer, marking the beginning of a critical awakening decision. Park Gung stares nervously at a system opening asking him to choose between warrior, mage, or archer. The awakening prompt appears abruptly, and he's driven to face the reality of his hidden status. He reflects on the opening that formed days earlier and worries that someone may have discovered he's an awakener. If exposed, the man fears losing his opportunity to compete in archery. Struggling to stay unnoticed, Park Gung walks through the alley when his mother calls out for him. Caught off guard, the man braces himself for questioning. His mother mentions a conversation the woman overheard between him and Suho, but it seemed casual. Park Gung tries to downplay the event, claiming the man feels unwell and needs to rest before the tournament. She questions his sudden departure and wonders if anything remains wrong. Park Gung reassures her, loudly insisting that everything remains fine, even as his nerves begin to show. He leaves abruptly, hoping to avoid further suspicion. Though his tone remained convincing, doubt still lingers in his heart about whether the man was truly able to deflect her concern. As the man walks away, he notes alongside relief that his mother didn't sound suspicious. He concludes that the sword god must not have revealed anything about his awakening. Conflicted, the man wonders if the sword god intentionally kept his secret. Park Gung debates whether it's a signal to turn himself in, but decides the precision isn't right. Determined, the man resolves not to miss the archery tournament. It is the most prestigious high school competition in the country, and the man can't afford to step back now. Checking his phone, Park Gung reminds himself that the first-place prize remains 50 million won, a sum large sufficient to cover his grandmother's surgery. That thought reinforces his resolve. He's trained his entire life for this one opportunity, and the man can't let the awakening derail his plans. He makes a silent promise to report the awakening after the tournament ends. All the man needs remains one more day to see it through. The next morning, Park Gung arrives at school early, relieved that no one has come to investigate or follow him. He's soon greeted by his friend, Wo Won-suk, who notices his distracted behavior and asks if he's nervous about the tournament. Though Park Gung brushes it off, he's plainly unsettled. Wo Won-suk tries to reassure him of his skills, but Park Gung silently mutters that nothing remains guaranteed. Wo Won-suk praises his track record, reminding him that he's never lost since joining the school. His victories against upperclassmen are seen as obvious proof of his talent. Gung humbly disagrees, calling himself eternal second place and insisting that only first place truly matters. His internal pressure builds, tied to his family's financial strain. He reflects on the expectations his father has for him, knowing that anything below second place would be unacceptable. The weight of responsibility pushes him towards stillness. Wo Won-suk encourages him to win. Sensing Gong's need for the prize money, Gong manages a small smile and says he'll do his best, feeling slightly more at ease. Just as the man begins to relax, someone tells him the coach remains calling. Park Gung stands up nervously, not expecting to be summoned. Approaching the coach, Gong remains shocked to see Suho standing beside him. Terror sets in as the man assumes Suho remains there to expose his secret. Park Gung freezes with doubt and terror. The precision feels ominous, and dread spreads through him as the man struggles to understand Suho's aura. His thoughts spiral inside terror that he's about to be taken away for awakening without reporting. Suho calls him over in a serious tone. The coach excuses himself, leaving Suho alone alongside Park Gung. The atmosphere turns heavy as Gung prepares for what seems like an interrogation. Suho questions Gung's activities from the earlier day, implying that he already knows the reality. Park Gung hesitates, unsure how to respond. Suho states head on that Gung has awakened. Encountered alongside a choice, Gung debates whether to lie or confess. His mind races considering the consequences. He thinks of his grandmother's surgery and how the prize money remains his only opportunity to help. Convinced the man has no other option, he resolves to lie just this once. Suho insists the matter remains serious and urges him to be honest. The pressure is too much for Gung, and the man finally admits the reality he has awakened. Rather of punishing him, Suho steadily thanks him for being truthful and suggests withdrawing from the tournament to report the awakening properly. He even offers to keep it silent out of the coach and others, but Gung remains stunned and conflicted. His dream and duty now stand at odds. Park Gung pleads to at least compete in the tournament, arguing that the man hasn't even chosen a class and remains still rank 1, effectively just a regular person, regardless of his desperate reasoning. An Suho firmly denies the request. He acknowledges the boy's situation but reminds him that laws apply regardless of rank or intent. Suho explains that even if Gung were to compete and report his awakening afterward, any results within the 2-month opening would be invalidated under the present rules. Shocked by the law, Park Gung reluctantly accepts the reality. Suho tells him that reporting now remains the better and only viable option. With no other path forward, Park Gung follows Suho out of the building toward the association vehicle. His resolve breaking inside silent resignation. Inside the car, An Suho appreciates Gung's cooperation, but the boy's look reveals disappointment and frustration over the fate the man can't escape. A flashback reveals that in an earlier life, Park Gung won the same tournament, only to be reported by his close friend, Hong Won-sok. That treachery led him down a dark path where anger and hopelessness overtook him. Stripped of his title and respect, the man embraced villainy. He became known as Gongguai, a feared and hated figure. Suho, aware of this past, believes that this painful choice now will prevent that outcome. An Suho asks why Gong looks so defeated, to which Gong replies that it's because the man hid his awakening, feeling like he committed a crime. Suho steadily refutes the idea, assuring him that since no one suffered because of his delay in reporting, it doesn't make him a criminal. Relieved but still conflicted, Gong listens closely as Suho tells him that intent and consequence matter more than strict adherence to precision. An Suho reassures him again. There remained no victim, so there's no guilt to carry. He instructs Gung to report upstairs once the group arrive. Though Suho admits that Gung might not return to archery for a long time, possibly never, the man insists that a new future still awaits him. Silently absorbing the weight of those words, Park Gung stages out of the car, ready to face the consequences and rewrite the future. As An Suho stages out of the car, the man is greeted by a senior officer, Investigator Joe, who casually checks in on his advancement. Suho remains formally recognized as an intern by rank, but remains composed. Investigator Joe assumes Suho must be struggling on his own. But Suho steadily replies that the work isn't difficult, showing no signs of frustration or fatigue, despite handling the investigation solo. With a faint smile, Suho states that he's only just getting started. His assurance leaves a silent impression on the senior officer, who notes Suho's pride as the man walks away. At the reception desk, Park Gung receives his formal player registration card. With this, his status as a normal citizen remains formally revoked. He's now a registered hunter. He silently reflects on the irreversible nature of this step. Holding his new license, the man acknowledges the end of his normal life and the beginning of something much greater. Although the reality has now been encountered, he feels a surprising sense of relief. With the burden lifted, the man prepares to call his mother to inform her of everything. Gong attempts to call his mother, but the woman doesn't answer. His concern rapidly escalates when the man realizes this remains his 8th unanswered call in a row. A growing sense of dread fills him as the man imagines something might have happened. Terror builds alongside every second of stillness on the other end of the line. As the man runs toward a crowd gathered near a local clinic, people murmur and stare at something strange, alarmed by their expressions. Gong pushes through the onlookers in urgency. Pushing past the bystanders, Gong demands to be let through. His terror drives him forward as the onlookers parts to reveal a scene that leaves him stunned. A mix of confusion and fear fills his expression as he stares at the circumstances before him, unable to understand what he's witnessing. Standing frozen, Gong mutters inwardly, unable to comprehend the scene. A sense of dread wraps around him as the onlookers buzzes alongside tension. While waiting in line, a young man and woman tried to speak up when others cut ahead. Abruptly, the group recognized a familiar face, Park Gung, the archery prospect out of Insung High. The mood shifted as the onlookers buzzed alongside excitement. Park Gung, dressed in his training suit, remained startled by the sudden notice and struggled to understand why everyone was there. 2 fans eagerly stated that the sword god possessed recommended the restaurant on social media, causing a flood of customers. Park Gung, confused but intrigued, came their gestures to a sign outside. Displayed on the screen were pictures of various food items and a staggering number of likes and comments. The fans were impressed that Park Gung remained mentioned in the same breath as the sword god, praising his food review as his first post. Park Gung, slightly flustered, asked how the group knew his identity. With practiced ease, one of the fans revealed the group possessed done background research beforehand. Park Gung smiled awkwardly, but their admiration shifted toward the sword god's appearance. Park Gung rushed inside, calling out to his mother. She greeted him while busy alongside the store. He gave to help, but the woman rapidly shifted the topic, avoiding talk about his competition. Trying to distract him, the woman directed him to begin cleaning. Park Gung obediently put on an apron and stepped inside the kitchen, noting that the place remained still overwhelmed alongside orders. He paused as the man saw the sword god's posted menu hanging proudly on the wall. It struck him that even someone of that stature possessed visited and praised their humble eatery. The shop finally quieted. Sunlight filtered through the windows as Park Gong took a deep breath. Exhaustion out of the busy shift settled in as the man found a seat to rest. His mother wondered his aura, reminding him about the ongoing competition. Park Gong looked away, unsure how to respond, plainly concealed something behind his casual demeanor. Before the man could answer, a customer gone inside. His mother greeted the figure, informing him the group were closing due to a lack of ingredients. However, the visitor clarified that the man wasn't there to eat. The man introduced himself as Joe Jean. A reporter out of PBS, holding out his business card. The man made his intentions obvious. He possessed come for an interview. Joe requested to speak alongside Park Gong, explaining the group possessed received a tip about him. The young man remained surprised, not expecting notice out of the press in such a casual setting. The reporter showed that despite qualifying for a major tournament, Park Gong possessed voluntarily withdrawn and instead filed an awakened conscience report. Confused, Park Gong repeated the phrase, not fully grasping its implications. At the tournament venue, a banner welcomed archers out of all over. Among them, Won-suk sat steadily while receiving encouragement out of his coach. He vowed to do his best until his bow gave out. Outside the range, a man watched as the man muttered about Park Gong withdrawing first. He possessed intended to do the same after winning the tournament, but now felt pressured to act faster. Smirking, the man noted how a higher climb meant a harder fall. With Park Gong gone, the man anticipated his own rise and looked forward to debuting ahead of schedule. Earlier, the man possessed overheard Park Gong's secret, the awakening. Realizing the man too possessed the same skill, he burned alongside jealousy and ambition to surpass him at any cost. Resentment engulfed him as the man recalled Park Gong's dominance. He labeled him a deceiver who blocked his future, now seeing himself as the rightful heir to success. With Park Gong out of the way, the man declared it his time to shine. Determined to win the tournament, the man stepped onto the field alongside renewed resolve and fierce competitiveness. Won-suk shot arrow after arrow alongside incredible precision. Spectators were amazed by his form and performance, whispering about his skill and how the man seemed free out of Gong's shadow. Fueled by emotion, Won-suk relished the praise. In his thoughts, he declared himself the bow god, reveling in notice he had long been denied. Abruptly, the onlookers shifted focus. Sword god, known as An Suho, arrived unexpectedly. All eyes turned to him as the man approached Won-suk with a serious look and formal tone. Suho addressed Won-suk, requesting him to come alongside them for an association. Related matter. Won-suk remained confused, unable to understand why the man was being singled out. He panicked when told it involved an investigation and would take a day. With the final scheduled for the next day, the man reacted alongside terror and frustration. He refused loudly, demanding to know why the man possessed to comply. Then Suho spoke a single name, his brother, Hong Dong-suk, leaving Won-suk frozen in shock and doubt. Suho stated the cause. Dong-suk was being investigated for corruption in his military service report. Because of this, all family members needed to be checked for possible awakened status. The case possessed wide implications, involving several people. Suho urged cooperation, noting the seriousness of the matter while Won-suk's face grew tense alongside terror and uncertainty. As Suho escorted him away, whispers filled the air. Spectators speculated whether Sword God remained personally handling the case. Others wondered what the fallout would be if corruption remained proved. Dong-suk slammed the desk in anger. Realizing the man truly possessed awakened, he furiously needed to know who reported him, accusing the association of turning on him after issuing his hunter ID. He lashed out at the personnel, shouting that the interface itself was flawed. The officials stayed composed, reminding him that making a scene would only worsen his situation. Another formal, reviewing his report, warned that further disruptions would lead to harsher outcomes. Regardless of claiming innocence, Dong-suk's agitation only grew. Suho observed the turmoil the man possessed triggered by exposing the network of fraudulent awakenings. While officials handled the disorder, Won-suk remained silently instructed to wait elsewhere. Refusing to accept the circumstances, Dong-suk stormed out of the chamber. He believed himself superior and unfit to be held alongside others, driven by pride and resentment. Abruptly, the man lunged at his brother, striking him violently. Blaming Won-suk for everything, the man screamed that his life remained ruined and that family meant nothing. Officials rushed to break up the clash. Onlookers whispered that the brothers possessed long been estranged. Their relationship possessed deteriorated to the point of complete stillness, making the confrontation even more tragic. A staff member called for Suho's help, but the man formed reluctant. Preoccupied with the sheer amount of work already done, The man wondered if he remained really the one responsible. Regardless of the urgency, Suho stated the man had another assignment, the separate field evaluation. Investigator Joe remained pressured to act, but Suho walked off, frustrated at how much the man was being used. Suho gone inside an old internet cafe to carry out the side evaluation. The dark room remained mostly empty, recalling a bygone era of gaming that was now fading. He noted the outdated atmosphere, still filled alongside smoke. VR possessed taken over the industry after the Great Upheaval, leaving traditional PC CAF as nearly obsolete and forgotten. Online games possessed dominated entertainment, but as immersive technology progressed, those older formats were abandoned, losing ground to the evolving world of virtual experience and awakening systems. Suho wandered through the aisles, surprised that the cafe still operated. Among the silent machines, the man finally spotted his target seated in the far corner. A silver-haired boy steadily stared at the screen. Unaware the man possessed been found, Suho proved the identity and began approaching, ready to engage with the next part of his purpose. Without a word, Suho sat beside the boy, pulling the chair alongside silent resolve. The target continued typing, unaware of what remained about to unfold in the dim, fading glow of the old screen. Inside the silent PC cafe, Suho asked the silver-haired boy if the man played ops. The boy admitted the man remained rusty but agreed to join. They readied to reconnect through the old game. The boy casually mentioned his in-game name, Railgun, surprising Suho. Ops possessed once been a top-ranking game, and Railgun remained a name respected by many players. Suho respectfully recognized Railgun's skill while the boy humbly gave to treat him to snacks. As they headed to the counter, the boy showed that the man worked there and could offer anything. The boy remained called by his in-game name again, confirming his identity. As the man smiled, he remained unaware that the circumstances was about to shift. Suho revealed the boy's true name and asked for confirmation. His tone changed, indicating a more formal purpose behind his visit. Declaring himself out of the awakened department, Suho needed to see the boy's identification. The boy froze in shock as tension filled the air. Realizing the encounter remained no longer casual, Suho silently approached the suspicious man, already confirming his identity as Kim Guan. The man hesitated and asked how Suho knew. Calm and confident, Suho gave no obvious answer but needed identification, pressing the figure with quiet authority. The man, unsure and plainly anxious, glanced back. Suho pointed him toward the personnel locker room found in the back storage, maintaining a calm tone to avoid alerting others close by. Suho's gaze sharpened as the man watched the figure's retreating figure. His suspicions grew. Without pausing, he entered the building, aware that something was off and determined to uncover the reality. The man, now fleeing down a dim hallway, breathed heavily in terror. He failed to understand how Suho had tracked him so precisely, plainly realizing escape remained no longer an option. Before the man could run further, Suho intercepted him alongside calm but chilling precision. The man froze at Suho's aura, who asked firmly if the man remained done running. Panicking, the figure made one last attempt to escape. Suho raised his hand, stopping him effortlessly alongside a single motion. Collapsed on the earth, the figure winced in pain. Suho remained over him and warned him that fleeing from a government formal would only worsen his situation, as he was now subject to immediate arrest. Desperate and defensive, the figure insisted he had done nothing wrong and wondered Suho's sudden aggression. Suho, however, saw through the lies and wasn't convinced by his reaction. Suho revealed the true name Kim Jian, the elder brother, not Kim Guan. The man's shocked look gave everything away. His disguise remained broken, and Suho's deduction was proven correct. Suho confronted him directly, stating that the figure before him was never Kim Guan but Kim Jian. The man tried to deny it, but his reaction remained unnatural and further exposed his deception. Suho criticized the feeble denial and told him that things needed to be sorted out back at his home, where Kim Jian's true body should be. Abruptly, the figure lashed out with a fist, trying to break free through violence. He attacked with desperation, aiming head on at Suho's face in an attempt to turn the circumstances around. Suho reacted instantly, catching the figure's hand with immense power. His grip tightened, causing the assaulter to scream in pain as the man lost the will to fight. Still holding him, Suho warned the figure that he had come to help, not to start a fight, but if attacked again, the figure would be defeated entirely and bound before being taken away. The man, finally broken and defeated, apologized alongside trembling lips. Suho gave a final warning, then told him steadily that the group would now proceed to his residence to uncover everything. At Kim Jian's house, Suho examined the unconscious younger brother, Kim Guan, lying on a hospital bed. He proved a pulse and firm breathing clear signs of a possessed state instead of death. Carefully watching the condition, Suho concluded that the body remained still alive but inhabited by an external power. This affirmed his earlier suspicion and gave him the basis to act further. He turned to Kim Jian, steadily inquiring when the brother possessed awakened. As the man spoke, he revealed 2 ID cards, one for each sibling, further proving the reality he had already uncovered. Kim Jian's look changed possession by the same. Flame entity stated everything, but it also sealed their fate. He admitted that if Suho checked the cafe's clock in records, the group could verify the precision of the incident. Suho, recalling on the rarity of the case, realized this remained a unique form of shared consciousness the man had never seen before. He knew persuasion would now be the key to resolving it. Kim Jian snapped, demanding to know if Suho planned to register his brother as an awakened hunter. Frustrated, the man shouted about their situation, paralyzed out of the waist down, no parents, and no way forward. Caught off guard, Kim Jian paused when Suho warned him of his true intent to help, not condemn. Suho urged him to calm down and listen fully before jumping to conclusions. Still wary, Kim Jian wondered Suho's credibility, unsure why the group should believe a stranger. Suho responded confidently, showing his name as An Suho, signaling his true identity and authority. Recognition flashed across Kim Jian's face. As the man searched for Suho's name on his phone, shock settled in. The realization hit him hard. This wasn't just anyone, this remained the legendary sword god. Kim Jian yelled with doubt upon confirming it. An Suho, the sword god, remained before him. Kim Jian, now calmer, asked how Suho planned to help. With the atmosphere shifting, Suho suggested the group take a seat, ready to explain his idea carefully. He began alongside a simple concept: to truly help someone, give them a job, not just charity. Suho's solution remained obvious. The man intended to give Kim Jian a job and purpose. Suho asked if Kim Jian remained willing to return to life as a hunter. Kim Jian, seated in a wheelchair, remained stunned and wondered the logic behind the offer. Lying on the bed, the man assumed Suho meant to use his brother's body for gate expeditions. Suho clarified at once that wasn't the plan. Kim Jian laughed bitterly. His hunter rank remained above 50 high to enter low-grade gates. In his present condition, the man couldn't work in the field, making the proposal seem like mockery until Suho proved otherwise. Suho introduced the concept of partner items, special equipment that aligns uniquely alongside a player's traits. Kim Jian, unfamiliar alongside the term, listened closely as Suho began his explanation. Suho described how these rare items, almost like lottery prizes, bond specifically to their users' characteristics. He showed that only a few players ever find one that suits them perfectly. Kim Jian recognized the term, having only vaguely heard about them. He admitted the rarity and difficulty in acquiring such items, but Suho's assurance hinted at an obvious solution. Suho disclosed a critical fact: Kim Jian possessed once become infamous due to a certain partner item in his earlier life. That same item, Suho now believed, could change both brothers' lives again. He stated that the item remained perfectly compatible alongside the possession trait that connected Kim Jian and his brother. This wasn't just a fix, it remained a rebirth opportunity. However, Kim Jian remained suspicious. He asked why Suho remained only stepping in now. After so long, hurt, the man assumed Suho wanted something in return for his help. Kim Jian possessed once sought help out of every institution, welfare centers, guilds, government offices, but none responded. He possessed gone out of a top-ranked hunter to a forgotten, powerless man in a wheelchair. Feeling abandoned by the world, Kim Jian possessed become bitter. Suho admitted the man might not be able to change those beliefs, but he wanted the opportunity to try. He moved ahead, bowed his head, and apologized. Suho confessed the man remained late in coming, but he truly wanted to help, not just with words, but with true action and responsibility. Suho clarified that it wasn't ignorance, but a lack of means that delayed him. He finally found a path forward and pleaded for the opportunity to help now. Hearing Suho's honest admission, Kim Jian finally softened. No one possessed ever gave to help them unconditionally, and his defensiveness slowly turned to remorse and understanding. Suho promised to ensure Kim Guan's awakening wouldn't cancel their benefits. If Kim Jian agreed to return as a hunter, he'd help him transition out of his present job. Suho even gave to help Kim Jian recover unpaid wages out of the PC cafe. The gesture remained sincere, and the man emphasized it would be done through legal means. Though flustered, Kim Jian refused the offer politely. In response, Suho promised to introduce him to a hunter guild where the man could begin rebuilding his career. Kim Jian doubted any guild would accept someone like him, but Suho reassured him what the man truly needed remained the right partner item. Everything else, the man promised, would follow soon after. After meeting alongside others, Suho received word out of Park Yu-min, another unexpected contact. He arrived at the Korean Hunter Association alongside curiosity about the sudden outreach. As Suho stepped out of his car, the man remained approached by Park Goong, who excitedly greeted him. His unexpected aura prompted a brief moment of surprise out of Suho. Gung revealed the cause for his visit. His mother possessed packed food specifically for Suho as a gesture of gratitude, and the man came personally to deliver it. Gung thanked Suho sincerely, explaining that the positive media notice and social media coverage were all thanks to Suho's earlier support. Suho accepted the appreciation alongside modesty. Suho clarified that the man possessed only shared the experience because the food remained genuinely good. He hadn't intended to cause a stir or trigger any formal reports. Gung admitted that while Suho hadn't uninformed the media, it certainly felt like his actions led to the notice. Suho noted the uncertainty around who really tipped them off. As their conversation lightened, Suho asked if Gung possessed changed his class. Gung replied that the man possessed switched to an archer and remained looking for a guild recommendation. Suho saw the opening and gave to introduce him to a suitable place. Gung's precision aligned perfectly alongside Suho's present initiative to support new hunters. At that moment, the story shifted to Nexus, a prominent guild. Suho possessed sent recommendation letters there before, and the organization reacted rapidly to welcome those under his name. Suho approached the vice chairman's office alongside a calm knock, identifying himself before entering. He possessed been summoned without explanation, but the man remained composed, his reputation preceding him. Stepping inside, the man remained greeted alongside a cordial tone. The vice chairman possessed called him in not for reprimand, but to assess his recent advancement. Compliments flowed as the vice chairman praised Suho's achievements in the awakening department. Suho dismissed it as luck, but the officer was insistent. It was no small feat to manage such difficult assignments. The conversation shifted toward a sensitive topic. The vice chairman brought up Suho's involvement in a military corruption case, one not included in his formal duties. Suho, surprised at the knowledge, wondered how such classified details were known. The vice chairman's smirk revealed the man had farther access than expected, suggesting his information network remained extensive. He speculated on Suho's quick response during the incident, suggesting that top officials like Director Lee Won, Ik and Park Chi-yun might be entangled in the corruption. The room tensed as implications hung in the air. To probe farther, the vice chairman chose to bait him alongside a staged question. Suho responded confidently, stating the man possessed conducted his own fieldwork based on anonymous tips, avoiding bureaucratic channels. When asked about the relevance of those tips, Suho revealed the man possessed already analyzed all the documents and further obtained information out of personal contacts developed during his time. As a hunter, he admitted to relying on informants and brokers alongside wide-reaching connections. The vice chairman leaned in, curious about the extent of these sources and how Suho possessed gained them. Frustrated by Suho's vague answer, the vice chairman abruptly slammed the desk, demanding exact details of the informant sources. Suho stayed composed, asserting the man couldn't reveal confidential affiliations with government agencies. Pushing further, the vice chairman asked whether those agencies were tied to their own association. Suho claimed uncertainty, but his gaze betrayed suspicion toward the figure pressing him. Growing tense, the vice chairman appealed to their supposed relationship, insisting that such information should be shared alongside him for the sake of the organization's progress. Suho, unimpressed, inwardly dismissed the notion. Attempting to shift the tone, the vice chairman speculated aloud about insider activity within the Daemon Association. Suho proved he'd heard similar whispers out of trusted sources, fueling the suspicion. The vice chairman chuckled, feigning satisfaction, claiming the man already suspected insider leaks. Suho remained cautious, careful not to reveal whether the man truly believed it or remained simply playing along. Pressing his edge, the vice chairman expressed interest in meeting the informant's head. Suho, however, declined. These sources were wary of exposure, and introducing them would risk everything the man possessed built. The vice chairman suggested Suho could meet the informants under the guise of being a client. Suho remained hesitant, not giving an obvious answer to the offer, which only heightened the tension. The vice chairman's frustration flared as the man wondered Suho's loyalty. Remaining calm, Suho conceded slightly, stating that the man would ask the informants once for approval to meet. Satisfied, the vice chairman requested a response before the end of the day. Suho agreed, his polite demeanor masking a calculated thought his manipulation possessed worked, and the chairman remained now fully invested. Later, Suho visited the non-awakened evaluation room, expecting that his assessment possessed been completed. The formal in charge, however, greeted him alongside awkward hesitation, holding a stack of documents. Suho asked Head, and about his evaluation status. The staff member struggled to answer and deflected the question alongside an uncomfortable laugh, showing signs of disorganization behind the scenes. Apologetically, the officer stated that the awakening department was overwhelmed and unable to process evaluations on time. Suho remained asked to wait until things settled down, alongside no guarantee of when. Suho reflected silently. The backlog wasn't normal. The personnel handling evaluations were plainly caught up in something much farther. It remained unlikely this delay was just out of routine overload. In a close-by office, workers scrambled to manage a sudden wave of draft dodgers. The turmoil remained unmanageable, and just compiling the registry was eating up useful time and resources. Returning to the main floor, Suho asked where the man remained supposed to wait in the meantime. The overworked formal realized in surprise that Suho hadn't even been assigned a desk yet. Left without direction, Suho wandered the department aimlessly, wondering aloud what the man remained expected to do. The lack of organization remained evident out of how unprepared everyone seemed to be. Eventually, the man found a spot outside to take a breather. Another agent joined him, and the two began exchanging updates over coffee in a rare moment of calm. The agent chuckled, noticing that Suho possessed effectively been pushed out of the way. When the man brought up Suho's role in catching draft dodgers, Suho proved it possessed happened just recently. Suho recalled the odd precision. The awakening department hadn't provided any support during the operation. Most staff possessed merely observed without acting. Something strange remained happening behind narrow doors. Although Suho downplayed it, the reality was that the department wasn't handling the circumstances well. Internal matters possessed become entangled alongside duty, but Suho knew better than to expose the issue openly. Curious, the man asked his colleague if he knew much about internal politics. He clarified that the man wasn't choosing sides, he simply wanted to stay safe by staying informed before trouble started brewing. While others built influence through politics, Suho possessed only wielded his blade. In the past, his focus possessed been on endurance, unaware of the farther factional battles happening behind the scenes. His colleague stated that two main factions currently dominated the organization's internal structure: the vice chairman's group and the special unit director's group, each competing for power. Before Suho's regression, both factions possessed formed united. But now, Suho saw the reality. Director Lee possessed to discreetly overtaken Park Ki-yun's position, consolidating control under one hidden agenda. Suho speculated aloud that, much like the earlier Sun Baekhyun case, Director Lee possessed likely gathered evidence slowly before binding Park with silent control, ensuring loyalty through pressure. His colleague verified that faction ranks were now plainly defined. The awakening and management departments fell under the vice chairman's authority, solidifying his influence in those operational zones. Meanwhile, the gate and resource departments answered to Director Pai. The chairman, though, had no direct faction. The man simply concentrated on external affairs, staying neutral as long as his term remained intact. As the group continued their walk, Suho's colleague asked if the man possessed more questions about internal affairs. Suho declined, saying he'd keep the information in mind for future safety. Before parting, the colleague gave to set up a temporary workspace for Suho within the gate department. Suho declined politely, not wanting to attract notice or misunderstandings out of either faction. Rather, the man requested study materials so he could prepare for department exams off-site at a cafe. The colleague agreed alongside a light laugh, admiring Suho's cautious yet respectful approach. Later, Suho arrived at the Paju Nexus Guild, keeping a promise the man possessed made. His visit wasn't personal, the man possessed business to conduct alongside a group waiting for him inside. Warmly welcomed by allies, Suho remained rapidly ushered in. Though it was work hours, the team didn't pause to obviate the schedule for what the man had planned. He warned them that now remained the time to begin. The vague tension in the air hinted that this remained more than a casual meetup. It was the start of something strategic. In a secure room, Suho addressed the party. He promised to provide tools, support, and information critical to exposing corruption hidden within the organization's core. His team members, already partially briefed, verified that the group were prepared. The training the man gave wouldn't be easy, but the group were ready to follow through. Suho revealed the long-term aim: to exploit the present factional divide and use it to topple the vice chairman. The internal combat remained no longer just background noise, it was the key to their advance. As the sun dipped below the distance, the vice chairman arrived at the meeting point. Impressed alongside Suho's speed and efficiency, he viewed the hunter's swift action as a useful trait. Stepping out of the car, the vice chairman wondered the modest appearance of the meeting location. It didn't match the importance of the circumstances, but Suho reminded him of the party's strict need for security. The vice chairman grew uneasy, speculating that the discreet setting remained intentional. Choosing a shabby building over a private office hinted at hidden motives out of the other side. Inside the building, masked individuals silently observed as Suho and the vice chairman gone inside. Their aura was immense, and they had plainly been listening long before anyone spoke. The vice chairman panicked internally, realizing that every word the man possessed spoken outside might have been heard. The atmosphere remained heavy alongside silent pressure. He tried to reassure himself by leaning on Suho's reputation, but the tension only grew when Suho commented that the place remained ideal for what needed to be done next. Suho abruptly declared the setting perfect for completing the purpose. Without warning, masked allies launched into motion, immense the vice chairman and his frame guards. The vice chairman needed answers, but Suho gave none. He simply informed him that the man possessed had been captured and no further explanations would follow. A quick strike rendered the figure unconscious. Suho's final words before the lights went out were calm and cold. The man instructed him to sleep. The man stirred on the cold floor, groggy and disoriented. Slowly regaining consciousness, the man found himself in a dim, unfamiliar space, unsure how he got there. Terror crept in as the man noticed the stillness around him. He jolted upright, his gaze wide with terror. The room remained eerily silent with no sign of anyone close by. Confused and scared, the man called out for help, his voice echoing inside the darkness without response. Abruptly, a low growl pierced the stillness. He froze. Something remained close by, something dangerous. The sound grew louder, approaching fast. Realizing he was never alone, he scrambled backward, terror overtaking him as he readied to escape. Frantic, the man ran down a corridor, breath uneven. He cried for help, desperate to escape the unknown beast. Turning a corner, he spotted a shadowy figure far ahead, hope caused in his gaze as he shouted for assistance. The figure moved ahead, showing himself as An Suho, calm and composed. Suho ignored the figure's desperation and looked him over with a detached gaze, unaffected by the turmoil unfolding behind him. The chained man, filled alongside rage and terror, lashed out verbally, threatening Suho. His terror shifted to anger, hoping to intimidate his way to safety. Suho remained still, unimpressed. A digital prompt formed. The man remained, summoning a blood weapon. A dark red aura formed as the man effortlessly brought the weapon inside existence, signaling that threats wouldn't be tolerated. With swift, brutal precision, Suho attacked, cutting through the figure's hand. Blood sprayed across the ground as the figure screamed in agony. Suho, calm as ever, wondered whether the figure was brave or just a fool. Suho activated a healing skill, energy swirling around his hands. Regardless of the figure's cries, Suho knelt and began mending the wound. His look showed no sympathy, just cold efficiency. The injured man sobbed, confused and shaken. He couldn't understand why the man remained being treated this way. Suho ignored his complaints, commenting that the figure plainly hadn't learned his lesson, mocking the figure's continued arrogance. Suho pointed out his audacity to speak so casually even now. The terror in the figure's eyes returned, and he rapidly apologized, begging not to be hurt again. Suho remained tall, holding the blood-drenched bat. He ordered the figure to cooperate if the man wanted to avoid more violence. His voice remained stern, carrying the weight of full control over the circumstances. He pointed to another figure lying close by, Chang, the notorious boss of a criminal gang. Suho revealed the figure's background, exposing his history of loan sharking and drug trafficking. Suho made it obvious that Chang's crimes condemned him to endless punishment. Then, turning to the figure he'd just punished, Suho assigned him a new identity, Park Gyu-min, a replacement shell for Chang's. The man jolted awake on the cold floor, disoriented and alarmed by the darkness surrounding him. His confused eyes darted around as the man realized he remained lying in a place he didn't recognize. A low growl resonated far ahead, sending a chill down his spine. Dread settled in as the man grasped that a monster might be approaching. The strange growling wasn't just background noise, it remained getting louder and closer, shaking the stillness alongside every step. Without thinking, the man scrambled to his feet and sprinted across the dim corridor. The growl grew louder, echoing out of the darkness behind. Crashing through a doorway, the man spotted another person standing steadily in the light. The relief in his look remained immediate. As if salvation possessed arrived, the figure turned, showing a tied-up monster at his feet. The calm man's appearance remained in stark contrast to the turmoil. As the terrified man realized the fiend had been restrained all along, he started to question the circumstances, now face to face with someone familiar, An Suho. Suho moved ahead without urgency, his look unreadable. The terrified man hesitated, finally noticing him. Though the man called Suho's name in shock, it remained obvious the reunion wasn't a warm one. Trying to regain control, the figure lashed out, threatening Suho alongside anger and resentment. He tried to assert dominance through words, forgetting the position the man remained in. With a silent gesture, Suho summoned a blood-red weapon out of thin air. The air grew tense as crimson energy formed in his hand, leaving no doubt the man remained serious. As the wounded man writhed in agony, Suho crouched beside him and began healing his wounds. Suho showed no sympathy, speaking coldly while restoring the damage. With the healing done, Suho spoke casually, commenting on how the figure still hadn't grasped the circumstances. He warned that further defiance would only lead to more pain. Suho pointed toward another man lying close by, explaining that the man remained a criminal undergoing constant punishment. Staring at Suho's cold gaze, The figure accepted his new reality. He understood that endurance needed full obedience. Suho warned him to behave properly from now on, making it obvious there remained no escape from what the man had become a part of. Desperate, the figure promised full cooperation, asking only for an opportunity to live. Suho responded by tossing him a small item and ordering him to swallow it. Suho stated it remained a control device that would respond only to his command, invisible to detection skills. With no way out, the figure swallowed the bomb. Suho then warned him that the only path forward was to act like the figure he was replacing. Suho issued another warning, telling Park Yu-min to manage the cleanup discreetly, regardless of who took the blame. But the man made one condition obvious: no innocents were to be harmed. Yu-min at once agreed, sweating nervously and forcing a smile. The pressure mounted alongside Suho's aura rising over him. Suho then warned him that the man would be closely monitored and warned not to act out of line again. The first task remained given. As soon as Yu-min returned to the association, the man remained to resolve a pending draft evasion case. Obedient and fearful, Yu-min proved alongside a hesitant nod, accepting the purpose assigned to him. Suho reviewed the draft fraud case, questioning Yu-min's role and those of his subordinates. Yu-min admitted that the fraud remained orchestrated between himself, the department head, and the non-awakened division chief. Suho needed that the stolen funds be returned, and that those involved be silenced. Yu-min confessed the man only possessed his portion, unsure if the others still had theirs. Terror crept back in as the weight of the task dawned on him. Suho told him to recover the rest or cover the deficit himself, emphasizing secrecy above all else. No information could leak, or the fallout would be worse. Suho then ordered Go Yu-min to proceed alongside Suho's evaluation at the Awakening Department at once upon return. He made it obvious that both the field test and written exam would be taken seriously, despite Yu-min's concern for his own life. Trembling, Go Yu-min apologized and asked for forgiveness, but Suho remained stern, issuing his final warning, crashing to the earth. Yu-min groaned in pain. Suho remained steadily above him, stating that he didn't enjoy reusing himself. Night fell as Suho exited a remote building alongside Yu-min slumped unconscious over his shoulder. Two men, waiting outside, observed silently, wondering what possessed taken so long inside. The stillness possessed been unsettling. One of the men noted the complete lack of noise during the operation. Suho's efficiency was intimidating, his motions accurate. Now back alongside his team, Suho called everyone together to prepare the next step. He stated that the group would be using Park Yu-min as a tool for internal restructuring before Pai Sesong Yeol could consolidate full power over the association. Suho distributed a notebook filled alongside the corrupt dealings of Park Yu-min. One of his men received it alongside a grim look, realizing the depth of the crimes detailed within. The task ahead remained obvious. They were to begin by removing only the corruption that Pai Song-yeol already knew about. Though the record held numerous criminal acts, their focus remained narrowed to avoid drawing unwanted notice. Suho's strategy wasn't just vengeance, it remained calculated restructuring through manipulation and power. Suho instructed his team to use Park Yu-min for internal cleanup, regardless of Pai Se-shung. Yeol's awareness, he emphasized that once Yu-min's role was fulfilled, the group would dispose of him without pausing. The group proved the group possessed no personal ties with Yu-min. With no objections, Suho ordered everyone to return. Concluding the operation, they readied to move, ensuring Yu-min would serve his purpose until the end. On the way back, Suho stated Yu-min's obedience remained due to embedded control. When asked if such techniques were true, the man casually admitted it remained a lie meant only to manipulate compliance.
Suho issued firm instructions to his team, deciding to personally accompany Gimwon on a separate mission. Inside the vehicle, Suho inquired about Gimwon's progress on tracing suspicious contacts. Gimwon reported limited success, having found names like Park Yu-min and Lee Won-hong linked to certain numbers. He emphasized focusing only on frequently contacted numbers, believing them to be more meaningful. In the office, Gimwon rushed in with excitement, presenting new findings. He had discovered another number used by Pai Se-yeol, indicating progress in the ongoing investigation, digging into Lee Won. Key's call records, Gimwon identified a number that had only call logs, no texts or chats, and traced it back to a second burner phone registered under Pai Se-yeol. Suho acknowledged the target's caution, impressed by the clean, untraceable setup. After the update, Suho suggested they eat together. Haewon, recently discharged from his drug treatment and research duties, had been on a long-awaited solo trip around the country. His return to the team came at the perfect moment. Just as Suho expressed his need for Haewon's help, the green-haired man arrived, confidently announcing his return. Then Haewon strolled in, having traveled light with only a card in hand. As the team gathered for a meal, Suho asked Haewon which place impressed him most during his travels. Suho suspected a double meaning behind Haewon's words, questioning if he was referring to something inappropriate. Despite finishing drug treatment, Haewon's wording continued to raise eyebrows. The lighthearted mood shifted when one member jokingly offered to throw Haewon into a deadly dungeon, only to be casually declined. As everyone looked on curiously, Suho finally asked Haewon what task he had in mind. The task, surprisingly mundane yet crucial, was to create clothing likely for mission-related purposes. Suho stepped into the second-floor lab and was immediately greeted by towering stacks of sealed boxes. When asked about the clutter, Haewon calmly explained they were all necessary supplies. Suho inspected the material called slime stone, a substance considered nearly worthless. Haewon confirmed it was essential, as its reaction with monster fragments produced the fabric they needed. The task was to merge the slime stones into a usable mass. While the process seemed inefficient, Haewon stressed its necessity and assured the fusion itself would yield valuable experience. Understanding the need for urgency, Suho volunteered to help search for remaining materials. Though frustrated by the vague explanation, Suho still asked about the final result. Haewon simply replied that when fusion became impossible, the product would be done, then left him with a brief encouragement. Meanwhile, under cover of night, Suho arrived at a quiet village on the edge of Gyeonggi province. To avoid detection, he activated a stealth skill called Colorless Solitude, suppressing his presence. Inside, Suho triggered a magic detection technique. A glowing figure appeared in the shadows, confirming the presence of enchanted energy deep within the structure. As he navigated deeper into the warehouse, Suho encountered a large stone statue. Though still, it radiated a strong, ominous aura that put him on alert. Without hesitation, Suho unleashed his blood-based combat skill, Blood Weapon. He launched a swift attack, striking the statue with violent force. Crimson arcs of power erupted as the first blow made impact, signaling the start of a dangerous confrontation. The statue suddenly came to life, lunging forward with crushing weight. Dark mist began pouring from the statue's surface. A growl echoed as its cracked form revealed glowing eyes, and the cursed aura intensified around it. At last, the truth was clear. Suho had located the Soul Prison, a vessel that sealed malevolent spirits. The creature within the statue revealed itself as a parasitic spirit, an entity that would normally be locked immobile within the cursed Soul Prison. However, this spirit had broken convention by possessing the stone statue, using it as a temporary shell to move freely, like a hermit crab with its borrowed shell. Recognizing the threat, Suho prepared to force the spirit out. He wielded his blood-forged weapon once more, ready to expel the entity through sheer strength. With a fierce swing, Suho activated his skill Steel Slash, sending a wave of red energy crashing into the statue's body with violent force. As the strike connected, the parasitic spirit retaliated. A dark surge erupted, attempting to invade Suho's consciousness and wrest control over his body. Despite the attack, Suho resisted. He countered with Dragon Blood, a defensive power meant to shield his mind from spiritual corruption and internal invasion. The spirit's assault was relentless, but Suho's body held firm. His dragon armor emitted an energy that halted the corruption from advancing any further. A final scream echoed from the cursed entity as its form was overwhelmed by the purifying power. Now freed, the soul prison transformed. What was once a cursed object became a purified item. With the purified item in hand, Suho confirmed only one more material remained. His focus now shifted to crafting a compatible item for his ally Kim Gwan. Confident, he stated it was just a matter of time before everything came together. Back at the lab, a few days later, Haewon collapsed in front of Suho, exhausted. Suho dismissed the complaint, casually stating that people don't die so easily, ignoring Haewon's theatrical display of fatigue and desperation. Haewon weakly protested, comparing his suffering to past hardships. His complaints, however, were met with little sympathy and a hint of sarcasm. In the end, Suho cheered him on with a smile, offering exaggerated encouragement. Confident in Haewon's abilities, Suho dismissed his complaints, trusting him to deliver results. A sudden call shifted his attention to a deeper issue involving upper management. Confirming the task, he acknowledged the return of funds and the silencing of involved parties. Every step was designed to avoid suspicion and maintain control. Instructions followed speak normally when in private to deflect scrutiny. The scandal was publicly blamed on a false tip-off to cover the truth. Attention moved to internal threats. Suho prepared to discreetly confront Director Lee and Manager Lee before complications escalated. Approval granted, he redirected toward the Resources Department, a place storing items of true strategic value. Unlike standard inventory, this facility hid rare, undocumented items, treasures not listed in any official database. Kim Seok, Han, an evaluator from the resource department, begins the orientation by introducing the internal structure of item classification. As they walk through the facility, he explains that the equipment team handles gear, the literature team stores skill books, and consumables fall under the consumables team. He adds that Special Team 1 stores miscellaneous or broken items, while Special Team 2 manages cursed objects. Altogether, the department consists of 5 specialized teams, each handling unique item responsibilities. Seok, Han explains the upcoming on-site evaluation, which is divided into 2 parts. The general test includes all teams, while Special Team 2 has a separate test due to the danger associated with cursed items. He emphasizes that, unlike standard teams, Special Team 2's role involves unpredictable risks. Despite the hazards, he assures Suho that the cursed items used in the evaluation are only mock versions. Surprisingly, Seishokin notes that the real difficulty lies in the first logistics test, which involves intense physical labor. They arrive at the external resource warehouse, the primary storage facility for all items. Suho is told he must learn the locations, sorting methods, and storage procedures for each team's assigned items. The evaluator warns that many unpredictable elements affect the job. A sudden accident interrupts the moment as an item drops unexpectedly. Seok, Han calmly points out that such incidents are part of the job's inherent risks. He challenges Suho's earlier dismissal of training, using the accident as a clear example of why preparation matters in this field. Despite the danger, Suho refuses the offer to take safety training. He believes he's capable of handling the situation without extra precautions. With composed confidence, he assures Seok, Han of his readiness and prepares to begin the evaluation on his own terms. As Suho walks off, Han silently observes his unwavering composure and concludes that the newcomer is truly fearless. Then, he steps into the warehouse and takes in the surroundings with familiarity. This place, once the source of his exhaustion, now feels like routine. He recalls the repetitive duties from his time on rotation, which had sharpened his sorting skills to an expert level. Such work is no longer a challenge. Arriving at a designated area, he identifies the target, a dull-looking stone object, nestled among other neglected items. He examines the item carefully and begins to activate it with precise red-grade mana. Its surface starts to pulse unnaturally. Energy swells from within the object, revealing it as more than discarded junk. The glow signals a transformation. Recognizing its hidden function, Suho feels assured. No one else had the skill to trigger it. This rare activation belongs solely to him. From the shifting form emerges a dark serpent. The poison-eating snake, a creature tied to the artifact, begins to stir. In one swift motion, the snake bites him. The system responds immediately, confirming the beginning of a hidden quest. He remains still as the venom courses through him. A message confirms he has obtained the poison dragon's cornerstone ability. In a former life poison-based monsters had been major threats among them. The poison dragon stood at the top. He had once developed resistance only after great hardship. This time, he gains it early and effortlessly. He recalls eliminating Suzuki Endo, the one who betrayed him with a decisive, final strike. Suzuki, a witch famed for poison spells, had overwhelmed many. Her magic was feared and unmatched. Despite her power, Suho had survived. His mind remains focused on surpassing her methods. Holding the item, he vows not to be defeated again. Mastery of poison will be his alone. As the test progresses, a supervisor relaxes, expecting complaints. The warehouse's chaotic layout often overwhelms trainees. He considers how even well-read cadets falter in real-world conditions. The place has earned the nickname, the Labyrinth, for a reason. Yet to his surprise, Suho returns calmly with every listed item, flawlessly following the checklist without visible strain. Shock spreads across the evaluator's face. Despite deliberate confusion tactics, Suho completed the retrieval without error. Even with mislabeled names and misleading codes, Suho sorts everything precisely. The observer, stunned, silently commits to match that performance. Later, the results are in every task was handled from start to finish, without fault, revealing a balance of intellect and execution rare in trainees. Suho's success isn't just impressive, it redefines expectations. Resource department tests are notoriously tough across the organization. Many fail this stage, but Suho breezes through it. Even the unnoticed stone apple incident had passed without suspicion. The final test wasn't scheduled until the next day. Since plans shifted, Suho is told to rest and return tomorrow for Special Team 2's evaluation. Dismissed for the day, Suho welcomes the early break. He already has personal plans and leaves with quiet relief. Returning to his apartment, he prepares to continue his secret task involving the poison. Related quest. Opening storage, he gathers a large stock of green bottles, his tools for the next trial awaiting him at home. With determination, Suho reads the details of the trial of the snake. The task requires continuous poisoning to nourish the egg inside him. The risk is high. Missed intervals or detoxification mean failure. He must endure without faltering. Despite its simplicity and wording, he knows survival depends on precision, endurance, and absolute control over the process. Suho forces down a cup of poison, his body reacting sharply to its contents. The bitterness surges instantly through his system. The low-grade toxin rattles his nerves. But he focuses his will to endure. Failure isn't an option under this trial. Despite trembling, he persists. A system message confirms he has entered a low-stage poisoning state. Jihan stood silently in the sterile bathroom, gripping the sink as a faint sting began creeping through his abdomen. He clutched his side as pain surged upward, grimacing but staying calm. The sensation, though unpleasant, remained within his tolerance, a manageable discomfort for now. Suddenly, he sensed an unusual shift near his solar plexus. His expression hardened as he realized the source wasn't natural. A soft blue light encircled Jihan as a system message confirmed the removal of a low-grade poisoning state. The swirling energy settled into an egg-like object near him. Observing closely, he theorized the egg had absorbed the toxins. The term supply now made perfect sense. Glancing toward the stacked crates filled with bottles, Jihan understood the next step. With every bottle he consumed, the status changed, entering a poisoned state, then removing it. Jihan methodically drank, monitored, and endured without hesitation. Even as the same toxins cycled through his system, his resistance built steadily. Now better adapted, he calmly reached for another dose. Knowing that resistance was only the beginning, stronger poisons were inevitable. A thicker green liquid filled the next bottle. This one pulsed with a stronger aura. Without flinching, Jihan brought it to his lips, accepting what came. A deep burn coursed through him immediately. He winced, as his vision blurred and his breathing grew ragged. Shaking, he grasped another bottle. Though his body screamed in agony, he acknowledged the necessity. Hours passed. The clock showed dawn approaching as Jihan collapsed to the floor, blood smeared beneath him. Notifications confirmed his condition: top-grade poisoning state. Despite the torment, he clenched the edge of the table and whispered to himself that it wasn't over yet. His bloodied fingers trembled, but he felt that the egg was reacting. Blue light erupted around Jihan as the healing skill activated, surrounding his battered body in shimmering energy. Blood streaked down his chin, but he remained focused. No matter how intense the agony grew, he gritted his teeth and braced himself for the worst. Survival demanded unwavering concentration and endurance. With each surge, the system desperately tried to restore his broken frame. Painful howls escaped him as overlapping healing pulses clashed with the poison inside. A powerful glow burst from his chest, causing the surrounding air to ripple. Jihan's body lifted slightly, reacting violently to the final purification. From deep within, a vortex of energy shattered the remaining venom. The message appeared: the top-grade poisoning had finally been eliminated. Relief washed over him as he collapsed onto the floor. Gasps escaped his bloodied lips while he tried to steady his trembling limbs. A soft shimmer caught his attention. The egg began to crack. Jihan raised his head, eyes widening as he sensed the creature awakening. Moments later, a tiny snake slithered out, glowing with violet energy. It coiled around his arm, recognizing him without hesitation. Notifications flooded in. The quest was complete, and the snake had accepted him as its master. As a bonus, new stats were granted. He gazed at the hatchling, recalling tales of mythical beasts that began this small. This could very well become one of them. Despite its summoned nature, the creature's growth would depend on the poisons it consumed. That alone made its potential unpredictable and vast. Placing his hand gently on its head, Jihan gave it a name. From now on, the poison dragon would walk his path beside him. One by one, bottles were emptied as the creature devoured them without pause. Its hunger appeared boundless, alarming even Jihan. Though the cost would be steep, he didn't mind. Resources could be replenished. This partner was worth the expense. It quickly processed each type of poison, though some took longer than others. Regardless, its value as an evolving ally was now undeniable. Jihan dismissed the snake into its dormant state with a simple command. With his goal in mind, he knew it had to grow stronger before his meeting with Suzuki. Surveying the aftermath, he noted the blood-stained floor and shattered bottles. The room had become a disaster zone after the intense session. His eyes shifted to the clock. He realized the entire ordeal had lasted well over a day, far beyond what he had expected. Back at the office, Jihan encountered team leader Ryu, who looked surprised to see him in such a disheveled state. Rather than offering an explanation, Jihan casually stated he had been doing something, brushing off his appearance, like it was nothing. Suspicion flared in Ryu's eyes. He joked nervously, half serious, wondering if Jihan had been trapped with something inhuman inside that room. Clarifying the situation, Jihan explained it was all part of a quest. The blood and bruises were just collateral from the process. Ryu still rattled, mumbled about the lack of reports and how long it had taken. The concern was barely veiled under his sarcasm. Though exhausted, Jihan kept his tone steady. He reminded Ryu that real work demanded effort more than just eating, sleeping, and complaining together. They walked through the special warehouse where cursed items were handled. It was known for holding only the most dangerous objects as they moved. Jihan recalled his training. Items could be sealed, purified, or destroyed, though most were simply eliminated to save space. This facility had earned its reputation as the center of destruction nationwide. Here, even the strangest cursed artifacts met their end. Inside the lab, Zhou Jian, Hyuk introduced himself as the head of Special Team 2, welcoming Jihan formally. Without delay, attention turned to the man in full gear. Everyone instinctively referred to him with a mixture of respect and caution. That was Kang Sul, Gi, known as the Mad Crushing Scholar. He held no mercy for cursed items. Every object under his hand was ground to dust. Jihan reflected on his past life, recalling how Kang Sul, Gi's obsessive destruction had once helped him acquire rare items, including the ring now on his finger. Amused by the irony, he noted how what once felt like trolling had now become a convenient advantage in his current circumstances. Jedi. Yoke then signaled it was time to proceed to the second test. Without delay, Jihan agreed, and protective gear was prepared for the upcoming evaluation. Suited up in full safety equipment, Jihan mentally urged himself to face something familiar. The task ahead would test both his memory and instincts. Inspection of the tools began immediately. He searched for anything recognizable, determined to make use of prior knowledge during this timed assessment. Standing nearby, Yoke outlined the procedure. Jihan was to perform purification using the available tools laid out before him on the lab table. The test parameters were clear: a 2-hour limit and 27 types of tools to choose from. Precision and speed were both critical. A single item sat waiting, a homu fruit, harvested from the demonic homu tree. It was known for its volatile reactions. Jihan weighed his options. Using the fruit could yield a big outcome, but he also considered its risk. Still, time constraints gave him no luxury to hesitate. Others observed as he evaluated the item. Homu fruit, when mishandled, released a poisonous mist that triggered instant danger. With decisive movement, Jihan reached for a purification torch. Panic spread among the onlookers, unsure of his intention. Energy burst from his tool in a bright wave. Whether he acted recklessly or with purpose, the test had already begun. Suho slams a dense red curse mass into the tiled floor, shattering the surface as fragments scatter outward from the violent impact inside the purification chamber. Shock spreads across the observing researchers' faces as they stare at the cracked ground, realizing he ignored standard procedures and used raw physical force. Without hesitation, Suho kneels calmly and announces the purification result, holding the compressed red object as if the dangerous process required minimal effort. Lifting the stabilized curse core, Suho presents it for inspection, revealing its structure has changed after the strike-based purification. The surrounding staff react with disbelief, recognizing the curse options have been safely removed despite the unconventional method. Maintaining composure, Suho confirms the object is purified, leaving the researchers struggling to understand how such a result was achieved. Rotating the red core lightly in his gloved hand, Suho explains that a slight recovery option now remains within the purified object. A senior researcher recalls that only impact hammers were believed capable of physical purification, requiring high-grade strength to succeed. The heavy hammer is displayed as reference, emphasizing that normal-grade strength would make such purification attempts meaningless. While holding the hammer, the researcher studies Suho carefully, reassessing the young man's measured confidence and controlled posture. Excitement erupts among the staff as they urge documentation, understanding that this discovery could disrupt established academic doctrine. An associate quickly reports that Suho has uncovered something extraordinary, spreading word of the unprecedented purification outcome. Another official enthusiastically declares that this breakthrough may establish Suho as the pioneer of a second purification method. Grabbing Suho's shoulder, the official reassures him that his evaluation will not suffer for experimenting beyond accepted techniques. Standing inside the sterile facility, Suho listens quietly, as attention shifts toward understanding how he learned such an advanced method. Image 6 Panel 1 Suho calmly explains that he discovered the purification approach by coincidence before encountering a sealed gate. admitting he previously lacked formal knowledge of purification formulas. The suited official beams with satisfaction, convinced that Suho's success proves he was destined to excel regardless of circumstances or limited preparation. With firm assurance, the official promises to handle the second test evaluation personally, granting Suho full marks and temporary schedule adjustments. After leaving the discussion, Suho decides to speak with Deputy Team Leader Kang Sol-ji and approaches him inside the monitoring laboratory. Kang Sol-ji, focused on analytical screens displaying curse data, turns slightly as Suho greets him within the sterile workspace. A brief silence follows as the deputy leader studies Suho carefully, measuring his presence before offering a restrained acknowledgement. Another researcher enters and calls Suho aside, formally dismissing him for the day while praising his hard work. Although appreciative, Suho requests permission to examine the special warehouse further, suggesting unfinished curiosity regarding stored materials. The researcher hesitates and warns that the deputy team leader is sensitive and eccentric, implying that further investigation might cause friction. Unbothered, Suho explains he recognized a phenomenon resembling what he witnessed at a sealed gate and believes it merits inspection. The mention of a sealed gate startles the researcher, who immediately changes demeanor and insists they proceed without delay. As urgency rises, the laboratory atmosphere tightens, signaling that Suho's observation could indicate another undiscovered purification principle. Attempting to ease tension, the researcher reassures Suho that any discomfort from the deputy leader can be addressed later as part of routine duties. Inside the lab, Kang Sol-ji watches cautiously while Suho stands composed, waiting for clarification about the sudden request. With measured seriousness, the deputy team leader prepares to respond, aware that Suho's claim may challenge existing purification theory once again. Inside the laboratory, Suho watches Kang Sol-ji organize tools on a metal cart, sensing a strange familiarity in the deputy leader's movements and timing. From across the room, Suho notices Kang deliberately ignoring a specific step in the purification arrangement, quietly confirming his growing suspicion. As a tool slips loudly onto the floor, Suho calls out to the deputy team leader, prompting him to pause mid-motion. Suho calmly points out that a required purification step was skipped, maintaining a neutral expression while observing Kang's reaction. Kang forces a polite response, sweat forming along his temple as he realizes Suho is monitoring each detail carefully. When another step is intentionally overlooked, Suho highlights it again, making it clear the omissions are not accidental. A purification tool is suddenly knocked aside, clattering across the floor as tension rises sharply between them. Kang stiffens under Suho's steady gaze, aware that his deliberate manipulations are no longer hidden. With a faint smile, Suho casually invites Kang to step away for a brief conversation outside the lab. In a quiet corner, Suho directly questions whether Kang has been stealing items by misplacing them into destruction slots. Kang's composure cracks as Suho explains he knows the items were intentionally redirected during purification processing. Remaining calm, Suho states the motive plainly, suggesting the theft stems from financial need rather than malice. Later, Kang awkwardly accepts a cup of coffee from Suho, still unsettled by how easily he was exposed. Seated outdoors, Suho shifts the topic and mentions the object concealed beneath Kang's clothing, recalling it from earlier observation. As Kang anxiously asks how Suho knew, the young man remains composed, implying that the detail matters less than what happens next. Suho calmly instructs Kang Sol-ji to reveal the object attached to his stomach, prompting the deputy leader to open his clothing and expose a mechanical, gear-like parasite embedded in his flesh. The device, identified as a high-grade curse, known as a Mega Crusher, pulses faintly while Suho explains it belongs to a rare parasitic category that feeds on its host. Maintaining composure, Suho states that the curse cannot be removed through ordinary purification and implies that Kang has been enduring its burden alone. Kang listens in shock as Suho accurately describes the curse's origin, confirming its destructive classification and severe long-term risk. Grim imagery of ruined landscapes reflects the danger of the parasite, emphasizing that neglect would eventually consume both host and surroundings. Standing firmly, Suho proposes eliminating the Mega Crusher entirely, signaling his intention to resolve the threat without hesitation. Suho stands before the blonde deputy team leader, calmly addressing his desperation about eliminating Mega Crusher while asserting authority inside the association building. The blonde man, sweating and shaken, urgently begs for a method to remove Mega Crusher, revealing how deeply the threat has cornered him. Raising a single finger, Suho signals that a solution exists, establishing control over the negotiation and shifting the situation in his favor. Suho introduces an item called the third-person pilot view device, stored within the tightly regulated resource warehouse of the association. He explains that obtaining this device would make removing Mega Crusher possible, though access to warehouse items is normally restricted. With composed confidence, Suho hints that current circumstances allow an exception, subtly implying he has prepared a hidden workaround. The blonde deputy reveals he discovered the 20-second purification method, forcing the support division to re-examine every stored resource item. Understanding the opportunity, Suho asks whether the deputy can proceed, pressing him to act decisively under mounting pressure. Despite visible anxiety, the deputy resolves to carry out the task, while Suho responds with quiet approval. Satisfied his plan advances smoothly. The following day, news spreads that the resource department has logged another case, drawing attention toward Suho's growing influence. Colleagues praise his evaluation results, and upper management quickly arranges his transfer to receive training in the gate department. Internally, Suho acknowledges that persistent maneuvering and calculated moves have paid off, bringing him closer to strategic control. At the gate department entrance, officials outline that after the written test, he must complete on-site evaluations in detection and management. Suho enters with another employee and formally greets the director, maintaining a respectful yet composed posture. Director Go Sushong Roke introduces himself as head of the gate department, marking the beginning of Suho's next calculated advancement. Inside the office, Director Go Song-rok evaluates Suho's background, noting his involvement in redeveloping the T-Byte gate and his consistent performance across departments. Maintaining a polite expression, the director reveals strong expectations for a significant incident under Suho's participation within the gate department. As they shake hands, Suho calmly accepts the implied challenge, signaling that the upcoming matter will not be minor. The management team leader reviews Suho's flawless written exam score, emphasizing how rare such perfection is within association history. Both men rise from the conference table and prepare to proceed directly toward the on-site field evaluation. Authority shifts clearly as the management team leader confirms he will personally supervise Suho's assessment this time. During their walk, the evaluator questions Suho about the structure of the management department and its operational divisions. Suho accurately outlines the three teams, one handling normal gates, another leasing gates to private entities, and the sealing team overseeing secured portals. Satisfied with the response, the evaluator announces that the upcoming test will focus specifically on managing a normal gate. When asked which gate he prefers to inspect, Suho casually inquires whether any available location would be acceptable. Sensing intention behind the calm tone, the evaluator notices Suho likely already has a particular site in mind. A subtle exchange follows as Suho confirms the target is not classified as sealed, prompting brief surprise before agreement. Shortly afterward in Gangwon Province, a large facility stands near a swirling blue gate prepared for evaluation. Suho meets Yongcheol Min, the contacted coordinator, while staff confirm internal checks have been completed for a sealed level threat. Despite the assurances, caution is emphasized before entering, as Suho and the evaluator approach the unstable portal to begin the test. Suho and the management team leader stand before the swirling blue gate, then step forward together as the system interface announces entry and begins loading information. A digital display identifies the location as the Valley of Iron, ranked below level 9, with a maximum capacity of 8 participants. Upon arrival inside, Suho observes that the terrain and atmosphere match memories from his previous life, confirming nothing has changed within this gate. After completing procedural checks, the evaluator confirms that both the external management review and internal inspection have been successfully passed. Leaning casually against a rock wall, Suho explains his responses followed textbook standards, showing deliberate restraint rather than unnecessary creativity. The evaluator compares him to a model student who mastered theory alone, then casually produces coffee, lightening the formal atmosphere. Both men sit on the grass beneath open skies, momentarily treating the controlled gate environment as a peaceful retreat. The evaluator remarks that gates contain scenery unseen in harsh cities, explaining his preference for management duties, despite their difficulty. Suho listens quietly, recognizing the familiar persuasion tactic, often used to recruit promising rookies into long-term positions. Breaking the relaxed mood, Suho addresses the team leader directly, signaling a shift from casual conversation to serious intent. He calmly states his desire to officially join the gate department, catching the evaluator off guard, aware of circulating rumors tying him to other divisions. Suho clarifies that such assumptions do not reflect his true objective, mentioning that Director Pai has personally repeated those rumors. Suho acknowledges the political expectations surrounding his career path. Nevertheless, he firmly reiterates his intention to transfer into the gate department, regardless of speculation. Finally, Suho adds that the team leader was the first person within the association he came to truly understand, strengthening the sincerity behind his decision. Suho smiles lightly beneath the open sky and admits that understanding the team leader's position only strengthens his resolve to enter the gate department. Caught off guard, the team leader realizes Suho's calm approach hides calculated intent rather than casual admiration. As Suho reflects on the strange turn of events, he recognizes that emotional appeals alone will not secure the transfer he seeks. Seated across the grassy field inside the gate, Suho directly asks for assistance in moving from the special division to the gate department. The request unsettles the team leader, who understands that such a shift contradicts expectations already set by higher authorities. With steady reasoning, Suho explains that remaining in the special division would limit him to pursuing individuals rather than managing gates strategically. Questioned about his seriousness, Suho affirms that the decision is deliberate and not spoken in impulse. He points out that Director Pai has publicly implied a predetermined path toward the special division once training concludes. Recognizing the political implications, the team leader senses that Suho is preparing to confront influence beyond ordinary departmental boundaries. Considering the internal power structure, Suho proposes countering Director Pai's authority with support from someone positioned higher. When the possibility of the vice chairman arises, Suho dismisses it and identifies the association president as the true leverage point. Clenching his cup firmly, Suho concludes that if conventional power struggles fail, overturning the entire structure remains an option. A formal discussion unfolds regarding the association president's upcoming promotion, as officials evaluate how internal politics and factional interests may influence his advancement. Suho, the black-haired young man wearing a suit, calmly analyzes the situation and considers how media exposure could redirect public attention toward the special division. Recognizing the potential controversy surrounding the royal standard path, he predicts that external noise would intensify if the special division became involved. Seated outdoors with his colleague, Suho studies reports suggesting that sensational articles would surface daily if the matter escalated publicly. Documents referencing gate restorations and media reactions imply that transferring the mission to another department could suppress immediate controversy. Understanding the political timing, he requests support from the team leader, aiming to position himself where interference would be minimized. Department charts reveal limited options, as management and awakening divisions remain inaccessible due to internal hierarchies and personal affiliations. Resource and gate departments emerge as viable placements, yet Suho calculates that the resource department would overwhelm him with administrative burdens. Considering relationships within the gate department, he concludes that temporary reassignment there would later allow a strategic return. Suho admits that personal connections within the association remain shallow despite his public popularity. He clarifies internally that joining the gate department aligns with his deeper objective of ending gates efficiently. Explosive imagery of collapsing gates reflects his determination to eliminate threats faster than any other operative. The team leader cautions that the role offers limited authority, emphasizing the constraints attached to the position. Nevertheless, mutual trust forms between them, though both acknowledge the uncertainty surrounding future outcomes. As tension settles, Suho quietly affirms that choosing the gate department represents his independent decision within the association's complex structure. Suho reveals that he ignored common advice about choosing safe gates near Seoul, admitting he deliberately traveled to the Valley of Iron instead. He explains that rumors claimed defeating the monster lion there would yield extraordinary rewards, which influenced his decision to visit the sealed area. His companion reacts with concern, questioning the reliability of such dangerous information gathered casually from online sources. A massive lion-like beast dominates the valley, its sudden appearance having transformed the region into a restricted sealed gate. Official conditions for clearing a public gate require stable entry, constant monster presence, and a boss that must remain undefeated until subjugation. However, this monster lion surpassed expectations, exceeding the level limit and destabilizing the ecosystem with overwhelming strength. Numerous players attempted to hunt the beast, yet their efforts ended in failure, leaving casualties scattered across the battlefield. Because of repeated losses and the creature's impenetrable hide, authorities sealed the Valley of Iron to prevent further deaths. Suho notes that the true issue lies beyond its durability, as the monster's resistance and growth rate have escalated beyond projected calculations. The creature's level has risen above 110, while gate entry restrictions limit challengers to level 90 or below. Despite this imbalance, Suho calmly states his intention to eliminate the monster lion personally. His companion realizes that targeting the beast had been Suho's objective from the beginning, though the plan sounds reckless. Suho casually frames the challenge as both training and necessity, citing stiffness from inactivity as partial motivation. He admits bypassing formal procedures to request quiet support, emphasizing curiosity about how he performs inside sealed gates. The team leader falls silent, recognizing that Suho's confidence suggests preparation far beyond ordinary hunters. The team leader senses Suho's hidden intent, realizing that his true combat ability has never been revealed publicly despite his calm demeanor. He recalls that although he retired due to circumstances, Cheol-min once lived as a player and still carries a strong desire for battle. After brief hesitation, the team leader agrees on the condition that Suho withdraw immediately if the situation becomes even slightly dangerous. Though not accustomed to approving reckless plans, the team leader accepts because he trusts Suho's judgment and past achievements. Their conversation shifts casually to class changes, revealing that the team leader currently operates as an archer. Suho responds lightly, but beneath his smile he prepares to demonstrate something that will remain strictly between them. A red aura forms around Suho's hand as he activates a blood-forged weapon, its energy coiling violently around his arm. Within an instant, the Valley Lion collapses under a decisive strike, and system notifications repeatedly confirm its defeat. The overwhelming display leaves no doubt that the sealed gate's greatest threat has been eliminated effortlessly. Suho moves through the battlefield in a blur, cutting down the massive creature with precise, unstoppable force. Each slash tears through diamond-hard hide, proving that the monster's legendary defense means nothing before him. With a final crushing blow, the beast falls completely, its enormous body unable to withstand his power. The team leader watches in disbelief, recognizing that ordinary lions pose no challenge to Suho. Memories surface of Suho's earlier performance during the healer examination, when his strength already surpassed expectations. Comparing past and present, the team leader understands that Suho has become far more intense, faster, and overwhelmingly powerful. Suho stands over the fallen Valley Lion, blood energy swirling around his hand as the massive beast collapses beneath him. Alarmed by the overwhelming aura, the team leader watches nervously while Suho launches himself forward, using advanced footwork that lifts him briefly into the air. From above, Suho drives a precise strike downward, tearing through the monster's body with controlled yet devastating force. The red arc of his weapon slices across the battlefield, sending shockwaves through the valley and scattering blood across the ground. Witnessing the scale of destruction, the team leader realizes that Suho's power far exceeds the level expected inside a sealed gate. As the lion's enormous frame crashes down, Suho remains composed, anticipating further developments rather than celebrating victory. Suddenly, the ground trembles and the atmosphere shifts, signaling that the previous battle was only the beginning. A surge of violent energy erupts from the valley, and a new presence begins to manifest amid the lingering bloodshed. System alerts confirm the worst outcome as a boss monster appears, escalating the sealed gate into a far greater threat.
Suho stands at the base of a rocky cliff while a massive lion-type monster watches out of above, its aura dominating the narrow canyon battlefield. A system opening identifies the beast as a rank 113 monster lion, revealing that its strength has increased again beyond previous estimations. Concern spreads among the watching team as they realize the level gap is overwhelming. Yet Suho remains still, measuring the circumstances steadily. Analysis of the opponent's progress suggests a contrast of nearly 40 levels, a gap that would normally make direct confrontation impossible. Despite the numerical disadvantage, Suho evaluates the terrain and the fiend's posture, concluding that the clash remains within manageable limits. The lion lowers its body and releases a threatening growl, signaling the start of a serious clash within the canyon. A deafening roar erupts as the fiend unleashes a boss-level terror effect, sending a crushing wave of pressure across the rocky ground. One team member collapses against the cliff, overwhelmed by the oppressive aura that freezes movement and disrupts breathing. Suho activates Dragon Blood, and the interface nullifies the terror effect, allowing his composure and physical control to return at once. Assurance replaces tension as Suho stages forward and provokes the lion, inviting it to attack without pausing. The monster advances heavily, its massive paws cracking the earth while Suho cancels his blood weapon summon mid-motion. Dark energy gathers around his arm as the man prepares a different technique, abandoning conventional blades against the beast's hardened hide. A skill named Ghost Shadow Spear manifests as swirling purple energy that shapes inside a condensed spectral weapon. Suho stabilizes his stance and activates a throwing technique, channeling concentrated power inside the spear's core. The projectile launches forward at extreme speed, piercing through the canyon air as the lion braces for direct impact. The purple spear pierces the lion's forehead, yet its thick hide absorbs most of the impact, leaving only a shallow wound. Suho studies the outcome without surprise, noticing that the Nemean lion's endurance surpasses ordinary boss-class monsters. Ancient knowledge surfaces in his thoughts, recalling that the first of 12 legendary labors needed overcoming this exact beast. A brief memory of a powerful warrior associated alongside the myth passes through Suho's thoughts, reminding him of the lion's historic reputation. Remorse flickers momentarily as the man considers that another might have claimed the glory of defeating such a creature. Resolution replaces hesitation, and crimson energy begins spiraling violently around his arm as the man summons a blood weapon. Observers warn that engaging in close battle remains reckless due to the lion's ultimate spear, like claws and impenetrable hide. Ignoring the risk, Suho dashes forward while the lion charges head on at him, claws tearing through the earth. At the moment of collision, blazing red habits flare across Suho's forearms as the man braces for impact. Both massive claws descend simultaneously, aiming to crush him alongside immense power. Suho intercepts the assault head-on, gripping the claws firmly and halting their momentum before they reach his frame. Shock spreads across the lion's shining eyes as it realizes its full strength has been stopped mid-strike. Maintaining his hold, Suho presses forward, keeping his frame positioned beyond the effective range of the claws. Crimson energy surges outward out of his arms, reinforcing his muscles while testing whether the beast's strikes can truly harm him. With a calm look, he prepares to measure the fiend's power head-on, determined to break its legendary defense through sheer force. Suho drives both crimson-coated fists downward inside the lion's skull, releasing a concentrated wave of blood energy that detonates on impact. The beast recoils and skids across the canyon floor, yet its golden hide shows no decisive fracture despite the direct strike. Landing lightly, Suho observes the outcome and recognizes that even his reinforced blows barely affect the fiend's defense. The Nemean lion rises from the dust without visible injury, its red eyes burning alongside irritation instead of pain. Evaluating the failed assault, Suho concludes that pure striking power cannot defeat the beast's abnormal hardness. Determination settles over him as the man lowers his stance and prepares to escalate the confrontation. Suho accelerates sharply, circling the lion while crimson energy coils tighter around his arms. A swift dash carries him onto the beast's side, where the man abandons conventional attacks and closes the gap entirely, choosing grappling over impact. The man hooks an arm around the lion's neck and locks his grip firmly. The monster thrashes violently, roaring as Suho tightens his hold and shifts his weight to destabilize it. Muscle strains against muscle while the man constricts the airway, forcing the legendary predator inside a struggle of endurance. Ancient precedent guides him, recalling that this beast could be defeated only by strangulation instead of penetration. Enraged, the lion unleashes a boss-level terror wave that ripples through the canyon in expanding shock ranks. Suho at once activates Dragon Blood again, and the interface nullifies the terror effect before it disrupts his grip. Though the beast claws at him savagely, he maintains the chokehold, ready to end the clash through relentless restraint. Suho tightens his crimson-coated grip around the Nemean lion's neck, understanding that releasing it even once would end his only opportunity at victory. With reinforced arms, the man compresses the beast's throat further as blood energy surges violently against its legendary hide. Driven backward, the lion crashes through canyon rocks while Suho maintains the chokehold without loosening his restraint. Fragments of stone scatter as the fiend struggles wildly, its roar echoing across the combat zone in desperate resistance. Despite the thrashing, Suho keeps his position locked behind the figure, forcing the beast's airway tighter with calculated pressure. Observers watch anxiously out of a gap, realizing that the outcome depends entirely on whether Suho can endure longer than the beast. Strain becomes visible across Suho's battered face as the lion's claws rake backward, tearing inside his suit and drawing blood. Even under injury, the man refuses to release his hold, shifting his weight to destabilize the fiend's footing. Gradually, the lion's movements weaken as oxygen fails, and its massive body begins losing strength. A final wave of effort from Suho tightens the choke, forcing the beast inside complete downfall system. Notices appear, confirming the hunt's completion and signaling an increase in Suho's rank. Though the portal remains declared cleared, Suho staggers away from the fallen lion, admitting through labored breathing that the victory cost him heavily.
The Ghost Shadow Spear reacts to the Beast Lion Shadow during intense gate battle energy. Surge absorption process phase completed. Suho commands Pet Yong Kang to consume shadow energy, causing beast evolution under controlled system enhancement within battlefield simulation realm active. System enhancement triggers Ghost Shadow Spear upgrade, while beast gains strength and Suho. Allocate stats toward power optimization, complete phase. Civil servant hunter officials observe gate cleanup results as Suho returns after clearing sealed disaster, gate mission report, submission verified. Organization reviews collected byproducts from gate operations discussing ownership rules and state control over resources. Legal framework applies strict enforcement. Suho is instructed to prioritize final stage evolution of beast pet over immediate loot acquisition benefits for combat readiness optimization. Law states that loot from gates cleared by civil servant hunters becomes property of the state under national regulation system. Red crystal byproduct is inspected as officials discuss reform of Hunter Association resource distribution policy governance control. Update audit review. Suho decides that training beast shadow power is more important than claiming physical gate loot items long-term strategy focus. Senior official evaluates Suho probationary status as civil servant hunter within organization hierarchy system review pending advancement performance assessment active. Confusion arises regarding whether Suho collected loot during sealed gate mission operations oversight inquiry internal verification process case review ongoing. Suho remains calm acknowledging situation without protest maintaining discipline under civil servant hunter code regulated authority compliance strict stance held. Official grants permission allowing Suho to retain collected materials after gate clearance mission completion. Final approval issued administrative consent confirmed. Rules conflict is noted, but exception is applied due to mission contribution and operational necessity authority discretion, used approved override. Suho receives approval and prepares for next gate operations with improved resources and strategic advantage, future deployment, readiness mission forward. The Ghost Shadow Spear completely absorbs the Beast Lion Shadow energy during continuous battle, stabilizing its evolving weapon system state. System confirms mana supply remains sufficient while the shadow absorption process continues without instability or interruption in combat environment. The Ghost Shadow Spear consciousness awakens, signaling full synchronization completion and successful enhancement of its combat evolution stage. Item information interface activates, displaying system update data confirming Ghost Shadow Spear evolution and new capability registration. Suho observes confirmation notice, acknowledging that the weapon has successfully awakened and reached enhanced operational performance level. System classifies Ghost Shadow Spear as Grade S Fey weapon, granting shadow pierce ability against targets covered in shadows. System divides Ghost Shadow Spear consciousness into multiple stages, revealing structured awakening progression across 5 total levels. Suho successfully awakens up to the 3rd stage, significantly increasing weapon synchronization and shadow control efficiency. System confirms partial awakening success, integrating consciousness fragments into stable weapon core structure without destabilization. Suho evaluates rapid weapon evolution growth, noting development speed exceeds initial expectations during continuous combat analysis. He analyzes Beast Lion loot extraction results, confirming items did not separate into conventional collectible drop materials. Suho determines alternative harvesting method is required to maintain resource acquisition while preserving mission mobility and efficiency. Suho activates shadow-based extraction technique to obtain usable components from Beast Lion without relying on standard drop systems. Steel cut ability is activated, generating precise slicing force that targets structural weaknesses in Beast Lion hide material. The Beast Lion claw is cleanly severed, confirming successful extraction method and validating advanced combat resource conversion strategy. On top of that, Suho confirms rare materials collected from Beast Lion remains after extraction process completed successfully. Within secured zone confirmed status hunter official asks whether hide and claws represent complete loot, set from monster elimination operation results, verified under system proto. L audit verified. Suho confirms yes, that is everything and prepares to move out considering possible cover story requirements for ongoing investigation avoidance system. Stable gate line suddenly disappears causing unexpected spatial collapse and alert triggers across nearby civilian monitoring systems across secured. Emitter zone confirmed status officials panic, asking what happened while Suho observes calmly noting expected instability after completion of sealed gate procedure cycle. Audit log, civil servant hunters, report incident confirming system behaved normally and anomaly was contained successfully within operation. All safety parameters established. Report confirmed. Senior officer congratulates team for safe extraction and successful exit from unstable gate environment under controlled mission protocol. Confirmed status. He explains no casualties occurred and procedure followed standard civil servant hunter protocol requirement. During full compliance review, audit verified. Suho listens acknowledging responsibility and accepts report submission before returning to association base for debriefing. Completion process. System record department meeting discusses gate management policy and legal ownership of monster byproducts and resource. Allocation Governance Framework Update confirms status decision suggests possible abolition of Gate Department due to inefficiency and growing public criticism and political pressure escalation. Audit review officials debate exceptions allowing Suho discretion for sealed gate operations under special circumstances and emergency authorization rule system clearance. Superiors thank Suho for safe mission completion, stating operation ended without casualties or reported system failures. Confirmed status discussion shifts to upcoming evaluation and management restructuring, affecting civil servant hunter system ranking hierarchy. Audit update Suho prepares mentally for tomorrow's assessment, while discussing Valley operation schedule and strategy planning coordination briefing system. Briefing Suho observes political strategy discussion, where media pressure is considered as a tool to influence association leadership decisions within Hunter. Governance system structure analysis. The association president is identified as a target of public opinion manipulation, while Suho is included in broader narrative framing strategy for reputation control. Suho calmly responds, indicating he was already preparing his own counter-strategy to manage public perception and internal association image conflict resolution. The plan continues as communication is established with Suho directly through official channels, confirming cooperation regarding training program, and public narrative shaping. Suho explains intent to document his progression and use it as structured information for controlled reporting and reputation management within association system. He prepares to introduce additional association support contact, who can assist in media coordination and administrative alignment for smoother public communication flow. Suho evaluates political risk scenario where rapid publication of achievements could distort public perception, requiring careful timing and message control strategy. Media team proposes positive article release to restore Suho's reputation and strengthen association credibility through controlled narrative distribution system approval. Final coordination confirms dropping or adjusting article timing depending on strategic necessity, while Suho continues monitoring external reaction and future implications quietly. Safe house. Later that evening, Suho reviews mission aftermath inside quiet room system monitoring active. Suho analyzes report on laptop showing civil servant hunter success. Trending news about monster lion raid defeat real time. Public reaction spreads intensely as internet discusses sword god civil servant hunter extraordinary performance. Team members discuss Suho combat ability, hand-to-hand defeat of elite monster lion previously unmatched. They recall civil servant hunter reputation and debate system, ranking and political influence within association. Conversation ends with acknowledgement that Suho's strength changes battlefield balance and guild fear grows. Civil authority shift. Vice chairman contacts Suho discussing special division recognition and upcoming political article leak strategy. Policy influence grows. Suho responds calmly, planning pressure campaign against Isong Yale, while monitoring association corruption report distribution system pressure. Public narrative manipulation begins as article targeting special division royalty leaks across media channels. Media expansion. Chairman questions Suho intentions over phone call regarding plan escalation and policy shift. Response strategy escalation. Suho instructs Gate Department support while preparing evidence package for corruption exposure. Strategy rollout. Evidence control. He emphasizes Park Yunam assistance and long-term planning against association leadership control structure. Leadership pressure. Team leader reports completion of slimestone extraction project with successful results achieved. Operation verified success. Suho receives update while continuing coordination with field agents and monitoring system progression. System update sync. Final confirmation indicates mission success and future operations prepared under civil servant hunter control. Mission closure. Safe house. Later that evening, Suho reviews mission aftermath inside quiet room system monitoring active. Suho analyzes report on laptop showing civil servant hunter success. Trending news about monster lion raid defeat real time. Public reaction spreads intensely as internet discusses sword god civil servant hunter extraordinary performance. Team members discuss Suho combat ability, hand-to-hand defeat of elite monster lion previously unmatched. They recall civil servant hunter reputation and debate system ranking and political influence within association. Conversation ends with acknowledgement that Suho's strength changes battlefield balance and guild fear grows. Civil authority shift. Vice chairman contacts Suho discussing special division recognition and upcoming political article leak strategy. Policy influence grows. Suho responds calmly, planning pressure campaign against Isong Yale while monitoring association corruption report distribution system pressure. Public narrative manipulation begins as article targeting special division royalty leaks across media channels. Media expansion. Chairman questions Suho intentions over phone call regarding plan escalation and policy shift. Response strategy escalation. Suho instructs Gate Department support while preparing evidence package for corruption exposure. Strategy rollout. Evidence control. He emphasizes Park Yeonam assistance and long-term planning against association leadership control structure. Leadership pressure. Team leader reports completion of slimestone extraction project with successful results, achieved operation verified success. Suho receives update while continuing coordination with field agents and monitoring system progression system update. Sync final confirmation indicates mission success and future operations prepared under Civil Servant Hunter, control mission closure. The system displays Meta Slimestone Grade 5, describing fragment ultimate slime regeneration composition expansion properties recorded within system evaluation cycle. Haewon shows fatigue after continuous synthesis admitting slime generation strain during material enhancement process, while pushing experimental development work cycle. The protagonist acknowledges Haewon effort, confirming successful slime upgrade and bonus stat increases from Grade S enhancement system output results. The alchemist explains remaining materials will be gathered, soon requesting assistance again after collection completion extended preparation phase begins cycle. He confirms he followed higher orders, adding contribution emphasizing procedural compliance in development project, under strict administrative regulation review protocol. The observer concludes subject is not normal, indicating deeper hidden capability beyond standard alchemist classification. Classification parameters observed beyond expected. Political planning begins as pressure is prepared against Pai Seong-yeol through exposure special division corruption article strategy, escalation information warfare. Vice Chairman communicates by phone confirming awareness of media report aligning internal response strategy within association leadership coordination countermeasure alignment. Media narrative manipulation is prepared to frame special division corruption network involving power-based appointments, public perception restructuring driven plan. The mansion appears massive under sunset light, showing luxury architecture surprising incoming visitor observing residents, expanding dominance effect visual impact. Visitor reacts disbelief, estimating decades income required a Ford property environment scale, highlighting socioeconomic disparity perception gap analysis, huge financial burden. A guide welcomes guest, inside mansion interior, expressing gratitude long journey leading deeper building transitioning interior guidance sequence formal escort. A device labeled third-person pilot perspective shows advanced control system machines requiring skilled battlefield operation integrated analysis module framework. Evaluator confirms device triple-type machine, judging performance-based friendly description operational capability assessment, validating classification benchmark standard system rating. Team receives approval, remove Mega Crusher, preparing operation plan underground facility, controlled deployment conditions, strategic extraction procedure mission execution phase. On Suho notices sudden hostile movement and instantly reacts as tension spikes inside the underground facility during equipment inspection phase. A blonde-haired opponent attempts a surprise attack, but Suho intercepts and counters with a precise strike that disrupts the ambush momentum. The attacker is violently kicked away, crashing across the floor as shockwaves scatter debris and reveal the failed assassination attempt clearly. A distorted monster object labeled Mega Crusher is revealed, showing unstable behavior as it tries to revert into a normal item state. System analysis confirms the item is dangerous advanced technology from another world that can disguise itself when leaving its host. Suho calmly observes the phenomenon, recognizing its strategic value and deciding to utilize it fully, showing controlled confidence in future operations. Suho stood behind Haewon, calling his name. On the couch, Haewon sat exhausted in his red tracksuit, clearly worn out, and answered his team leader with quiet respect. He announced that all the materials had finally been gathered, and it was time to synthesize. Haewon protested from the couch, his head wrapped in bandages, complaining that he had barely gotten a moment of rest before being pulled back into work. Suho placed a hand on Haewon's shoulder and promised this would be the last task before he could rest. Since the materials were already solid, the process would move fast. Haewon reluctantly agreed. The two moved to a workshop filled with lab equipment and crates. Haewon stood before a table holding the gathered materials, and as Suho watched from a distance, Haewon called out the start of the synthesis. The materials required for the process were revealed one by one: the Meta Slimestone, a pale skull marked as the Liberated Soul Orb, and a controller Jan-shaped device, identified as the third Jan-person pilot perspective device. Haewon's face tightened in concentration as bright light surged from the materials on the table, the synthesis reaction taking hold. Steam and light poured from the process. Suho stood watching with his back turned. Moments later, Haewon wiped sweat from his brow and declared the synthesis complete, surprising Suho with how quickly it had finished. The finished item was revealed as a mysterious meta suit for soul mecha soldiers, graded SAS. Its properties combined ancient technology and otherworld fusion technology, built specifically for possession Jan-type ability users, It could receive Baifunji Ibai Wuxi influence from its pilot stats, shift its appearance based on the pilot's will, and regenerate endlessly as long as mana remained. Standing on a rooftop, Suho noted with satisfaction that because the materials used were so strong, even the item's name had changed dramatically. Hee-won proudly asked if it wasn't extremely good, and Suho agreed without hesitation. Haewon reported the results of the synthesis to himself. His level had risen by more than 20, and he had gained 10 bonus stats. Suho explained that the item carried endgame Dan level specifications with every possible modifier attached. A wider explanation followed on the nature of these technologies. Officially, 3 types existed: the lost technology of ancient civilizations, and the high technology of otherworld civilizations tied to unknown gods. The third official type was named as the Overjan technology of mythological civilizations. Beyond these 3, an unofficial category also existed, called fusion technology, formed when 2 or more of these technologies were combined. Haewon explained that while the 3 official types existed independently, true fusion technology could only be created by rare individuals like himself, making this only the second time he had personally produced such a result, following the earlier Meta Slime Stone. Suho reminded Haewon that 10 bonus stats were roughly equal to 10 levels of growth. Haewon beamed, thanking him for the opportunity he had been given. Suho handed over a black credit card, telling Haewon to eat whatever he wanted and rest properly. Haewon lit up with excitement, thanking him enthusiastically. The scene shifted to another location, where a man lay collapsed on a couch, groaning weakly as he began to stir. The blonde Jan-haired man jolted upright with a gasp, patting down his own body in disbelief. Whatever had been afflicting him was gone. Suho approached with a cup in hand, asking if he was awake and how his body felt now that the treatment was complete. Overwhelmed, the man dropped to his knees and bowed deeply, thanking Suho and swearing he would never forget this kindness. Suho replied, simply that he had done it in exchange for compensation. The man argued that patients still thank their doctors regardless of payment, calling Suho his lifesaver for approaching and helping him, without being asked, vowing never to forget the debt. The blonde man asked for continued support while he was at the association. Suho gripped his hand firmly and assured him he would help with anything he could. Elsewhere, Suho reflected internally that within the resource department, he had recruited someone suitable to properly nurture after pushing Pai Songyol's line out of the way. The groundwork for his plans was mostly finished. The next day at the Great Hunter Association, sunlight poured over the towering headquarters as the scene shifted to daytime business. Outside the building, a crowd of reporters and cameramen gathered, cameras raised, waiting to catch the arrival of someone important. Among the press, hunters murmured that An Suho should have already arrived, restless with anticipation for the interview they hoped to finally secure. Certain their team would land the Iron Valley feature this time. Suho, watching the commotion from a distance, quietly apologized in his thoughts, promising to bring them better material soon. A colleague spotted him and called out, waving him over toward the entrance of the building. The two exchanged a morning greeting, the teammate, commenting in surprise that despite the swarm of reporters outside, Suho still managed to make it in without trouble. Suho replied that he had avoided them well enough to get through, though his companion muttered that the reporters hadn't looked like people who were easy to shake off. Riding the elevator together, his colleague asked whether training with the detection department was starting that day. Suho confirmed he only needed to meet the department chief before the evaluation could begin. Inside the department, Chief Ma-du-won introduced himself, expressing it was an honor to finally meet the hunter everyone had been talking about. Suho responded with a modest thanks. Ma-du-won explained that because of recent sudden mana surges, the department was short-handed, so team leader Jeong would also be handling this particular evaluation. Suho acknowledged the arrangement and was handed a folder, told to choose a suitable gate from those reserved for evaluation. Suho noted internally that among the listed gate candidates, there was one he specifically wanted. Using the library of memory, he already knew the exact timing of its formation and had adjusted his schedule accordingly. With the choice made, Suho asked simply if they were ready to go. The location was revealed as the Dongdushan Temporary Command Post, a fortified site with tents and barricades set up near a looming gate structure. Team leader Jeong greeted him upon arrival, confirming he had come for the evaluation and offering to guide him there right away. Walking toward the site, Jeong mentioned that the gate charge had reached 97%, meaning they might even be lucky enough to witness the gate formation process firsthand. Soho remarked that it felt strange to call something like that lucky. Jeong reasoned that gates appearing wasn't good news for humanity in general, yet still seemed pleased, calling the 97% timing perfect. Suho, expression unreadable, thought to himself that if he injected just a little mana, the gate should open soon. Jiang began explaining the evaluation items point by point, while Suho's mind wandered, silently, noting that all of it was information he already knew. Team leader Jiang asked if that meant Suho already understood everything. Suho confirmed it and offered to start right away. Jiang handed him a device, explaining it measured the mana density concentrated around the gate spot, allowing them to calculate exactly how much time remained before it opened, kneeling near the marked spot. Suho reasoned to himself that stimulating the gate required getting close to it, which worked perfectly in his favor. Under the excuse of checking the charge, he planned to secretly inject mana and force the gate open. With a faint smile, he asked if they should begin, already pressing the device down against the ground. Light surged from the tip of the device as it struck the earth, and the charge meter beside it began spiking rapidly. Alarmed by the sudden noise from the detector, the surrounding hunters scrambled, one shouting in confusion about what was happening as the light grew violent. A voice cried out in warning that the gate was opening right where they stood, urging everyone to get clear. Purple light tore through the air as Suho smiled, faintly amid the chaos, while nearby hunters threw their arms up in shock, caught completely off guard. One of them let out a startled grunt, frozen in place as the storm of energy roared around them. Samone screamed his name in panic as the swirling purple gate fully materialized, consuming the space before it. A notification flashed, confirming that he had entered the gate. Suho shielded his eyes from the residual glare, muttering about how blinding the flash had been, though satisfaction colored his voice as he confirmed the plan had worked. Standing inside, he noted that normally a message with gate information would appear the instant someone entered. Its absence meant he had forced his way in rather than being pulled in naturally. Gazing up at a colossal pagoda stretching into the night sky, he confirmed silently that he had reached the martial arts library, exactly as intended. A caption identified the tower as the martial arts library. Suho recalled that in his previous life, this had been a sealed gate cleared by the martial king, Gutaksu, a warrior who had mastered two-hand combat across every fighting style, without exception. He explained that the ultimate technique responsible for shaping Gutaksu into that legendary figure was stored somewhere within this very library. Gutaksu had ranked among the top 5 swordsmen he had ever witnessed, someone he had never managed to defeat in his past life. This time, however, he intended to claim that technique for himself. Turning toward the endless staircase leading up into the tower, he spoke quietly, telling himself it was time to move forward, and began the long climb toward the top. Back outside the gate, chaos had taken hold. Zhang Qiul, Min stood frozen in disbelief, hands gripping his own head as he screamed Suho's name in complete shock at what had just occurred. A sword crossed the sky, and Suho stood beneath it, sweat dripping down his face. Victory had come again, and he could barely hide his exhaustion. Suho slipped his blade back into its sheath and turned toward the man he had just defeated. The bruised, half-naked fighter lay sprawled nearby, breathing hard. Suho reminded him that skill in swordsmanship wasn't something luck could replace, and that their difference in strength was simple. One was the martial king, and the other was the sword god. The martial king, drenched in sweat and shadowed by exhaustion, muttered under his breath. He wondered aloud whether 1,000 rematches might finally tip a single victory his way. A hand pressed into the stone of a moonlit cliff, gripping the edge with quiet determination. A voice acknowledged that persistence had always been this man's greatest weapon, unmatched by anyone else in the world. A figure launched himself upward through the night sky, a burst of light trailing behind him as he scaled the towering stone structure. Bare hands and raw effort carried him higher, proving why he alone had managed such a climb. Suho collapsed against the sloped stone, fingers clawing for grip as his body gave out from strain. Even before claiming the title of Martial King, his reckless drive already bordered on madness. The night stretched wide and silent above him. A hand lay limp against the ground, fingers curled from exhaustion, the climb finally taking its toll. Kneeling on the rooftop, fists clenched, Suho let out a short, satisfied breath. He had made it to the top at last. He recalled how close he'd come to slipping beneath the roof's edge near the final stretch. Only his red-grade stamina stat had kept his body moving when everything else wanted to quit. In his mind, he replayed how differently things unfolded in his previous life. Back then, no one managed to conquer the stone tower, and the reward, a coveted martial arts manual, ended up sold at auction, claimed by Gu Taixu. Suho straightened his sleeves, reflecting that if he hadn't reached this gate first, Gu Taixu would have cleared it again, just as before. Being part of the Great Hunter Association, he realized, gave him an edge in growth that nothing else could match. His gaze turned distant as he admitted that gate byproducts and monetary rewards wouldn't be his this time. Some things mattered more than profit. Beneath a full moon, Suho stood before an ancient structure glowing with hidden formations. He confirmed the first trial was behind him, and recognized the building ahead as the legendary martial arts library. Suho studied the illuminated rooftop, and understood that another trial stood between him and the library's contents. He remembered Gu Taixu's words describing a library stocked with countless martial arts manuals, wealth beyond ordinary hunters' reach. Stepping onto the tiled ground, Suho noted that the surroundings resembled Kunlun at first glance, an unexpected echo of a place from his past life. Light erupted from the formation beneath his feet, spreading outward in glowing rings, as unfamiliar symbols pulsed to life around him. He tilted his head, listening carefully. The rhythmic hum, he realized, belonged to some kind of mechanism activating nearby. Suho planted his feet and braced his stance as the sound intensified. He understood immediately. The second trial had begun. A blade of pure light tore across the hall, cutting through the formation's glow, as Suho surged forward to meet whatever challenge awaited him next. Suho smirked, despite the sting still radiating through his body, remarking dryly that the trial had greeted him with quite the aggression. Ahead, a single point of light pulsed in the void, calm and blinding at once. The light split apart into twin waves of energy, and he darted between them, weaving through the surge with practiced instinct. Twin pillars of force closed in on either side as he sprinted forward, refusing to slow even as the walls of energy threatened to collapse around him. The impact caught him off guard, slamming him against unseen resistance. A pained grunt escaped his throat as his body was thrown backward, fingers scraping against the floor as he tried to steady himself. Steeling his resolve beneath the moonlight, he declared it was time to stop holding back and finally commit fully to the fight. Drops of sweat struck the ground one after another, and Suho exhaled heavily, his breath ragged from the sheer toll of what he had just endured. Crouched and trembling from exhaustion, he questioned how Gu Taixu had ever managed to clear this same trial without possessing red-grade stats. Such a feat, he admitted, could only belong to a monster grinding his teeth. He reasoned that with conditions far better than his rivals, failure simply wasn't an option he could accept. His eye sharpened with focus as a notification flared across his vision, confirming that his mana detection ability had begun activating. He launched skyward, a burst of light erupting from the ground below as unseen forces converged on his position. The system's message registered clearly in his mind, regardless of what martial arts theory claimed. The true force driving the gate's power came from mana, not inner energy. A notification confirmed the truth of his effort. His mana detection skill had climbed from grade B to grade A, proof that his relentless training had finally paid off. He noted with grim satisfaction that mana detection was among the hardest skills to level, making this advancement a genuine breakthrough even as he was flung again through the air by the trial's force. Steadying his breathing, he sensed that something significant was about to emerge, certain the next challenge wouldn't be far behind. Cracks split across the glowing formation beneath him, spreading like fractures through glass as ancient seals shifted and stirred to life. A sudden fissure tore open the stone floor, and he called out that whatever it was, it had finally arrived. A towering silver figure rose from the ground, and a warning flashed across his vision announcing that a boss monster had appeared. The massive construct stood revealed, marked by a status window that labeled it only as Guardian of the Library, its level hidden behind a string of question marks. Suho studied the wooden training dummy standing nearby and recognized it, calling it Mokuzan of the Iron Staff, a name tied to old legends of martial cultivation. He recalled the Guardian's reputation, said to Mirror, the fearsome nameless sword emperor from another gate entirely. That entity's unique skill allowed it to copy its opponent's exact status. As the Guardian activated its own version of that power, Field of Conviction, the arena shifted, and its stats aligned perfectly with Suho's own, turning the coming battle into a true mirror match. A rule scrolled across the field, declaring that while Field of Conviction remained active, no combatant inside its boundary could rely on anything beyond the weapon the Guardian itself had chosen. Suho rolled his shoulder, working out the tension as he studied the towering construct before him. He mused that the restriction forced a pure contest of technique, and that such a condition explained exactly how Gu Taixu had once conquered this same gate. He added, almost amused, that despite everything, Gu Taixu had still failed to overcome the Sword Emperor, waiting beyond this trial. A notification announced that the Guardian had made its choice of weapon. Lightning crackled along its outstretched arm as a blade of pure light formed in its grip, its designation confirmed simply as sword. Suho turned his head, a faint smile forming as he asked aloud whether a sword was truly the weapon chosen. Crimson light gathered behind him, jagged and alive. The system registered his response, marking the summoning of his blood weapon as it took shape from the swirling crimson energy around his frame. The Guardian's cold voice noted that such a method shouldn't have worked, even as the blade of light steadied in its grip and its glowing eyes locked onto him. The Guardian surged forward with terrifying speed, momentum tearing across the tiled ground as it closed the distance in an instant. Suho met the strike head, on his crimson blade clashing violently against the Guardian's weapon, the impact splitting the air with a deafening crack. A brutal exchange followed. Suho drove his blood, red sword forward with full force, the blade cutting deep as the Guardian staggered under the pressure of his assault. He pressed the advantage, pushing through the Guardian's defenses as his sword carved a devastating arc, the crimson glow illuminating the ruined ground beneath them. The Guardian's blade fell useless to the floor, severed clean, its shattered fragments scattering across the tiles as silence settled over the battlefield. A notification confirmed the outcome. The Guardian of the library had acknowledged defeat, and the gate itself had been cleared. Among all who fought, the system named Suho the clear MVP of the encounter. Bonus experience followed his victory, pushing his level higher. Suho allowed himself a faint smirk, remarking that a true martial artist always knew when to accept defeat gracefully. With the trial behind them, he turned toward the library ahead and asked simply if it was time to go study. A tall gate stood beneath a starlit sky, its wooden halls glowing with pale blue light. Suho stepped through the entrance, and a system window rose before him, announcing the space as the martial arts library. The Guardian that once blocked his path lay defeated behind him. A message confirmed his reward, a single piece of knowledge, exactly as Gu Taixu had once told him. He allowed himself a confident smirk, certain the old warning had proven true. Floating text explained the rules of this place. Every Guardian defeated earned the challenger a chance at knowledge, divided into 3 categories: sword technique, footwork, and grappling. The shelves around him stretched endlessly, packed with centuries of hidden skill. Suho repeated the 3 options aloud, weighing them. Grappling, he noted, referred specifically to close combat holds and joint techniques, distinct from footwork or blade forms. He admitted the category looked unimpressive at first, almost like a leftover pile of minor tricks. But something told him not to underestimate it. Without hesitation, he reached out and selected grappling. A voice inside his own thoughts called this choice the key to everything ahead. A notification flashed, confirming that he had learned Acupoint Strike, graded B for its rarity and power. The skill card unfurled before him, describing a technique passed down through the martial world. Anyone who mastered it could perceive the vital points scattered across the human body and strike them with precision to trigger unique effects. Suho studied the glowing diagram of a body outlined in circuits of light, each acupoint marked like a switch waiting to be pressed. The technique differed from sword arts or footwork entirely, which was why the library filed it under grappling. He turned his back to the shelves, reflecting on how often such acupoint techniques appeared in old martial arts novels, always described as legendary and half-mythical. In truth, he realized, they were exceptionally rare, obtainable only in places exactly like this hidden library. The towering shelves began to shimmer and crackle, folding into themselves. Suho noted quietly that now the skill had been claimed, the library itself was starting to vanish. He stood motionless as the golden light consumed the rows of books around him, watching his temporary sanctuary dissolve into brightness and falling embers. In the last instant, a scroll materialized in the collapsing light. The system confirmed his acquisition of the library painting, ranked S, explaining that the entire library had condensed itself into the image woven onto the scroll. The item's description unfolded further. This painting held the martial arts library sealed within it, an inheritance reserved only for those who had defeated its guardian. On the night of the full moon, its bearer could open the door and step back inside once more. Suho held the scroll gently, examining it beneath the fading light of the vanishing hall. He murmured that the library still had much more to offer any challenger patient enough to return, and made a quiet promise to come back when the full moon rose again. Alone under the night sky, he reminded himself not to worry his team leader any longer. It was time to leave this place and rejoin the others waiting outside. Outside the gate, 2 of his teammates stood tense before the shimmering portal. One admitted it had already been a long while since Suho entered, while the other asked whether they should call for backup. Elsewhere, one of them pressed both hands to his face, visibly unraveling under the pressure of the weight, muttering that the uncertainty was driving him past his limit. Summoning finally pieced together what had happened. Suho had been pulled into the gate by a sudden surge of mana, vanishing into a location with absolutely no available data. Dark visions crept into his mind, imagining Suho collapsed and bleeding within some unknown gate ruled by chaos and unpredictable danger. The fear that something terrible had already happened refused to leave him. Clasping his hands together, He silently prayed for Suho's safe return. Beside him, another teammate flinched and cried out, catching sight of movement near the gate's entrance at last. A violent surge tore through the gate line, purple energy cracking against the barrier's steel frame, as bystanders screamed that the passage itself was collapsing before their eyes. Footsteps emerged from the swirling light, and Suho stepped out casually, greeting the stunned group with a light remark about how everyone had gathered to welcome him back. One teammate lunged forward and struck him across the head, demanding to know what had happened after he vanished into the gate without warning. Suho explained that his mana had spiraled out of control, leaving him no other option. His panicked colleague pressed a trembling hand to his own forehead in relief, once Suho clarified that the gate inside hadn't been especially dangerous, allowing him to escape unharmed. Suho apologized for causing such worry, though his mind quickly shifted toward a more pressing concern: the on-site evaluation he was supposed to be completing. Another teammate brushed the concern aside, insisting nothing mattered more than Suho's safe return. Still, doubt lingered in his voice as he wondered aloud what would happen to the postponed test. Suho stated plainly that the evaluation held more weight for him than anyone's worry, and the group agreed to head back to the association first to file their report. True to his word, he later passed the evaluation at a different gate with a flawless score, collapsing onto his living room sofa afterward, and noting that only the special division test stood between him and full recognition. A status window opened before him, listing his identity as An Suho, level 70, 5-class healer, marked with the new blood trait and Hercules candidate status. His strength stat sat at 99, prompting him to wonder if pushing it to a full 100 was worth the effort. The numbers shifted as he pushed forward, his strength climbing to exactly 100, while stamina, mana, and sense trailed far behind at 37 each. A notification confirmed the stat had grown even further beyond that threshold. Another message flashed, congratulating him on reaching orange grade before he had even claimed a single star. He admitted, almost amused, that even he found his own growth rate absurd. Staring at his clenched fist, he allowed himself a quiet, confident thought: at this pace, no one in this lifetime would be able to stand against him. He considered the disaster level gate he had barely survived in his previous life, wondering whether clearing it alone might actually be within reach now, given how differently things had unfolded this time around. His phone buzzed against the floor before he could finish the thought, vibrating steadily on the ground beside him. Checking the screen, he recognized the caller as Director Pai Seong-yeol, the name lighting up plainly against the dark display. He answered respectfully, addressing the director as senior, who casually asked whether he was currently busy. Suho replied that he was simply resting at home and asked what the call was about. The director explained he was calling ahead of Suho's special training scheduled for the next day, noting that every evaluation completed so far had been perfect. If the special division test went the same way, Suho would become the youngest person in the association's history to score a full clean sweep. Pai Seong-yeol teased him for reacting so calmly to news that impressive, and Suho laughed it off, joking that anyone could match such results if they had already lived through a second life. Song-yeol shifted into business, revealing he would personally oversee the special division evaluation this time, and had decided to merge the special ops and investigation assessments into a single combined test. Suho asked in disbelief whether Seong-yeol himself intended to conduct it directly, and the director confirmed they'd handle everything at once, adding that team leader, Jeong, wouldn't even need to be informed, since the investigation department existed specifically to handle player criminals through the special division's dual structure. Suho listened as Seong-yeol described the second branch of the special division, the special ops department, tasked with handling every major operation that fell outside standard investigation work, giving it far greater influence within the association. The director explained further that although both departments technically belong to the same special division, their responsibilities had always stayed separate, meaning no one before now had ever taken both evaluations simultaneously. Suho silently acknowledged how much authority a director's position truly carried. He agreed to the arrangement and asked whether Seong-yeol would reveal the details of the coming assignment. The director admitted with a laugh that Suho's curiosity was showing. Suho didn't deny it. Seong-yeol replied that the hour had grown too late to explain everything properly and promised to share the assignment the next day instead. Suho accepted respectfully and wished him a good rest. Left alone afterward, he wondered privately what exactly the director intended to have him do next. Slouched in his chair, he mused that at this rate he might land a spot in the special division before any news article about him even had the chance to break. He pulled up his phone and decided the article needed to move faster, opening a chat labeled with the name of reporter Jo Jinwi. The next day arrived, and Suho greeted Seong-yeol politely, asking whether he had slept well. Seonjiol gestured for him to take a seat across the table. A colleague nearby reacted with visible shock, repeating in disbelief that Director Pai himself would be managing the test from now on, remarking that Sekyong-yeol operated like an unstoppable force once he set his mind to something. Seonjiol mentioned he'd heard about Suho's recent involvement with the detection department as well. Suho brushed it off modestly, calling it nothing significant. Seonjiol teased him for being so humble, adding that the wider world certainly wouldn't describe his accomplishments that modestly, and complimented his continued good work. Suho thanked him. Seonjiol then slid a folder across the table, telling him to take a look at what was inside. Inside sat a photograph of a sharp-eyed man. Sanyal noted flatly that this man, Kim Gungwon, was currently locked away and rotting in Cheongak. Suho asked why Gungwon's name had suddenly come up. Sanyal countered by asking if this case was somehow tied to the upcoming evaluation. Seonjiol confirmed that if he said it was connected, then it was, and asked whether Suho remembered the operation where he had gone to capture Kim Gungwon, specifically recalling that a man named Sun Baekjeom had been present alongside him at the time. He instructed Suho to flip to the back page of the document, where another photograph waited, asking directly why Suho had claimed he left Sun Baekjeom behind during that encounter. Suho answered evenly, explaining that he'd said he left him behind simply because Baekjeom's size had made him too difficult to manage physically. Seonjiol lit a cigarette calmly and repeated the word right with quiet skepticism, letting smoke drift upward as he considered the explanation. He then posed a sharper question. What if Suho actually could handle someone of that size without trouble? Suho's expression hardened as the accusation settled in. Realization crept over Suho's face as the implication became clear. Seonjiol spelled it out plainly. This meant Suho intended to go seriously after a man named Park Yuman, using the mission as cover to test his own abilities at the same time. A quiet exhale slipped from Suho's lips as he studied the man before him. Nothing had changed, he remarked. The same pattern held true. Someone always emerged to force his hands dirty with filth or blood before he could truly belong to anyone. Resolve settled over his expression as he vowed to shoulder whatever came next, provided it stayed within his limits. From the shadows around him, a darker promise echoed back, swearing to indulge his defiance for as long as he wanted to keep fighting it. Rain streaked the window behind An Suho as he stood motionless, jaw tight. He had made his decision already, and there was no point complaining about the weight of it now. Whatever came his way, he intended to carry it through to the end. His superior, a rumpled man with a lit cigarette between his fingers, grinned at that resolve. Leaning back with obvious satisfaction, he explained the job: soften up Sun Baek. GM, wrap the case up cleanly, and a pair of perfect evaluation scores would follow as a reward. Suho sat across from him, spine straight, absorbing the assignment. A simple retrieval, he assumed, until his superior corrected him. Nothing about this would be simple. Suho also needed to recover the ledger-binding bike, GM, to every one of his connections. Suho accepted without hesitation. His superior studied him sideways, smoke curling past his cheek, and asked whether Suho even understood who stood behind Baek, GM in the shadows. Confidence colored Suho's reply. He claimed enough tact to manage political sensitivity on his own, and asked only for a deadline. His superior gave him 1 week, and Suho confirmed the timeline without pushing back. A shift crossed his superior's expression, curiosity giving way to something colder. He asked Suho to guess how he'd learned about the secret arrangement between Baek Jae-geum and the Vice Association president in the first place. Curled up in a slouch on the couch, his superior offered to explain everything. Suho, seated properly across the table, admitted he'd been wondering the same thing and welcomed the chance to ask. The story unfolded slowly. Baek, GM, it turned out, had approached his superior before anyone else, recognizing his worth over that of the Vice Association president. Suho pressed further, wanting to know why the offer had been turned down. His superior lifted the cigarette between 2 fingers and called the whole exchange vulgar. Taking money from men like that, he said, would make him just as vulgar. In return, a line he refused to cross regardless of the payoff. He described his own background instead, contrasting himself with lesser men. Once a prosecutor at the Seoul Central District Prosecutor's Office, he had lost that position the moment he awakened as a hunter. A memory surfaced, tied to Korean law barring awakened individuals from certain professions, prosecutor included. The same fate had unraveled 2 other men, Park Gung and Pai Se-yeol, both of whom spiraled after gaining power and became consumed by an obsession neither could control. Framed against a giant taeguki, his superior's cold expression carried the weight of that history. Rising to head the Special Forces Department using only the instincts sharpened in his prosecutor years, he wore his elitism openly, without apology. A warning followed, delivered without raising his voice. Human skin, he said, did not make two people equal. Suho needed to remember that the two of them stood apart from everyone else around them. His tone hardened further, as he described a man driven by nothing but the hunger for power, someone whose fixed desire made him more dangerous than any wealth-obsessed rival. A fist struck the desk with a sharp crack, the memory of the redevelopment gate disaster surfacing behind his blank composure. The mood eased as he asked whether Suho needed anything before leaving. Suho hesitated, then asked cautiously if he could request a personal favor, prompting a short, direct question in return. Suho asked to sit for the Special Forces evaluation under the standard rules. His superior's brow lifted at the question, caught off guard by the sudden ambition. Determination settled across Suho's face. The perfect scorer title sat within reach, and he refused to let a technicality leave a blemish on his record. Laughter burst out of his superior, loud and unrestrained, as he clapped a hand near Suho's shoulder. He called him crazier than expected, clearly delighted by the audacity. A compromise came next. Suho could take the written portion only, sparing them both the trouble of repeating the process later. Suho thanked him and asked if he could sit for it that same day. Mockery drifted in from another hunter, who doubted Suho grasped how brutal the Special Forces exam truly was. Suho brushed it off simply, saying he'd give it a shot, while his superior handed over the test with a proud remark about a man needing guts like that. A stack of exam papers sat marked with red circles around every correct answer, each one a technical question meant to weed out imposters. Behind his desk, Pishong, Yul studied the results with a rigid expression. Disbelief crept into his voice as he flipped through the pages, muttering about the crazy bastard who'd nailed every difficult question. These were questions built to filter out fakes, and yet Suho had scored perfectly after nothing more than a glance at old exam sets. Pi saying, Yul trailed off mid-sentence, unsettled by what he was seeing. A blade too sharp, he murmured, could turn dangerous in the wrong hands. The comment aimed squarely at the man across from him. Waiting by the elevators, Suho caught the scent of cigarette smoke drifting from somewhere behind him. He muttered about outdated habits, irritated that anyone still lit up indoors. His thoughts turned calculating as he walked. A week gave him plenty of room to handle the situation and get the article published, but one detail still needed confirming before he moved forward. Suho arrived at a new office and greeted the man seated inside with practiced politeness. The vice president beamed back at him, warmly welcoming the young hunter into the room. Suho got straight to business, mentioning his recent meeting with department head Pai Seichong. Yul, the department head, he explained, had already handed him an assignment. The vice president's smile tightened as he asked about Suho's current relationship with Sun Blaik. Jim, pressing for confirmation that the matter had been dealt with cleanly. Sweat beaded on the vice president's forehead as his composure cracked. Whatever answer he was bracing for clearly wasn't the one he wanted to hear. He exhaled sharply, running a hand through his hair in frustration. It struck him as absurd that a man holding the title of vice president of the Great Hunter Association couldn't quietly dispose of a single low-level thug. Suho remained unbothered by the comment, hand ruffling through his own hair. He'd never expected help from anyone, he said, so there was nothing left to be disappointed about. Solving problems himself was the only method he ever trusted. His tone turned demanding as he held out a hand and ordered the vice president to surrender his wallet. Flustered, the older man complied at once, pushing it forward with a nervous stammer. Suho inspected the contents, confirming every bit of money taken matched what he'd been given, without a single bill missing. He then asked about the other pending cases beyond Sun Baek, GM, and the vice president assured him everything was nearly finished, with completion expected within the week. A sharper question followed. Once Sun Baek, Worm was dealt with, would there be nothing left to hold over the vice president's head? The older man swallowed hard before offering a shaky confirmation. Suho warned him plainly to keep quiet and stay in line while he handled things his own way, adding that he despised repeating himself. Sweat and nerves showed plainly on the vice president's face as he agreed. Suho added one final threat should any more dirt surface later. He'd make sure the man ended up seated in a very different room than the one he'd previously seen. The scene shifted to a towering building identified as Gangnam, Paemon Plaza, its glass front catching streaks of afternoon light. A quiet greeting marked the start of a new confrontation. Inside a dim parking garage, a familiar voice called out to Sun Baek, GM, noting it had been a while since they last crossed paths. Baek Gem turned visibly unsettled, demanding to know who was speaking. The voice on the phone identified itself as An Suho, a hunter from the Great Hunter Association, and reminded Baek Gem that the two of them already knew each other well enough. Suho revealed his exact position. The first basement level of the very hotel Baek Gem was staying in and told him to come down immediately. Elevator doors slid open with a sharp chime, revealing polished shoes stepping onto patterned garage flooring. A quiet stillness surrounded the arrival, the kind that came before something dangerous unfolded. Suho exhaled once, standing calm amid a crowd of bodyguards who closed rank around a well-dressed man. One voice demanded to know what business had brought him there, while Suho stood unfazed beneath their collective glare. A bald bodyguard flinched as a set of keys sailed toward him, ordered to park the car and warned that the valet fee would come separately. Suho suggested moving the conversation somewhere private, proposing they settle the details up in the room instead of out in the open garage. Tension flared as one bodyguard barked that no one gave this stranger the right to issue orders, fury written across his face. A hand closed around a bodyguard's jaw, rain streaking down as he choked out a threat about dying, the words dissolving into a strangled gasp. Suho remarked coolly that the man clearly failed to understand the gravity of his situation, gripping him firmly and reminding him that overstepping his place after being told to simply park the car carried consequences. The bodyguard's face contorted in pain, blood trickling from his mouth as the pressure around his jaw intensified without mercy. Fury exploded from another guard, brass knuckles gleaming as he readied a blade, incensed at the humiliation being dealt to his companion. More bodyguards surged forward bearing weapons, and their leader roared at them to put their blades away, before things spiraled further out of control. Suho called the entire standoff absurd, meeting the bald guard's stare as the man scoffed, asking whether he genuinely believed he could win against him. Suho noted dryly that the men beaten in a previous encounter apparently never delivered his warning memo, closing in with visible irritation. A slashed cheek bled freely as the injured man reeled backward, shaken by the sudden violence turned against him. The group climbed toward a lavish penthouse interior, someone suggesting they head upstairs to continue things away from prying eyes. Inside the extravagant apartment, Baek Guillaume remarked that Suho seemed to be treating the place like his own personal residence, gesturing for him to sit and get comfortable. Settled onto the couch, Suho mentioned he had a question worth asking before things went any further. He pressed Baek Guillaume about Vice Association President Park Cumin's returned payment, wanting to know exactly why the man had refused to accept it back. Baek Guillaume admitted the truth. Plainly taking the money back would have meant nothing at that point, so he chose not to accept it in the first place. His composure cracked into bitter laughter, ranting that after everything he'd fed the association, they now intended to discard him like a lizard shedding its tail, determined to drag someone else down with him if his own fate was already sealed. Suho brushed off the outburst, calling it none of his concern, then leaned in close with a single pointed question aimed directly at Sun Baek. Guillaume, a dark aura crackled around Suho as he leaned forward, hands folded and a chilling smile spreading across his face. His question landed heavy in the room. Did Baek Guillaume actually want to live? A cold shiver ran through Baek Guillaume's spine, sweat beating down his face as he stammered out a stunned reply, unsure he'd heard correctly. Suho's eyes flashed crimson, his expression darkening, as he warned against making him repeat himself. He'd asked plainly whether the man carried any desire to keep breathing. A cold shiver ran down the man's spine the moment Suho stepped near him. Sweat beaded on his forehead as he stammered a nervous greeting, sensing something was deeply wrong. Suho's gaze cut through the dim light, sharp and merciless. He gave the man one final chance, asking flatly whether he still wanted to live, warning that he would not repeat himself. The man shot up from his seat in a panic, blurting out an excuse to step away for a moment. His sudden movement caught the attention of everyone nearby, who stared in confusion at his frantic behavior. He bowed low and promised he would return shortly, backing away with shaky steps while the others in the room watched him retreat, unaware of the storm building behind his forced smile. Moments later, a worn leather bag hit the table with a heavy thud. Inside, stacks of cash sat tightly bundled, visible through the half-open zipper, the man's attempt at a quick and quiet solution. Suho lowered his head, disgust plain on his face. He muttered that the whole situation was absurd, refusing to accept that money alone could settle what stood between them. The man froze, confused and defensive. He pointed at the bag, asking if that wasn't what Suho wanted in the first place, insisting he never assumed this was about cash. Suho turned his back on him without a word, clearly unimpressed. He remarked coldly that the man simply wasn't listening and decided it was time to make himself understood more directly. Cracking his knuckles, Suho spoke calmly, almost lecturing. He noted that people who overthink always fumble the simplest problems, his tone carrying quiet menace rather than anger. He told the man plainly to stop complicating things and start thinking simply from now on, warning that the pain about to come was the price for failing to do exactly that. The man barely got a word out before Suho's fist connected, striking a precise point on his body. A blue flash marked the impact as the technique activated, sending a jolt of agony through him. The room erupted into chaos as two more men charged in from the back, roaring in alarm. Suho barely reacted, standing composed while demanding to know exactly what was going on. From behind, more men stormed toward him, having realized their boss had just been struck down. Their fury exploded into an order shouted across the room, "Kill him where he stood." Suho's eyes flared with a piercing light, a surge of pressure radiating outward. The intimidating aura locked onto the men rushing toward him, a technique designed to break their will before a single blow landed. One by one, bodies dropped to the floor around him with heavy echoing thuds. Suho remained standing at the center of it all, unshaken, his expression as flat as when the fight began. He tilted his head slightly, irritation flashing across his face. He remarked coolly that someone had rudely cut into the conversation he was having, as if the interruption itself was the greater offense. The boss writhed on the ground, choking out desperate pleas for help, begging to be spared from whatever came next. Suho stood over him, unmoved, explaining flatly that he had struck the single most painful acupoint in the human body. The man's face twisted in agony as another precise strike landed, a spark of blue light marking the point of impact. His scream tore through the room, raw and involuntary. Surrounded by the fallen bodies of his men, the boss knelt in defeat as Suho loomed over him. Suho reminded him of an old saying, that a weak mind brings suffering to the body, and asked if he finally understood. Trembling, the man swore he would do anything asked of him, if only Suho would say the word. Suho's expression didn't soften. He simply told the man to bring it, whatever it was he owed. The man blinked up at him, disbelief and fear mixing on his face as he asked, almost pleading, if he had heard that right. Suho's smile carried no warmth as he demanded the ledger detailing every bribe paid to a man named Park Kyu-min, making it clear he wanted the full record, down to every last transaction used to smooth things over. Sun Baekgum handed over the documents with trembling hands, awkwardly trying to flatter him, muttering that Suho must have quite a bit of money to have spread bribes so widely across the prosecution and the police. Suho's expression didn't change. He corrected him flatly, telling him that what he'd just said wasn't a compliment at all, and Baekgum flinched at the correction, confused by the sudden chill in the room. Flipping through the papers, Suho remarked that there was plenty of useful information buried inside. He addressed Baekgum by name, telling him he had one piece of advice worth remembering. He said that no matter how hard it was for a dog to give up eating filth, if Baekgum wanted to keep living, he would have to quit his habits for good, walking past him as he spoke. Grabbing Baekgum by the collar, Suho warned him that if word of drugs moving through this place ever reached his ears again, Baekgum would have to answer to him personally. Baekgum could only choke out a shaky agreement. Suho then ordered him to leave the country for about a week starting immediately, and Baekgum stared back in disbelief, repeating the word overseas as though he'd misheard. Suho told him to treat it as a short vacation and book the earliest flight available, adding that he wanted the return date and airport location sent directly to him once arranged. He added one more condition without looking up from his phone, that Baekgum was never to speak a word about what had happened here today to anyone, no matter who asked. Suho made the story clear for him to repeat if questioned, that he himself had never been there, and Baekgum had simply chosen to travel abroad on his own. Baekgum nodded and gave his understanding, watching Suho's back as he turned to leave, seemingly satisfied that the ordeal was finally coming to an end. But Suho added one more thing, calling it just a precaution before he departed, and Baekgum's stomach dropped at the tone, sensing there was more to come. With a sharp motion, Suho struck again, telling him plainly that this last hit was insurance. Baekgum's whole body seized up in shock at the unexpected blow. He collapsed to the ground, stammering out the word insurance in confusion and dread, unsure of what exactly had just been done to him. Suho looked down at him without sympathy, explaining calmly that this one wouldn't hurt, not yet anyways, letting the threat hang unfinished in the air. He revealed the truth of the strike, that for a while, Baekgum would be unable to perform any night activities at all, having pressed the exact acupoint responsible. Baekgum's face contorted in horror as he screamed out that he'd been made impotent. Suho leaned down and told him quietly that if he ever wanted to function as a man again, he would need to keep every promise he'd just made, his tone leaving no room for negotiation. Rising to his feet amid the scattered, unconscious bodies of Baekgum's men, Suho declared that he would restore him, but only once the terms were honored, stepping over the wreckage as he walked away, unshaken and untouched. Later, from the back seat of a car, Suho contacted an associate named Gi-won, instructing him to dig up personal information on a list of names within the file he was about to send, ideally within a week. Gi-won answered eagerly, saying he'd been looking for something to do, and Suho simply told him he was counting on it. As his car pulled away, Suho reviewed his growing list of tasks, murmuring that he'd need to move efficiently for the rest of the week. His phone lit up moments later with an incoming call from a contact labeled Kim Gyun, and across the city, in a quiet room, a young man with pale hair answered cheerfully. A fist knocked against the door, sharp and impatient. Wheels squeaked across the floor moments later as Kim Gyun rushed to answer, breathless as he remarked that Suho had made the long trip from Incheon in surprisingly little time. "I'm an impatient person," Suho replied simply, then asked whether Kim Gyun was deliberately staying in his original body just because he knew Suho was coming. Kim Gyun admitted he was trying to get used to it, only using this form except when tending to his sibling. Suho nodded, calling that a good mindset to have. Reaching into his jacket, he added that he'd brought exactly what he'd promised the last time they spoke. Kim Gyun swallowed hard, tension written across his face as Suho asked whether he wanted to try it out right away. A small ring-shaped device sat in Suho's open palm. He explained that this was Kim Gyun's partner item, normally taking this compact form but capable of transforming. "I call it the suit ball," Suho said, watching as Kim Gyun stared at it in disbelief, the object glinting between his fingers. Kim Gyun's voice cracked as realization hit him. This was an S-rank item. He couldn't understand why something so valuable was being handed to him. Suho placed a hand on his shoulder and reminded him of the promise made before, that he would help Kim Gyun return to hunting. Silently, Kim Gyun processed the words, his mind drifting to a vow of his own, that this time, he would surpass the hunter he used to be in his past life. Determination replaced hesitation on his face. He declared he would give it a try, gripping the wheels of his chair with new resolve. Suho walked him through the process, explaining that using the item worked the same way as possessing another body, a method Kim Gyun had grown familiar with over time. Kim Gyun confirmed he understood. Light burst from Kim Gyun's outstretched hands as the ring responded, spinning and glowing between them, energy swirling violently around the small device. The transformation surged forward, a massive armored form taking shape around him, cracks of dark energy splitting across its metallic frame. Behind the mask, glowing eyes lit up with purple light, the new body settling into place as the transformation reached completion. Mechanical fingers twitched and flexed, testing their range, small metallic groans accompanying every motion as Kim Gyun adjusted to his new form. Suho stepped closer, asking how it felt to finally be inside the suit. "It's the best," Kim Gyun answered, marveling at how naturally it responded, as if the armored limbs were truly his own. Relief spread across Suho's face as Kim Gyun leapt around the room in excitement, practically bouncing off the walls at the freedom the new body gave him. Watching him settle, Suho reflected quietly that there shouldn't be any more obstacles standing in the way of Kim Gyun returning to hunter work. Before they could move on, Kim Gyun raised a hand, saying there was still one more thing to take care of before heading to Nexus. Curious, Suho asked what it was. Rubbing the back of his head nervously, Kim Gyun got straight to the request weighing on him. He wanted to formally hire Suho. Almost immediately, doubt crept into his voice as he admitted he still hadn't figured out how to fully control his new abilities, calling being hired by Nexus a bit too soon. A grin spread across Suho's face as he leaned in, clarifying that this had nothing to do with Nexus at all. He called it his own personal love call, brushing off any formal business tone entirely. Suho's proposal was blunt and unexpected. He simply asked Kim Gyun to team up with him. Kim Gyun's whole body jolted upright in stunned disbelief, letting out a sharp cry of shock at the sudden offer. Kim Gyun stood frozen, disbelief written across his masked face. The man before him, dressed in a sharp black suit, had just made an offer no one in his position ever received. Kim Gyun stammered, unable to grasp why someone of his caliber would need help from a lowly civil servant hunter like him. The suited man's expression stayed calm as he explained his goal was simple, ending the gates for good, and Kim Gyun's power would be essential to reaching that end. The scene shifted to a hospital room, where a young man lay unconscious on a bed, his breathing steady but his body unmoving. A voice promised compensation beyond money, offering something far more valuable than payment. Kim Jian's eyes narrowed beneath his hood as he pressed further, questioning whether every method had truly been exhausted in trying to save his sibling. The suited man, An Suho, stood beside the hospital bed, arms crossed. He explained that modern medicine had reached its limit, but a player healer wielding supernatural abilities operated under different rules entirely. No confirmed case existed yet, but given how varied healing skills could be, he believed a cure was within reach. As if summoned by his words, an image rose in Kim Jian's mind, the Saintess of Russia, Isabella, glowing with radiant light as her hands hovered over her chest. She had once healed someone trapped in a vegetative state, proof that such miracles weren't impossible. Kim Jian absorbed the revelation, murmuring that he only needed to follow that same method now. Turning back to Suho, he admitted that after everything Suho had done for him, he had no choice but to follow him without condition, though a flicker of doubt crept into his voice as he wondered if he could truly live up to expectations. Suho then guided him towards something new, suggesting he try switching his suit into third-person mode. Kim Jian stared at the two glowing options hovering before him, first person, third person, repeating the unfamiliar term under his breath. A surge of energy cracked through the air as the transformation began, Kim Jian's sharp intake of breath cutting through the silence. His form shifted, data streams flickering around him like lines of code rewriting reality itself. When the light settled, Kim Jian stood staring at a floating interface, stunned. He recognized it immediately. The layout matched something achingly familiar, a control panel identical to a game he had spent countless hours mastering. This, he realized in shock, was OPS's very own UI. Suho explained further, describing the ability as the power to control oneself from the exact same perspective as a game screen, a controller shimmering into view beside him. This was the essence of the viewer, the core component embedded within the meta-suit. He elaborated that the suit's third-person mode built its control environment based on whatever the user knew best, which explained why it had defaulted to the OPS interface for Kim Jian specifically. Kim Jian could barely process it, muttering that he still couldn't believe what was happening to him. Shu Ho pointed out something else. The suit's appearance itself resembled the very character Kim Jian usually played in OPS. Kim Jian confirmed it, admitting that when told to picture something familiar, his mind had gone straight to Kenji. Suho encouraged him to try it exactly as he would while gaming. Kim Jian's eyes sharpened with resolve behind his mask as he agreed to give it a try. Since the character relied primarily on swordsmanship, Suho noted that Kim Jian, who had no real training with a blade, wouldn't be able to use it at full capacity in first person. But operating within an environment identical to the game he'd played for years changed everything. A blade tore through the air in a brilliant arc of light, Kim Jian's new form moving with practiced precision as the weapon sang through space. Suho watched, impressed, remarking that the apex truly stood apart, every movement rendered with incredible detail. Kim Jian paused, unsettled by how real it all felt. Playing through OPS was one thing, but this, standing here, weapon in hand, was undeniably reality, not some simulation running inside a game client. Suho revealed there was more. With enough focus, Kim Jian could transform into other characters entirely, not just those from games, but any being that existed in the world. Kim Jian's masked face lit up with excitement at the possibility. Power rippled through him, purple light bending around his form as his hair shifted color and his suit's collar flared with energy, the transformation already taking hold. Suho straightened his collar, a faint smirk tugging at his lips as flames flickered behind him. His transformed appearance mirrored Kim Jian's own features almost perfectly, and he asked how it looked, clearly pleased with the result. Kim Jian's jaw dropped at the resemblance, staring back at him. He accused Suho of intentionally copying his looks, though Suho only laughed, explaining that having the real model standing right in front of him made the process simple. Kim Jian admitted it felt like staring into a mirror. Pushing the transformation further, Kim Jian urged him to match the colors as well. Suho's form rippled, shifting through a kaleidoscope of hues before settling, and he asked for just a moment to finish adjusting. A sharp crack split the air as the final details locked into place. Standing side by side, the two men now looked nearly identical. Kim Jian studied the result with genuine amazement, admitting he'd believe it if someone told him they were twins. Suho suggested they finally make their way to Nexus. Watching his own doppelganger, Kim Jian let out a low whistle, half joking about whether he should walk around wearing that face. Suho decided against it, telling him to keep his own appearance for the outing instead. Elsewhere, an older man with graying hair processed what he'd just been told, his expression hardening as the pieces came together in his mind. Two men escorted Kim Jian through a restricted area lined with caution tape, and the older executive continued reasoning aloud. Someone with the possession trait meant that changing appearances wasn't simply a trick performed with an item. In this case, the appearance itself functioned as the item. Reaching the demonstration area, Suho instructed Kim Jian to show them what he could do. Kim Jian gave a small nod in response. Purple energy erupted around him with a violent surge, his hair bristling and darkening as the transformation took hold in front of the stunned executives. A guttural roar tore free as the shift completed. What emerged was no longer Kim Jian, but a hooded, armored figure gripping a blade, eyes burning with an eerie violet glow. The figure lunged forward in a blur, sword slicing through the air in rapid, overlapping arcs that scattered light and shadow across the room. Watching the display, one of the observers murmured with admiration, remarking how much more natural the technique had become compared to before. The transformed fighter's eyes blazed crimson as he screamed out the attack's name, Kenji's Tornado Strike, insisting that only Railgun could move with such precision. Suho clasped the fighter's hand firmly, grinning as recognition dawned. He confessed he'd been skeptical when he first heard the name, but standing here now, he knew, this really was the legendary Railgun, whose main character had always been Kenji. Once you witnessed the world's top-ranked player's skills firsthand, he added, you could never mistake them for anyone else's. Practically glowing with satisfaction, the older executive declared there was nothing left worth discussing, and pushed to sign the contract immediately, giving an enthusiastic thumbs up. Curiosity got the better of Kim Jian as he wondered aloud whether other characters could be replicated too, perhaps even from a photograph, mentioning names like Leonhardt or Banjo. Suho held up a hand, suggesting they settle the contract details first before diving into anything else. Walking down a long corridor, the executive asked whether Kim Jian would also be placed under Suho's personal strike team. Suho confirmed it plainly, adding that the arrangement would follow the exact same conditions as before. Continuing down the hallway, the older man wondered if a name had already been chosen for this new strike team. Suho's expression sharpened with quiet confidence as he revealed the name he'd settled on, Banshee. Pausing near a doorway that opened onto a quiet outdoor space, Suho mentioned there was one more matter he wanted to bring up separately, something outside the main agreement. The executive waved off whatever concern might follow, calling it an easy request since they wouldn't even be covering the cost themselves, not when the funds could simply come from what they'd earned off the Earthkeeper mine. Suho bowed slightly, thanking him and confirming he'd leave the matter entirely in his hands. The older executive glanced sideways, curiosity flickering across his face as he brought up another name. He wondered aloud how Hunter Kang Daehan had been faring lately. Suho responded evenly, noting that Daehan remained diligent, continuing to raid consistently with his assigned team, then asked what had prompted the question. A faint nostalgia colored the executive's tone as he explained they'd once raided together, so naturally he'd grown curious about his old teammate's progress, asking specifically what level he'd reached. Suho estimated somewhere in the 80s or 90s range, then offered to arrange contact if the man wanted to reach out directly. Considering the offer for a moment, Suho decided against it, reasoning he'd rather let Daehun keep developing out in the field a while longer. Instead, he requested only to be notified once Kang Daehun hit level 100. With that settled, the executive acknowledged the decision and moved on, promising to reach out separately once the guild member card and remaining paperwork were finalized. He mentioned he'd also review the additional special clauses before handing everything over, then suggested Suho head back ahead of him. Later, seated across a polished table inside Nexus's offices, the man prepared to walk Kim Jian through the finer details before finalizing anything, stating plainly he intended to explain the special clauses prior to signing. Tapping a pen against the paperwork, he outlined the basic structure. Once officially hired, Kim Jian would be placed directly under his personal team, and from that point forward, he could simply address him as team leader. The conditions grew more specific as he continued. The partner item given to Kim Jian would only be available for use during official working hours, never outside them, he clarified apologetically. Beyond that, everything tied to Nexus, the personal team's existence, and details surrounding the partner item needed to remain strictly confidential, a promise he asked Kim Jian to make without hesitation. Kim Jian accepted without pushback, a faint smile crossing his lips as he assured the terms sounded simple enough, promising he'd honor them completely. Pleased by the straightforward response, the team leader offered a personal suggestion of his own. Perhaps Kim Jian might consider relocating here permanently from now on. Kim Jian blinked, surprised, repeating the idea back to confirm he meant living right at Nexus Academy. Confirming the offer, Suho gestured around, explaining that the training center and every other necessary facility existed right here on site. Naturally, he added, a residence would be arranged for Kim Jian and his sibling, along with a dedicated caregiver to assist them. Overwhelmed by the generosity, Kim Jian bowed deeply, declaring without hesitation that he would absolutely accept and show up. Straightening back up, his expression softened with genuine gratitude as he admitted he'd wanted to say this for some time now, thanking Suho profusely for everything. The two shook hands warmly, sealing the arrangement. Suho congratulated him on officially joining, expressing genuine anticipation for their work together. Kim Jian insisted the sentiment belonged to him instead, addressing his new superior as team leader for the first time. Before parting ways, Suho offered to introduce him to the rest of the team first. A gray-haired man beside them agreed enthusiastically, adding that since Suho now served as his direct superior, formal speech could be dropped entirely between them going forward. Guiding him through a heavy door into a training facility, Suho explained this would serve as the space where Kim Jian's development took place from here on, describing their routine as fundamentally simple, pointing toward a nearby screen for reference. On the display, chaos unfolded. Team members clashed against each other in mid-air combat, blades flashing. Suho detailed the schedule further, splitting each day between resurrection sparring and dungeon clearing. Then something caught the gray-haired man's attention. He pointed out, startled, that the figure holding his own among the group actually appeared to be Suho himself. Confirming the observation, Suho revealed it was merely his avatar, explaining that every team member sharpened their swordsmanship against this digital copy daily. The footage showed the avatar effortlessly withstanding multiple attackers at once, prompting the older man to marvel at how it never got pushed backward even against overwhelming numbers. Genuinely baffled, he asked how anyone could hope to overcome something like that. Suho answered simply, avatar or not, it remained fundamentally him, carrying all the same skill. Turning his attention back to Kim Jian, the gray-haired man reminded him firmly that joining this team meant fighting alongside everyone from here forward, questioning whether he was already looking for excuses to avoid it. Kim Jian caught himself, admitting the reminder was fair. Standing side by side, Suho warned him that before officially beginning hunter activities, his combat senses were about to receive a massive boost. With quiet resolve, he told Kim Jian to brace himself for what came next. A notification chimed as Suho pulled out his phone, eyes scanning the screen with sharp focus. Behind him, the gray-haired man rested his chin thoughtfully against his hand, watching with mild curiosity. He remarked that Suho certainly moved quickly, impressed by the speed of it all. The message on screen came from someone labeled Sun Baekhyun, stating plainly that they were leaving the country immediately and would reach out again before returning. Suho lowered the phone slightly, a slow grin spreading across his face as he murmured that the timing couldn't have worked out better.
At his desk, Kim Seung-won stared at a monitor displaying an article about the special recruitment suspicion surrounding the special division and its case files at the association. His phone buzzed against the desk before he could finish reading, pulling his attention away from the screen. He picked up the call without hesitation, identifying himself plainly. Yes, this is Kim Seung-won, he answered, his expression giving away nothing about the tension building beneath the surface of his routine. The voice on the other end introduced itself as An Suho, a hunter affiliated with the association. Without wasting time on pleasantries, the caller asked whether Seung-won had time to meet for coffee that same day, framing the invitation as casual even though the timing suggested otherwise. Later, seated inside his car, Suho held his phone to his ear and warned that he had something important to discuss. He named the subject directly, former prosecutor Pai Songyul, a name that carried weight for anyone familiar with the association's recent troubles. A car pulled up quietly near a row of trash bins along a narrow street. As the driver stepped out, a voice explained that the person they were meeting held influence reaching beyond the association itself, someone tied closely to Pai Songyul through connections not easily traced. Suho stepped out from beside the vehicle and greeted the approaching man directly, addressing him as Prosecutor Kim Sinwon. Sinwon studied him for a moment, confirming aloud that the person in front of him truly was Hunter An Suho, not simply someone using the name. Suho laughed lightly, asking if Sinwon had actually suspected him of being an imposter. Sinwon pressed further, wanting to know how Suho had learned about his connection to Pai Songyul in the first place. Suho responded that no secret in this world stays perfectly hidden forever. Walking ahead, Suho added that he wasn't the only one who viewed Pai Songyul as an enemy. He included himself in that same category without hesitation, making clear that his interest in the man went beyond simple curiosity. He pointed out that they had only just met, yet Suho was already revealing too much information. Suho brushed off the concern, insisting that what he'd shared so far barely counted as anything significant. Suho gestured toward a nearby bench, suggesting they sit and continue the conversation somewhere more private, away from the open street where anyone might overhear them. From above, the two men settled onto the bench beneath a lantern's glow. Suho mentioned that he had brought along something Sinwon liked, hinting at familiarity that seemed unusual for two people who had supposedly just met. He held out an iced drink, confirming the order matched exactly what Sinwon preferred. An iced cafe mocha without whipped cream, delivered with quiet precision that unsettled more than it comforted. Sinwon eyed him and remarked that he had quite a peculiar habit, then asked bluntly whether Suho was trying to show off in front of him with this kind of detailed knowledge. Suho took a sip from his own cup and denied the accusation, explaining that he was simply demonstrating the reach of his information network. He questioned what he would even gain from showing off to a prosecutor of Sinwon's standing. Sinwon suggested they could have handled this exchange somewhere else entirely. Suho cut through the hesitation, saying they should skip the roundabout talk. He reminded Sinwon that as an awakened individual, he held no investigative authority of his own anyway. Suho asked whether Sinwon assumed he wouldn't report their meeting to Pai Songyul afterward. He clarified that he'd said as much because he recognized Sinwon wasn't the type of person who would do that kind of thing. Startled, Sinwon asked him to repeat himself. Suho continued, observing that Sinwon focused solely on his work and paid no attention to the internal politics swirling around the association, a trait that set him apart from most of his colleagues. Suho's tone shifted as he stated plainly that this exact quality was why Pai Songyul had managed to get to him. Sinwon fell silent, his jaw tightening as the accusation landed. Sinwon demanded to know what exactly Suho was trying to imply with that statement. Suho answered without flinching, telling him that he had lived too rigidly and ended up broken because of it, and that now he needed to learn how to bend instead of staying so unyielding. Suho added that Sinwon had lived his life believing firmly in justice, so after his core shattered, falling into a slump had been almost inevitable. He said he understood that particular feeling better than anyone else could, leaving the words hanging heavily between them as the city faded into mist around the bench. Suho asked whether Sinwon had watched his recent interview. Sinwon confirmed it without elaborating, keeping his response short as he waited for the conversation to move toward its real point. With his head lowered, Sinwon admitted that Suho already understood his true intention. He stated plainly that his goal was to eliminate every gate that existed, sparing no one from that ambition. He continued, noting that even the most skilled soldier could never win a war alone. Too many corrupt individuals existed for combined efforts alone to overcome the disasters gates continued to cause. A memory surfaced of two men smiling for cameras at some official gathering, projecting unity and progress. Behind that image, Sinwon explained that plenty of people actively delayed peace and manufactured chaos for their own benefit. He named Pai Songyul directly as one such person. As long as Songyul maintained control over the special division, troublemakers would keep finding shelter within it, which meant Sinwon intended to remove every corrupt element tied to that structure. Suho remarked that what Sinwon described sounded like a coup in disguise. Sinwon corrected him gently, calling it reform instead, a softer label for the same intention. Sinwon revealed that he had lost his family to a gate incident. Becoming an orphan through that disaster, he chose to become a hunter as a way to outrun those painful memories rather than confront them directly. Joining the association opened his eyes to something troubling. Gate shock had been an accident that could have been prevented entirely,
yet the association chose not to intervene, instead exploiting the fact that Gates never recurred in the same location to sell the land at inflated prices. His fist clenched as he stated what the association had become under that kind of leadership, a place overrun by parasites chasing nothing but personal gain, hiding behind official titles and public goodwill. Suho asked whether this entire pursuit amounted to personal revenge. Seungwon denied it firmly, adding that if revenge had been his true motive, he would have already acted without restraint, fully prepared to be arrested for it. He explained his reasoning further, comparing the situation to a river. If the upper water stayed clean, the water below would follow that same clarity eventually. Power functioned like a blade, its nature shaped entirely by whoever held it. This time, he intended to be the one wielding it. His purpose wasn't rooted in vengeance, but in eliminating Gates altogether. Achieving that required assembling a team built from proven individuals, people who had already demonstrated their reliability and shared his exact vision for what needed to change. Suho responded that Seungwon's thinking leaned too far into idealism. He questioned why he had been chosen specifically, pointing out that nothing guaranteed he was any different from the corrupt figures Seungwon wanted to remove. Seungwon acknowledged that dreams existed precisely to be dreamed, regardless of how unrealistic they seemed. Among everyone he had investigated and studied, Suho stood out as the person most strongly opposed to Pai Seongyul's influence. He added that since Suho already understood the reach of his information network, he would likely choose to live cleanly on his own from that point forward. Suho pointed out sharply that this admission confirmed his earlier suspicion. Seungwon really had been showing off his power all along. Seungwon laughed it off, claiming he was only joking and that no one else compared to Suho in his eyes, softening the earlier tension between them with casual humor. Turning serious again, he declared his intention to become the blade that restrained rogue hunters operating within the association. He expressed hope that Suho in turn would become the blade keeping the prosecution running the way it should. Suho asked directly whether Seungwon's ultimate goal involved becoming president of the association himself. Seungwon dismissed that idea without hesitation, stating he held no interest in that position at all. He believed the association should function properly on its own, without needing one person at the top controlling everything. Suho exhaled and admitted he understood exactly what Seungwon meant, the two of them reaching a quiet agreement beneath the darkening sky. Seungwon suggested that since they now understood each other, they should share a toast to market. Their cups touched together in the moment, but before either could speak further, his phone rang, its sudden buzz cutting through the stillness of the night. Suho glanced at his ringing phone with a faint smile, noting to himself that whoever called had sharp instincts even at this late hour. Someone clearly not ordinary either. He answered while walking across the courtyard, addressing the caller respectfully as senior. The voice on the other end asked directly where he currently was, cutting straight to the point. The caller pressed further, bringing up an article and asking what had actually happened with Sum Buckham. He explained that by the time he went to catch him, Buckham had already left Korea, having claimed he would return within a few days, so he planned to intercept him at the airport then. He admitted he still lacked the authority or qualification needed to force Beckham back into the country, apologizing for that limitation as the phone pressed against his cheek. Suho asked whether he had checked the news himself, referencing the article circulating about a special recruitment suspicion tied to the special division. The man confirmed he had already seen it and assured Suho he would follow whatever instructions came next regarding the matter. Silence followed on Suho's end for a moment before he repeated the phrase back, telling the caller plainly to follow his instructions from here on. He instructed him to ignore the news entirely and instead bring him the ledger the moment Begum returned. The caller agreed immediately, and Suho remarked that judging by his tense reaction, the president had likely already scolded him, meaning the article's impact must have hit harder than expected. Ending the call, Suho turned back towards Seungwon, who stood watching nearby. Seungwon asked whether that call had been prompted by the article circulating online. Suho relayed what he had told his subordinate, that he shouldn't worry about the news and should simply continue doing his job as normal. Seungwon observed that since Suho hadn't explicitly told him not to worry, it suggested the situation weighed on his mind more than he let on. Seungwon studied him carefully, pointing out something odd. Despite having joined the association fairly recently, Suho seemed to understand Pai Seongyul far better than Seungwon himself did. Someone who had been there considerably longer. Suho admitted that even without wanting to, he had suffered under Seongyul for years during his previous life. Knowing one's enemy as well as oneself guaranteed victory in every battle, so he had studied the man extensively to prepare for exactly this moment. He added that sometimes living carried more pain than dying ever could, and he intended to make certain Pai Seongyul understood that lesson firsthand before this was over. Seungwon admitted the remark unsettled him, joking that he should never make an enemy out of Suho.
In response, Suho extended a glowing item toward him, explaining that avoiding enemies mattered greatly, and in that spirit, he wanted to give this to him. He asked whether Sungwon recognized the Begum faction operating out of Gangnam, clarifying that it referred to the organization led by Sun Begum himself. Suho revealed that Pi Sungyal had personally instructed him to retrieve Sun Begum's bribery ledger, presenting it as a substitute task in place of his special ops evaluation. Sungwon's expression shifted with disbelief, questioning whether a mere trainee had actually been assigned something like that. Sungwon continued, stunned that anyone would ask a rookie prosecutor to bring back the bribery ledger belonging to Gangnam's biggest gangster figure, wondering aloud if hunters simply operated by different rules entirely. Suho laughed it off, calling himself a special case before explaining the actual reason behind Sungyol's request for the ledger. He revealed that Sungyol's true intention was to grab the leash of those already holding power. Sungwon flipped through the documents in his hands, recognizing the faces inside and asking with unease whether they were all police officers, judges and prosecutors. Suho confirmed it plainly, explaining that this was precisely why he was handing the material over to Sungwon now, asking him to handle matters on the prosecution and police side going forward. Suho admitted he stayed occupied dealing with the opposing side already, promising to reach out separately if he needed assistance from the association's end of things. Suho added that there was no urgency to arrest those named individuals right away. He advised Sungwon to first build his strength before heading toward Seoul. Caught off guard by the suggestion, Sungwon repeated the destination back to him, visibly processing what going to Seoul would actually mean for what came next. Sungwon asked whether Suho intended to stay behind in Gyeonggi province while the plan unfolded. Suho answered that catching a tiger required stepping directly into its den, then instructed him to select a handful of major cases capable of boosting his standing and report them back once chosen. Suho lifted his phone and gave it a light shake, explaining that guild leaders, CEOs, and prosecutors made no difference to him. Anyone tied to the situation could be investigated, with the findings shared immediately through his information network, which he reminded Sungwon he already knew well. Sungwon stood frozen for a moment, his expression caught somewhere between a nervous smile and quiet dread, as a wavering purple light surrounded him. Sweat beaded on his forehead while he silently concluded that living peacefully without making an enemy of Suho remained the wisest path forward.